line with Thomas Bunashevin and Tarasenko is something else. And Tarasenko, I think, he's starting to come around a little bit with the media. You see him a little bit. Looks like he's talking a little more on the ice. He seems to be on a four. And I'm starting to think that Tarasenko's to the point where, like, hey, I'm not getting traded. I'm gonna go out here and show my work. And I think they kept him comfortable all season with putting him with the three Russians when they had Barbashev on that line. But then you have a guy like, he knows he's gonna get good passes from Thomas. He knows that him and Bunashev can play together. And even with the injuries and the COVID and all that, it just seems like this team is just doesn't care, doesn't worry about it. Just another step over. I mean, Scandella goes on the world trip, he doesn't play at all, but Jake Wallman is out there blasting slap shots. Mikko stepped up definitely on the penalty kill. And it's not just the defensemen, but Sundqvist has stepped up, which it seems like he's out there in I swear I see 70 every shift. Every single shift. And I can't remember exactly what game it was. It might have been the Maple Leafs game. It might have been the game before that. It was a game against the Senators, actually. Where he gets hit, he goes off the ice, he goes back. He comes back out, he blocks the puck, and he's just the slowest skater off the ice. And I'm like, oh no, there's another one. Next thing you know, the next game, back in the lineup. And he just goes out there in a penalty kill, goes out there and blocks shots, goes out there and makes the big hits because you don't have that guy on the team. And it's the thing that Tarasenko's been stepping up and doing lately, definitely on the forecheck. And I'm not going to sit here and say like I don't get it, like I didn't see this or anything like that with Tarasenko, but it really hasn't happened in a few years. And you can see the trades. I mean, just when I'm playing the Flyers, Brendan Shin was traded for Lori Laterra. You know what Lori Laterra is right now? He's in prison for drug charges. So that, I mean, you got to think that was one of the better trades. Scored a ton of goals in blue the other night against the Maple Leafs. And then the other trades. Sammy Baez hasn't been what he was even with the Blues, with the Rangers, even though the Rangers are one of the top teams in the East. The trade you made for Ryan O'Reilly, Patrick Berglund's not even in the league no more. Doesn't want to play hockey anymore. And Tage Thompson hasn't been the guy you thought he was going to be. Big fan of Joel Edmondson. Gotta say that after 2 years, I'm a bigger fan of Justin Fall. So it just seems like this team just doesn't stop, no matter who's out there. And they've been pretty healthy on the four lines. I mean, the last player I can remember was injured was Shen. And and it's just like, I complain about the Blues not having, the big, powerful guys to back people up, but they do got this absolute grinder. Shen, one of them. O'Reilly, another one. Torrey Krug, another guy that just goes out there and just busts ass. And I think that's my favorite thing about this team. You got 6 guys out there with 10 goals. You got 12 guys with close to 20 points. I mean, this is the team going out there and getting it done together. And it's not like it's a big breakaway. Your top 3 players are all right there. And I think Tarasenko took the lead in goals tonight. But they're all right there, 18, 19. Kyrou, number 89, and Jordan Kyrou all right there. Buzneshu. I still said that wrong. God, I have that name every day before the show. I swear to God, every day. And I was watching the Blues game, and I was like, what are they saying? What are they saying? What are they saying? Okay, I got this. And of course, I get on the show, and I've actually messed up the intro twice that I've had to go back and re-record. So there's going to be actually on these other things that I'm recording, there's going to be a lot of editing. The show's going to come up all weird. Man, it's technology and stuff. But this is a team that's going out there and grinding. And if you get Jordan Benjamin to play like he did tonight in Philadelphia, then you got you something going. Because you got 12 guys that I can think that can go out there and score. And I think you got more than that if you throw in Logan Brown here. You throw in a Dakota Walker here. Dakota Joshua here. That's what I meant to say. Nathan Walker. But it's like if they threw anybody else out there, you wouldn't really worry about it. Definitely on the line where you got Clausen or you got a veteran on that line, whether it's Sundquist or whether it's Shin or whether it's Barbashev. I'm not even worried about who you put on the line with these guys because of how well they play. And then finally the defense is stepping up. And I don't know where Michael has been. And I was big on sending him down. I've been big on... And I'm at the point now where I'm like, well, I think he's a lot better than he just has been. And I think you could say that with a lot of guys. I think you could say that with Falk last year and a little bit in this year. I think at times that Krug has not played the quality defense that you've seen him play. And we've all seen it with Parenko, who seems like he's a little bit more less of that big grinder guy that, he's just less of that guy that you thought he was going to be. And I think it hurts him when the offense ain't there, that he just doesn't look like the same player. But all of a sudden it seems like, I don't know if it was a Berube thing and trying to save him, or what. It seems like the later we get in the season, the better the Blues have played. And when you go down a stretch right now where you come back and play the Sabres, and you go on an East Coast road trip where you play the Rangers, the Devils, Chicago's in there, the Islanders are in there. I mean, you're going on another road trip. You're going to need everybody again. And these games are all every other day games. If you got two goalies, you know what Huso's the best goalie in the league right now, and if you know what Ben can be that guy when he's at his best, I mean, that puts you in a whole different thing. And if the defense keeps playing like this, all that talk about the defense kind of goes out the window. Definitely when you're going to get Scandella back hopefully sometime soon. And now you got Wallman getting all this experience with Scandella's out there. You don't mind throwing him in there. He can definitely be a seventh guy easily. And that might be the only reason that you were scared of the defense, is you really didn't have the seventh guy because of the injuries and the lack of experience. But I think with the COVID rules and all that, you're finally getting these guys to where they have some experience and they have some confidence in this league. And when they go out there and they see that Jordan Benson has some of his confidence back, and they go out there and know that they can go out there and score goals, even if it's just the one line with Thomas and Tarasenko. This team is basically built to run down this stretch. And you do have some hard games coming up with the Rangers twice. But you're going on a nice little trip to where you're the Sabres, Chicago's in there, the Islanders, Ottawa's in there, and you get them at home. The Blues could pull themselves away a little bit in the division and not have to worry about Nashville only being 4 points behind. And you get to that stretch where you get to Nashville and play them after you go through your East Coast thing and what you just did on the road. Here, get 7 or 8 points, and you can do that again. You're putting them on their heels and putting them in a situation where they're actually going for must-wins, and you're just out there getting points because of what you've done. And I know I've been on the whole trade deadline thing the whole time by saying, let's not do it, and I'm still with it now. And I think that you've seen now with this little road trip that once the Blues are healthy, this is really a different team. I mean, I can only think it really at the beginning of the season where you've had all these players healthy at the same time. Like, and it's crazy to look like. I mean, people have already forgot about the James Neals and the Michael Pekkas of the world. They were here, in the middle of the season, and James Neal down there playing in Springfield. Like, hey, I'm 40 years old. I'll go to the AHL. Oh, okay, I'll go down there and just score a bunch of goals and maybe prove myself. Maybe in the playoff stretches, or somebody gets hurt. So I even think with maybe the little woes about Bennington and the woes in the defense, I think you finally maybe start putting some of that away on the defense. Bennington's still a little scary. And even thinking about Husso's a little scary. I mean, could someone that hasn't done this before last this long? And that was perfect about having some of these games, because you could throw Bennington in there and get him some confidence, maybe against the Devils or the Islanders, Ottawa. Something I thought you should, just Buffalo. Something I actually thought you should have done against the Canadiens. But I also see doing what they did and starting them in Philadelphia, because that's where he got his first NHL shutout. That's where supposedly everything changed for the Blues. That's where he gained, when you started to see that Bennington swagger. So even though it's been 2 years, you kind of feel like you almost put him in a familiar spot. He's only played there one time, but that's when everything felt like it changed, and maybe that's when he clicked in his head, oh yeah, I've done this before. And it wasn't like the best performance all the time. There was pucks that got past him, and he got lucky. Puck sitting up, but he had to make some big saves in that game. There was a lot of times in the Flyers, who actually got some good players on the team, they seemed like they played that middle game where they just clogged up the middle and just take slap shots. And that's how they scored the only goal that they scored. Slap shot from the point, and Bennington can't see it, and it's 1-1. But then less than 60 seconds later, you see Tarasenko go out there and get a goal to put us right back on top. And that's when you're playing bad teams, that's the kind of stuff you need to happen. And it's something that the Blues have proved that they can do. It was their 6th time of doing that, which I can't remember exactly what they called it a reaction goal, I think that's what they called it. But their 6th time doing that this season. Their penalty kills tops in the league. Their penalty power plays tops in the league. The only thing that I didn't think they were good on is being as scrappy as they've been. Definitely Tarasenko. I never thought in my lifetime that you would see Tarasenko actually making an effort on defense. And I watched for it. I actually watched to see how much Tarasenko cherry picks during games. Literally sit there and it's like, oh, he's skating the wrong way already. And I haven't seen that from him in a while. And I think that sometimes that we have some of these quality talent players, I think that Falk and Michael, I think they can get away with stuff that you just sometimes can't get away from. I mean, and sometimes that's a sign of a bad team. That's what what the Blues have been getting lucky about is that's what happens if they make the extra pass. They try to make a long pass out of their zone, it gets knocked down, or someone knocks it down off the wall, knocks it off the glass, and it's right back in your zone instead of trying to set up a play. And I think that's the difference in what the Blues have done is now you're thinking, well, if we have the talent to where we can set these plays and it makes a difference in the game. I mean, you even look on the Tarasenko goal against the Flyers, he's coming down the middle. Michael is coming down the middle, and he kind of just jumps in the way and makes sure he gets that puck. So when you got a guy with that high of confidence, he's like, I can score at any time. I mean, that's something different for everybody. We're like, well, let's slow this game down a little bit. Definitely when you're at a point where you're getting crushed in your defensive zone, and you finally get the puck out, and then you're just trying to get the puck out instead of slowing moves. And now you got an icing call. Now you're right back in there. But now you know with the stick handles that O'Reilly and Thomas have, Barbashev even. Now you know that, like, hey man, we got guys that are going to fight for the puck, and we got guys that are going to win a lot of these battles. And it just seems like in the last, I don't know if I looked it up to see what the home and road splits were, and they're a lot better team at home, and it just seems like something has clicked. And maybe it's that break, the Olympic break. I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, I don't know how many. I don't know even how many games players. I don't know how many players in the Blues are going to hit even close to 80 games this year. But are you too mad about that? The way they've been playing, you feel like they should have. They could have been better. I definitely feel like they could have been better. I definitely felt like they could have fought with that spot for the Avalanche if you just played a little defense early in the season, and if Binnington wasn't as cocky as he was at times. And I think that was part of the thing is with the defense and Binnington thinking that he was a little more cocky, a little better of a player than he was. I think that they all got to him at one time, and definitely with Binnington, it showed with his frustration of going after players and, talking with the refs and getting penalties that you usually don't see a goalie get. And maybe seeing Husso doing what he's doing and getting this break kind of puts Jordan Binnington like, well, I might be this cocky guy, and I might have this little bit of swagger and everything, but I'm not the guy that's going to cost my team. And you hope that he somehow learned something. And if the defense plays like they did in Farland against these bad teams, they're going to win games. You're just more worried about the teams. You're more worried about the Rangers coming up. And after this road stretch, you got you have the Predators coming up. You can play all well and fine and dandy against the bad teams. It's got to be the good teams that you're worried about at this point. And it's hard to sometimes understand how the NHL rules work because you're behind Nashville, you're in front of Nashville, but the team behind Nashville is in a different division. So if they actually go above you in Nashville, you're still third in your division. So it just doesn't make any sense how it all works. And I guess it's the same way in baseball too, where you can have two teams when the second place team actually doesn't make it. I think that works now with the two wild cards, but it did before. And so I don't know what you could change there. And the NHL playoffs are a crapshoot anyway. And, when I was looking at the stats earlier and seeing the Kings in 8th place, I said, oh no. They're always that scary team that lurks down there and all of a sudden comes out with a Stanley Cup playoff coming from Vegas. It always seems like there's a Cinderella team in hockey every year where they, the Blues won the President Cup, but they lost to the Sharks this year, who was the wild card team. There's something like that. And I'm just saying the Blues, that happens to everybody. So I think if you can regain everybody's confidence now and get them back, everybody to 100% healthy, and get everybody back to 100% in the right physical shape, definitely after this little break that you had, this could be a whole different team. This could be that 2020 team, 2019 team, which you saw in the first half of the season in 2020. That could be this team. With two goalies, not just Binnington. And not a guy that you've lost all the confidence in the world, that you lost everything that you had for in Jake Allen. You actually got the top goalie in the league, and a guy that's won a Stanley Cup 3 years ago, yes, at this point. So I think you're in a lot different position than any season the Blues have ever been in. I can't remember were a team that I was just confident in. Now, I don't know if I would have been this confident if, like, I don't know how good, I don't know how, like, it just seems like every year, it's this one guy that makes it so much difference. There was O'Reilly in the Stanley Cup year. And now you get Buzhnashev, and it seems like he's the guy that makes it. It seems like he's just turned Tarasenko around. It seems like another guy that he's made Robert Thomas about as comfortable as he could be as the center guy on that line. And he wasn't the first one; it was Barbashev before him. It just seems like that he's the guy, kind of like reminds you of Ryan O'Reilly with a little more scoring skill. They can play with everybody, and no matter what happens, you have the confidence that he can make your team better. And now we're starting to build like a core of them guys with Shin, Falk, Krug. And even though you're going to have in a couple years with Kyrou and Clausen and all that coming up, you still got a couple years of this team where this window's pretty open. And then it's all going to roll downhill because they're on their 30s or close to it. But Brandon Saad's another one. Brandon Saad, who, you wouldn't think that I would know who he was. Loved him in Chicago, loved the way he played. And it came here and it just seems like, maybe his scoring's gone down, maybe his stats have gone down a little bit, but he just seems like that guy that's going to go out there and make your line better, whether you have him with Sundqvist, or you have him with Shin, or you have him with Clausen, or you got him with Kyrou. It just seems like we're building the core players that aren't for themselves, and you don't see that too much in sports anymore. And that's the reason that right now I have so much confidence in this team. And the goalie play don't help. Well, the goalie play helps a lot, actually. Because I'm not scared of either goalie you throw out there. I'm still not scared of throwing Bennington out there, no matter what you've seen this year. I mean, unless he just falters totally down the stretch, I have all the confidence in the world in both the goalies. So I just think that after this little game with the Sabres, and you go on this nice little East Coast trip, you see what happens from there, and this could be a whole different team. This could be a whole different world. To where we get in that spot to where you get all the easy teams first, and then you get the Avalanche in the Western Conference Finals. At that time, you could have all the confidence in the world and all your players and all your goalies and all the backups, and you could have a team to go out there and be like, hey man, we got a chance to get the Avalanche. And what people forget about that too. You don't hear that too much about Crocky of the Avalanche. Even I saw he sold something to his wife, and I think he sold the Nuggets to his son, and blah blah blah. He owns it. Hardly, it just seems like never ever talked about with like St. Louis fans. And I guess because the Blues are good. I guess if we had like the St. Louis Jaguars, that makes sense. I guess we wouldn't. Well, we still have something. And I guess maybe we do feel like we have maybe a little bragging rights over that with winning the Stanley Cup a few years ago. They haven't won in a while. But just something to think about. Now, I've kind of like tried to say that I didn't want to talk much about this MLB thing. And now they're either just messing with us, or there really is a little bit more problems than I thought. But now they're just having meetings with they're going off with like groups of people, and they're meeting with each other, and there's like 5 players over here meeting with this group, and there's 5 owners over here meeting with this group. And I'm really just starting to think that the players don't want to play in spring training. I mean, I was reading up on the strike from 94, and a year that Greg Maddux went, and it was only 144 games, but still. And a year that Greg Maddux went out there and had a 163 ERA. He only had 1 start in the spring training because he was actually quarantined for 10 days. Weird to say this, quarantined for 10 days with chickenpox. Him and Tom Glavine both only made one start. We're both quarantined. And then went and won his fourth Cy Young in a row. So other than seeing what you got in some of the young guys, and most of these teams now pretty much have their 25-man going in if they're the better teams. So most of the spring trainings for the young guys anyways to get some time, and they always get send their spring training in. Who says you can't knock the minor league season down? You know, that's, hey, we pay them the same. You know, knock it down a few games, give them some extra time to show what they can do. To, you know, give them some extra time in Florida for all that matters. But definitely with the facilities and all that, I mean, those are the people that can use it. But saying that, and they only made one start, spring training was 2 weeks. So we're saying that games are March. Let's just say they start March 20th at the earliest, which usually I think it's around March 28th, something like that. Let's just say March 20th. At the earliest, you would have to start spring training March 1st. I would think. So they still got a week just to play around and do whatever, and I think that's what they're doing. You know, like with the lottery draft, the MLB was like, well, you know, and this is the tanking thing. It's like the NBA. Basically, you know, they're throwing balls in a hat, and you know they're going to pick an order. You know, the MLB went from 3 to 4. The MLBPA went down from 8 to 7. The MLB players up their arbitration pool of $5 million. The players' union came down. Their arbitration players eligible from 80 to 75%. And none of the things that the luxury tax, you haven't heard that being talked about. You haven't heard nothing about that. Because I don't really think that that's a thing. If anything, it's a revenue sharing thing to try to get more money to the small market teams. But if you're already trying to do all this with your arbitration players, you know, which means you're going to hurt the small market teams, I don't think that you're going to see the luxury tax thing change too much. I don't think that it's going to go as high as the players want it, and I don't think it's going to go as low as the owners want it. It's going to stay where it is. And the draft lottery doesn't change much for most teams because if you're going to be bad. So you know if you're going to be the Pirates or a team like that, maybe the Royals, and you're fighting for the last, you've still got a chance. You got a 20 if they go 4 players or 7. But let's say they go 4. You got a 25% chance of getting. And who says that first pick always works? So instead of racing for the top 1 pick, you're racing for the top 4, which I don't think is that that much of a difference. Because it seems like most of these teams know who they want to draft before they draft them, and it seems like it's always that you never hear about like, oh, this team is going to draft, you know, Mike Trout, but he was drafted, you know, earlier than people thought. Which, fun fact for no one tell, Randall Richard, who used to play for the Cardinals and now for the Blue Jays, was drafted 1 spot ahead of Mike Trout by the same team. Now, I can understand if it was different when it was 7, so I'll be on the MLBPA on that one. I'll say, you know, 7's a good number. 8, you know, 7, 8, that's a good number. Gives you a little less than a chance. And it's a 1 in 7 chance. It's, you know, I think like the NBA is a little different because you're kind of putting it out there to almost 15 picks. You know, you're not going to get the same quality player usually as you get a 1 in 15 in the NBA, which is a crapshoot almost as much as the MLB is. But usually when they draft a player, you usually know. Like, he's a good player. And, you know, it's not like these guys go straight to MLB like they do in the NBA either. So I kind of just think that, like, this is kind of just playing around and, like, it's guys who are just already in Florida, kind of just being like, hey, let's go ahead and hang out with that. I just think you're putting too much emphasis on it. Well, if we start and we get something going, there's still going to be people around. I think at this point the baseball fans are getting anxious. You know, and the same thing with like, it just seems like, to me, that the stuff that's not put out there, it's stuff that they've already talked about, and you hear it one time and it's skipped up. The DH, when you heard about that one time and it was skipped over. So I guess they just mute it. Oh, we're adding DH for no reason. We're just mutually agreed on, so we'll just not talk about it. I mean, I think at this point with MLB, it's just less information the better. Like there were talks today. We made some concessions. They make us some concessions. We'll get back at it tomorrow. You know, I don't know how they get all this stuff. I don't know if they're letting reporters in. It'd be crazy if they're, because I don't think it happened that way with the Carson Inglewood vote for the football thing. I think that people were staying outside. They were getting told by people that didn't like what was going on. I feel like these MLB writers, like, it seems like they're in it, like, oh, they like the 75, and I don't, you know, and some of the players are talking. Andrew Miller is like, oh, well, we didn't have to be locked out. The owners did this. Well, you've proven before that, well, you didn't have to go on strike in '94, but you did it. But you just did reach the CBA. I'm pretty sure in 2014. You could have maybe extended a little longer, or maybe say, hey, you know, we're going to ride on this CBA as long as possible. You know, we've been working on it for 2 years, but it's expired now. We'll give you till the end of the year, you know, get closer. You know, you could say, I could say if I didn't go on strike first, you know, if you guys didn't go on strike first, or you didn't lock us out, then we would have never been on strike. I mean, that's the point of a union. Is when something's not going your way, that you consistently say is not going your way, then you find a way to make it go your way. The owners just beat you to it, and you seem kind of mad about it. And then he just might be the talking piece. No, he's not even on a major league team yet. That's what I don't get. Is you pitch your talking piece as a free agent guy that, you know, he says all these things and blah blah, and I guess he might sue him for collusion or whatever. But he is an older pitcher that hasn't really pitched that good in the last couple of years. That, you know, might be costing himself a job because he's going out there making all this noise. Like, I don't really think, like the other day when they were like, oh, it was a 15-minute or 40-minute meeting, whatever it was. I think it was like, hey guys, what's up? You know, blah blah blah. Oh, how long we got? Oh, we got another week. Yeah, we're gonna go. I'm gonna go play some golf on Pebble Beach or, you know, wherever I can play. The PGA, wherever. You know, we'll see you next week. I mean, is that really that hard to think that could happen? Like, if you really think about it, it could all be a ploy by the players to be like, you know, we're way off. But, you know, I do want to spend some extra time with my family, or, you know, some of the people that maybe that's got COVID, you know, well, you know, this is, let's make sure I get over this COVID, and, I'm going to stick it out a little bit at home with family, because there's no point to, I'm one of the, you know, whatever, how many players are going to be, but I'm one of the I'm going to make it on this 25-man roster wherever I'm playing. You know, what's the point of going out of spring training? Like, none of this made sense in the first place with free agency even starting. If you guys are going to try to get so much more money and so much more revenue sharing and all that, why would players even sign free? Wouldn't their union say, hey, you know, hold on a second. You know, before you start doing this, you know, let us see your options. Let's see what we're going to get. And I can understand accepting a contract now, and then CBA changing, and then you're getting your revenue share anyways, plus you're getting that 120, 300 million. Oh, totally understandable. If someone offered me that, if, you know, and everybody can say this, well, if they offer me, you know, $1 million a year, I'm doing it. Well, if you can get whatever you want, you know, whatever you want, then let's go get this 300 million. And like Juan Soto was in the news for saying he turned down a $320 million contract for the Nationals. Which is a crazy thing to think about. But if you're going to change all this up, you know, with the arbitration and the Super 2s and revenue sharing and all that. Change the luxury tax so he might be able to go, to a Yankees or a Red Sox or a Dodgers. Why would you sign that contract? If you know you have a chance, if you know that the Nationals, if they sign you the contract, it's hard for them to make themselves a better team. Why would you go to somebody that can sign you for just as close to the contract and go win a World Series, you would just won one? Or you go to somebody that can pay you $400 to $450 million and just change it all up. Even though $320 million would have set you for life, I want to know how much everybody thinks I'm worth. Which kind of sounds conceited in a way. But then, wouldn't it be bad to think that you're worth any less than that? Like one time I was at a job interview and a guy goes, "How much do you think you're worth? How much do you think we should pay you?" And I gave him my honest answer, which is I think I deserve this much. And we can work out a number to where I wouldn't get this much. But after a certain amount of time, and after I can show you what I'm going to do, I'm going to need more than this. And the guy said, No, you're lowballing yourself. You're lowballing yourself. He said, you should tell me that you're worth $1 million. Which me, I'm a little, I guess you would call it self-conscious, so I'm never going to say that. Because it's not, most likely not true. But it did make me think a little bit like, well, am I selling maybe that he thought that what mine was offering was, was amazing and he thought it was too short. I mean, I take that job? No. Number one, because when a guy asks you a question like that, and you give him an honest answer on how you feel, and then he comes with this $1 million bullshit. You're not going to be the guy, bro. I'm not going to be the guy. I'll be this guy to help you make this $1 million, but I'm not going to be the guy that's going to put you over the top, because I need this money too. Somebody's going to let you just take over everything that I got for your little bit of fun. But if you're doing this, and you can get it, then yeah, I'm going there. If I knew that I could go get $1 million from a restaurant right now, or anywhere to work, I'd be doing it. And if you're Juan Soto and you're at this point to where you know how much what everybody else is getting, you can see these $300 million contracts or $200 million contracts are just handed out. Well, hey, let's say I have one more good year and I show I'm the best player in the game. What happens then? And now they don't wait the luxury tax. Look at this team that the Mets have got going, or you look at this team that the Dodgers got going. Yankees, Red Sox, on that list. And definitely with the DH going up, just think like a team thought that, well, if we rest him a little bit, we can get this much more production out of him. And for him, I'd be all down for it because that takes years off my. Actually, it takes less wear and tear on my body, which adds years in my game. Where, hey, maybe I come out of this, with this $400 million, and I go out here and get another $100 million. All fine and dandy. I just think you're putting it to a point where it's kind of getting in people's heads. Like I was saying, like, oh, I'm so tired of hearing about the free agents of the Cardinals. And now I'm like, go ahead and talk about it because it's happening. So go ahead and talk about it. Talk about it getting, in this little free agency scramble that's going to happen right before the season. Go ahead because it's going to happen. But I think in the people that, that are retweeted on the Best Fans of Baseball account or, these people that you read that, want to kill the players after every game. I think that you're putting people that, that always threaten me, you're putting them at a point where they're like, oh, now I'm leaving this time. And maybe they will. And I don't think that many people ever stop getting into something that they like. Like, TV shows are different, I think, than sports. I think if you like baseball, you're a bigger fan. If you like what's going on Channel 2 at 7 o'clock on a, Tuesday night, you can get over that after a while. But I think sports is a whole different thing, because I think It's almost like an adrenaline rush sometimes when you're just sitting here watching sports. And I think that, definitely, I don't live and die with, whatever's on TV, whatever cop shows are, Reno 9, whatever. I said Reno 911, the worst example. CSI Miami would be a better example, of course. But I'm not really living, that's not my heart. My heart's the Cardinals. My heart's watching this. My heart's football. My heart's hockey. My heart's soccer, It's a whole different animal. It's more emotional. It's always got your emotions going for 3 hours. Your adrenaline up. Your heart pumping. Excited to see, when a big play happens. When you're watching TV, that's, it's just a different type of thing. So I think you're putting yourself in a vulnerable position with them type of things. But I don't think they'll ever stop watching the whole thing anyways. And I think a lot of them fans aren't like the type of fans that are really worried about what the sponsors are or anything like that. Like, they know what's going to be on. Like, when I see a sponsor on the Cardinals and Blues podcast, and I might think about them first, but I kind of know that that's always going to be there. And if not, then something catastrophic happened. And I feel the same way about this whole situation. I just think that I kind of think that they're toying with what they think is, a toy that they control and it's already fixed that can never break. And I think that you're putting yourself in a position where the toy might lose an arm and a leg here. And that's not good for anybody. Definitely with all the money that's flowing around and people trying to get more money in that situation, you could be costing yourself money and not even be thinking about it. So, and looking at it, a lot of this is the players to me, just being kind of trying to be, not being, I think that the owners are being stingy and they kind of want to break them a little bit. But I kind of like what the owners got going on. Do I think they can make some adjustments here and there? Yeah, but you're trying to change a whole process at one time. And I think that you should see what you get and then work it over years. So I think it should be, the draft. I think that should be a 7 to 18 team thing. Stops tanking. I do, and with the owners, I do think that there should be, if you're going to top a luxury tax, there should be a bottom line of it. You're going to get fined if you go under this because I'm finding people that are going above it. Now the arbitration thing, because it's been going on for so long, like, I don't know how much of that you can change because of what teams and owners are used to. And I'm with the players and I like the ideas of certain players. I don't know how you can deem to consider what they are, but I like, hey, if these players can go out and make money, let's go out there and make money. And if they're on a lower level team, that also opens spots for other minor leaguers to show what they can do. Look at the difference between Lane Thomas and St. Louis and Lane Thomas in Washington. And you could say the same thing, for the guys like coming from Washington, like T.J. McFarland. But even with, not having Lane Thomas running, look what happened with how much stock you can put in Lance Newbar now. And the funny thing is the Cardinals didn't even try to start out with Lane Thomas. You don't even hear about Justin Williams no more because of Newbar. And then you got Yepes coming up. And I don't know whether the Cardinals plan on playing Gorman and Walker and all that because of how long Arenado's here. But I'm sure, you could probably throw one of them in the outfield. Because you still got, I don't know exactly where Walker is, but I know that Gorman's right on the doorstep, so you have and you keep that flexible open with a guy like Tommy. Look what the Cardinals think that Edmund Sosa did this year. I mean, and you see it every year. It's just not like a random. It's always. It's not like we know this guy. It has been like that for a couple of years with the Harpers and the Vladimir Guerreros. But it always seems like that. The rookie is somebody that you never would thought of to pop out. So I just think that they're putting so much out there that people are thinking, well, this is a bad thing, this is a bad thing, this is a bad thing. But really, I just don't think they're that far apart. I think later in the week you're just going to hear, well, like, everybody can set from this, this, and this. This 80 went down to 50, or this went from 4 to 7, or this went from 25 million to 40 million. I think by Friday that's all you're going to hear. And they're like, oh, we're going to start spring training. We're going to get you a 2 week spring training, and then let's go play 162. Because you've heard the players, and I don't think it's going to be 162 either. Because you've heard the players, well, if you want to expand the playoffs, we still want 162. Well, you can still get paid the same amount either way. And plus you get the playoff money. And if they won't be adding any more teams, I'd kind of be disappointed. But then, if you think about it, if they add any more teams, it's kind of stupid to have 3 wild cards. But if you're going to expand the playoffs, you're not going to just want to expand it 2 games. And you're going to get extra days if you do expand it, just the 1 game for these 2 wild card teams to play. And then they come up and play that number 1 wild card team for 3 games. Which, extending the playoffs, and it's a great thing to say because you can say your team made the playoffs. And that's great, just an extra team to say. But then, maybe you're like last year, you're like, well, maybe the Cardinals had a chance if they went 3 games. Which is totally, completely inaccurate to think of, because what comes after Scherzer at that time with Buehler and Urias. But then, you keep more fans involved and more fans watching, and which helps with the sponsors and all that, and TV ratings. You keep more people watching if you had the playoffs. I think if you cut it down, I think the players are the wrong way on that, is that if you add these, 3 extra games to the playoffs, and you take, whatever, let's just say 3 up, let's say they go 159. I think they should kind of pick up the revenue sharing and all that. And you're still, if you're going to sign $100 million, you're signing whatever you want to sign as a player. Because I'm sure there's just teams out there that always, maybe it's not the 10-year 120, but maybe it's a 7-year, 12 million, and that's a low number. Let's just, 10 years, 20 million. And let's say they go 7 to, and 22. And then now you got the extended playoffs with the revenue sharing. You got to add for chances for teams to go to the playoffs, which means they're going to get seen on TV more, which always, the more you see people, the more people that know people, the more people hear about the people from other people, and the more money you're going to get from that, because your name's more known. Because you were in the playoffs on ESPN, or MLB Network, or TBS, or where they were going to throw it. And let's just say for them that 1 game playoff, they had a different network. Maybe they had NBC for 1 baseball game a year, and you get another big revenue share off that. So I think that the players are kind of boxing themselves in to a position that I don't know if they've really thought out the whole way. I understand, like, wanting to make the younger players, get more money and the revenue share and go up and all that. I understand fighting. But I think the older players should think, like, we wish we would have got paid for this shit. Well, let's fight us for as much as we can give them. But let's get ours, too. And let's not let this falter. Let's not let this destroy our sport. People are starting to think this is going to be 94 all over again. And I just don't think either side will let that happen. I don't think the owners will ever. I think with the owners lockout, you're kind of locking out. They're locking out everybody. So are they going to break that lockout and then say, oh, well, once we break it, we can do whatever we want. We're going to replace the players. Can they literally do that now because they started this whole thing? So, I mean, they kind of box themselves. And I don't think the owners have boxed themselves in that much, because they're saying, hey, we're willing to concede on some things. We're just not willing to concede as much as you're trying to make us concede. So I think that what the players don't understand is that you're disconnecting from the fans here, because the fans aren't going to just be on your side. You're trying to say, well, the owner did this and the owner did this, and they're just not. And this is why this is happening. Well, when they keep hearing you refuse this and you refuse that, and all that good stuff, you're kind of alienating yourself from the people that you're trying to bring into your circle. Because I absolutely don't think that everybody thinks this is the owner's fault because they locked him out. Definitely with as much as the players are putting out in the news. In the beginning, I felt like the owners were kind of being, dickheads about it and all that. But they've kind of been quiet about it and just kind of been saying, here and there, it makes them sound better because they're saying, well, we conceded to this. Even though it's not a big jump, in difference of what they came before. But like I said, I think the quieter you keep, and you just say, this was our offer today, this is what we did, and, peace out. I think you kind of grade yourself with the fan base saying, hey, we're trying, and look at the players. Look at what they said. And then they go read the statements, they go look at Sports Illustrated articles, or listen to interviews and all that. And then they're like, well, it seems like you guys are the ones that are causing this when you're blaming it on the owners. Like, I think they should stop letting Max Scherzer talk. Because he sounds kind of like just like a guy that just got $43 million and he's kind of whining about it. And I don't completely understand that. And I understand what they're trying to do is they're trying to get younger players in. They see different players. You bring a younger fan base in. Blah, blah, blah. Well, you're messing with... This should all be about doing that and not money. Because all it sounds like is you're worried about money and you say you want to do all these things. Well, you kind of have to play baseball first. You kind of have to have it some point for people to see. Because even during the pandemic, when people were watching, that Korean League on ESPN, it had to be for ESPN to have it on there. I'm not going to lie, I've seen the Korean League a couple of times, mostly while I was at work, but I was intrigued. I was trying to figure out who the players are. There was a couple that I knew, and I was like, wow, this is something, this is a little different, but it's something to watch. It's baseball. So I think if you put yourself in the point to where you're gonna lose something because of the shortest attention span theater that everybody has now, they'll be like, wow, this KBO is a lot different. This is fun. Kind of like how soccer's grew. Kind of like how any other sport's grown over the past few years. People thought that the glory years of NASCAR were, the 80s and 90s. Well, NASCAR's in one of the best spots it's ever been. I mean, the loss of interest in, a sport like football was one of the, and probably still the biggest of the four major sports. But with everything that's going on with the concussions and all that, people have lost interest. And I think that sports is one of the things that's the easiest thing to lose interest to because you're like, oh man, I got to sit here and do this for 3 hours. And I can't, much less think for 3 hours, do anything for 3 hours. It's hard to work for 3 hours straight. And I got to sit here, trying to get into the sports game thing when I can go, get these little highlights on ESPN and do whatever the hell I want the rest of my day. I think that's a problem with Rams fans and LA because there's just so much to do in LA where it's like, why would I waste 3 hours watching a effing football game? Even if it is the world's greatest stadium. I think that people just grew up now where everything is on demand. And, if I want to watch that football game, I can turn it on right before I go to sleep and I'll get as much as I need out of it. You know what I'm saying? And I just think that the MLB has lost sight of that. I just think, well, we're the MLB. We're the big bad MLB. We can do this. Well, I'm pretty sure that you can't. All right, take a break. This is the Great RCL Sports Podcast in the SG4L Media Network. Welcome back to the Greater STL Sports Podcast from the SG4L Media Network. Robert Bowlesby here with you. You can tweet the network at SG4LMN1. You can tweet the podcast at GSTLSP. That's what I've been doing for the last couple weeks. I looked up some stories for you to look up on the internet. We call this a little segment we like to call Weird News. And there's some pretty good ones that I looked up. I mean, if I went to all of them, we'd be going on hour-long segments on weird news. But a Lyft driver gets his ear off bit on the highway in St. Louis. A joyrider takes a white Bronco and drives around the infield of Petro Park in San Diego. And then there was a motorcycle chase before the NBA All-Star Game. I guess I'll hit on the Uber one first. I knew I couldn't do that. I knew it. The problem with me with the Uber thing is I don't get mad when I mess up my own stuff as much as I get mad when other people messed it up. So if you had somebody yell, and I've seen the videos on Facebook and YouTube and all that, and I have friends that do it that have told me crazy stories of people throwing stuff at you in your car. Let someone throw something at me in my car. Well, I would be so. I swear I couldn't handle. I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of. Like, I'm sometimes uncomfortable around. Not like I wouldn't say large groups of people. I'm uncomfortable around. I was gonna say. I didn't mean to say large groups. Around people, I would say. At sometimes. Like if someone riding with me in the back seat of my car, trying to talk to me, I don't know if I could handle it. And then the other two with the car chase, or the motorcycle chase before the All-Star Game, and then the car driving to Petro Park. I was trying to think of like the last time I ever went on like a joyride, like a real joyride. Like I was going to have some fun. Like there's been times in the snow where I've been driving the truck or something, and you do donuts or whatever, have a little fun. But I can't remember like since I was probably 16, 17, 18 years, where I actually went out and was like, yeah, I'm gonna mess up with stuff tonight. Like I remember going to the end of the Rock Road and trying to do stupid stuff in a stick Ford Tempo at that. When I ended up killing the car battery, we had to I forgot, it's not called jump start the car, but whatever. We had to get the car started without jumper cables. Pop start. So I mean, I've done some less than okay stuff in cars. Going back to the Rock, thinking about trying to drive up mud hills and stuff like that. But I can't remember, I can't remember the last time I actually did something that wrong in a car or thought about even going on a joyride. Like, and who thinks about going in a stadium? Who sees a gate open in a stadium? The people that said they let him in said, "Oh, I thought he was part of the ground crew," and they just let him. And he drove right through the right field wall. He was on the field. Drove in the middle of the field. Infield's all dirt somehow. I guess they just go right. I guess they're patched. I don't know how that works. I'm not a ground crew member. It was on a ground crew. I don't know. We never had to deal with baseball field. But I just can't see like I know I'm going to jail, and that doesn't sound too appealing to me. But it's just funny to see them kind of stories. Definitely the one with the lady biting the Uber driver's ear off, and then she stole his car. Not even that. The lady stole his car. Threw the guy's phone out the window, and then when he was trying to get out of the car, she stole the car. So, pretty funny stuff right there. Now I want to talk a little bit about the sports gambling thing going on in the legislature of Missouri. This is the 20th bill that sports betting has been involved in that's gone through the Missouri legislature. Now, the state that's right across the river, the state that we're, fighting for money for, definitely with the casinos and, just not another place you want to hand money to. About gambling whenever you want. Now, another little proposed bill that's going through the House right now, you can only bet on certain Missouri major sports teams. None of them involve college teams. They involve the Cardinals, the Blues, the New St. Louis City soccer team, the Kansas City Royals, and the Chiefs. And then also Kansas City women's soccer. So Sporting KC is not even in there, which is crazy to even think about that. You'll have St. Louis City in there, but you didn't get it okay from Sporting KC, which probably means that they weren't offering the share of the revenue that they thought they should get. Now, this bill supposedly, if it's passed, could bring between 7.8 and 15 million to Missouri. Now, I'm just going to say right here, the casinos are reporting 50 million in Las Vegas for the Super Bowl, just off the Super Bowl. And somehow we got some bill for 15 million. With all these millions and millions of dollars, and 15 million is better than nothing. No thing at all. Now, I'm with the legislators, with the people that are talking about it, with the representatives, whatever you would call them, on one thing that, high school sports should be involved. Now, and one guy said, hey, we probably need to look at this and say, hey, college teams should probably be involved in this too, which of course would generate money. But they also don't want in-game betting in there, which makes zero sense because then you're getting money by the second of whatever happens. These people don't want it in there. Of course they don't. Let's be behind everybody as much as we can. Let's be behind it with the marijuana thing. Let's be behind it with the sports gambling thing now. Let's just keep being behind. Let's just keep being worse off than everybody else. Because these people can just go, right to Illinois, or which doesn't seem like the farthest drive in the world. Doesn't also seem like the best state to live in Colorado. And that's just the ones I can think of off the top of my head. What do you think in a state that's always complaining about money? Number one, you would get all the sports teams involved. I understand the college a little bit more. I don't understand the Sporting KC thing at all. I don't know how you can limit gambling. I understand trying to keep people safe and all that, and doing all that. And, but that's the point of bets off, and, and they can see what you're doing. When you're putting your name on something, they can see. They're like, hey, this guy might be going overboard, or hey, this guy's, winning too much money off us. We got to stop this somehow. Instead of, nah, you can only bet on these 5 teams with no in-game betting. Just all of it to think about. How much money, just even with the college team, with people, with football. But the same thing if I'm going to say that with the college sports, with college football, and then also with college basketball, the same way, definitely with March Madness. I think you could make money on by the second. You could make double the money. More than double the money if you're letting them bet college games and they're betting in game on college. But you could do that with all the teams. And their big thing was like, well, we don't want high school sports, and blah blah blah. It's not in there, but we need college in there. I'm cool on the high school sports. That can make everything worse. You're basically putting it on kids doing money for and people are going to kill all these things. Do you really want somebody out there? And I'm not going to say it's that much of a difference with college football, but you're talking about 15-year-olds over 18 to 22-year-olds. And mostly 19 and 23-year-olds. If someone lost a lot of money over something like that, you could see them very easily going after one of these kids. Definitely now without everything that seems like everybody's just going effing nuts. Like it just seems like at any time that you're going to hear something like this come out to where, kids getting killed for this, or, somebody's getting killed for that. And you hear about people like robbing, like, just all these stores, and like literally looting stores because people aren't going after them for it. You steal, something for 5 cents in Missouri, and there's a big possibility you're going to jail that day. And, I might be going over a little bored on that, but still, you watch these videos and you see all these people looting, you're like, I don't think I can get away with that in Missouri. And, like, it's not like looting during a protest or anything like that, or, the riots, whatever they wanted to call Ferguson. the protest riots, I guess you would essentially start as a protest, cause a riot, whatever you want to call it. These people are doing it during broad daylight, and people are just watching them run out of the stores and just let them go. Someone running it up like, oh, they're getting at me too. Like, people are a little more brazen nowadays than they used to be. Not me. Not me at all. And I mean, I guess the more the generations change, and of course it's probably the generation when I thought I could do whatever I want, which, you know, was my teenage years. But yeah, but what this is all about is, I can understand that wanting to have high school sports in there. And I can understand all this. I can understand trying to keep some kind of control over it. But you're basically saying you want all the control of this. You're going to pick what people can bet on. You're going to pick what sports teams that people can like. Look, what if somebody from St. Louis and it's somebody from Missouri? Let's say northern Missouri. Is a fan of the Cubs or something, and you're basically taking another right from their vote and basically saying, well, this is all you can do, even though you're a fan of this and you're a fan of that. Like, you're basically telling people what they have to do. You're basically telling people you have to vote for the Cardinals or the Blues. I mean, you know, with college sports, with the people living in Kansas City, with Kansas, and you're not getting Missouri anyways. But even that, you're basically forcing people to have a fandom just for something that essentially what some people might do it for a living, and some people might go overboard with it, but just as something fun for people, and you're going to make money off it. You're costing yourself money because you want to control everything. Now tell me where that makes sense at. And it's just like the weed thing. Every time they come up with, they come up with a new rule every time. Oh, you didn't get your license. We're going to make you pay this $500 for license, but we control all this. So we'll decide when and where we'll give you your license, or if you'll get it. When you could just sanction it, just like you could do the gambling, make money off it, let people basically do whatever they want in a controlled environment, and just sit back and make money. But no, I want to sign this bill. This bill I'm going to sign with my name on it. I want to be this, I want to be this next guy. And look what I did for the gambling in Missouri. Look what I did for the marijuana in Missouri. Instead of this all coming together and being like, is weed really that bad? It's been used for medicine. If we keep it in a controlled environment, keep it under a certain amount, make sure that people don't turn it into a crime thing. Stop probably some of the crime because we're essentially becoming taxable drug dealers. So we're taking crime away from the people that rob people for the little bits of weed that they do here and there. And some of it's big, but I've seen people get robbed for 10, 20 sacks, and it'd be a serious situation. And also, and people want to say weed's a gateway drug, but if it's not to some people, and maybe you say, hey, well, we're giving this free thing out, and maybe you deter some people from doing other drugs because it's not as hard to get, or definitely nowadays how much easier opiates are to get, or fentanyl, or whatever, than it is to get weed. Not saying that that's totally true. I exactly don't know if that's true, but it seems like it's true. But same thing with the gambling. Hey, let's let them go ahead and bet the college football and March Madness and all that. And maybe you don't think that bookkeeping you consider it a crime, but when you deter other crime if you did that, because people ain't gonna people will go bet on the Cardinals stuff, but if they want to bet on something, they'll find a way to do it. Now, I've heard people going over to the Casino Queen and making bets or sitting in the parking lot and making bets on DraftKings and stuff like that. Which I don't know how much trouble you could get in for that. So we won't name no names or nothing, but I know people that have done it. I've heard people say it on the radio, that, calling on the radio shows, or maybe even the host, who knows, saying that they've done it. Doesn't seem to be a problem in Illinois. You don't hear about a bunch of sports betting crowd over in Illinois. You see that brings more sponsors. You see that brings DraftKings over to start their own sports book. You control something. But what's so bad about somebody putting their own money in a machine and it either winning you money or losing you money? What is that costing you? Except the fact that because you can't regulate it? Because they find a way around your stupid ass rules? And it's just something we talk about. And it's why I'm so worried about the $790 million being spent. Because it's not just in St. Louis, it's nowhere in this state we can get it together. I mean, they got it together in Kansas City with what they did around the stadiums out there and building it up. But this is a Missouri thing that we just can't get together. So many people working and fighting against each other. The whole political, and I'm not going to talk about too much of those, but the whole party thing should be thrown out. Honestly, everything should be ran off committees. To me, you should get 6, 7 people that know what you're doing for whatever, 2 years, almost like an arbitration board. And this stuff is being figured out between hundreds of people that just want their name on a piece of paper and say they did this and did this, I did this and I did that. They're on purpose not getting along to get their way. And it's kind of stupid. And I'm not even the biggest gambler in the world. And that's what I think irritates me even more, that, like, well, if I wanted to spend my money on something, I should be able to spend my money on it. Because you've already taxed me on it. So you're just basically getting another tax off me. And you're mad about that? No, I can't remember where I heard this, but someone was saying that your money's taxed up to 3 times. By the time you spend that money and cash your check and go through all that, by the time you make the money, it goes through the system, you cash it, you go into the store or whatever, you pay for what you have to pay for, which is already taxed. Then they throw another tax on it. And so really, essentially, you're only getting about half of whatever you've actually made. And maybe that's the way they're thinking. Is like, well, we're not going to get the, it's after it gets taxed and goes through this process, through DraftKings and the sport, and all that. Well, we're not going to get the money. Haven't you got enough? Don't we pay you already? Crazy amounts of money, pensions, all kinds of stuff. And it's just about now you've grown an ego, and now it's all about ego. It's all about what you did. It's never about what we can do for the people. And that's their great little line that everybody uses. Well, what we're going to do for you. What we're going to do for you. And everybody said it. Biden said it. Trump said it. Trump seems to be a little bit better at it than Biden, but they have all said it. And what have they really done? Gas prices go up. They go down. You get all happy when they go down, and they go back up, and you don't remember when they were $4 a gallon. Same thing with milk. Same thing with anything. And definitely with the pandemic and people not being able to ship stuff and everything going up like that. Inflation's a big thing. It's kind of like the same thing with, like, even used cars now, or houses, anything like that. Everything's gone up to where, it's 50, you lost 50% of the value once you drive it off the lot. Well, that ain't the case no more. Or houses that are worth 150,000 and people are, going at them for 190, 200,000. So, what you think is, were you ever really getting a bargain? But you probably weren't. It's a thing. Everything in this world is almost like a stock. There's always times when that stock's real high, and there's always times when that stock's real down. And the funny thing is, usually when that stock's real down in real life, it's usually way up on the stock market. There's a reason why it's down. And that's the problem, is that people just don't think this stuff. I think they just think, like, well, we've had this for so long. We've had, and most of that stuff that goes through, like, legislators and stuff like that, or through the president, or however you want to through the government, is usually the guy before them. It usually takes 2, 3, 4 years for things to even even look like they're getting done. So you could say, well, Trump had the gas prices down, but how do we know that wasn't part of what Obama was already setting up? And he just fell right into the lap of luxury. But at least when he knew he fell that lap of luxury, even though he was cocky about it, he knew what he fell into. And that's the problem here with the sports gambling thing, is these politicians in Missouri haven't realized that they're getting it thrown at them. Not only to help them, but help the state. And also provide another form of entertainment that we're not going over to Illinois, or we're not going to Kansas, or we're not going to Colorado to do these, to make a little bet on, the Cubs. Or even the Cardinals. Well, at this point right now, any team in St. Louis, you have to go over to Illinois to do. And for this to now just be coming out, oh, we got this bill through. Well, all these people have to see these bills. Someone has to approve this bill to get it where it's at. But now all of a sudden, when this bill all of a sudden gets to a point where it can be voted on and it can pass, all of a sudden there's bad things about it. It's kind of like it's an economic bill, and they kept trying to throw something, a bunch of money for abortion in there. It's the same thing essentially, and abortion's way worse. And I won't even act like it's not. But, just to even, can't we just do one thing at a time? Like, why does a bill have to, I understand wanting to get certain stuff passed through, stuff needs to be passed through, blah, blah, we can throw it in there. But why would we, when we're making money off, trying to make $15 million off one thing, why are we worried about this other thing that probably isn't costing us $15 million? Probably literally costing us nothing to have the video game machines in the bars. Probably literally costing the state of Missouri nothing. Except they think they're missing out on some kind of tax revenue. So because you're missing out on a small revenue, I mean, the poker machines are everywhere, so I understand at this point it could be a bigger revenue. But it takes a lot to get to $15 million. Why wouldn't I just accept that $15 million first and then try to go get the other 15? Why do I have to get 30 at once? Where I know I'm going to get this 15 and more if I went the right way about it and let people do, what they wanted to do. But if now I can go get this 15, that I'm automatically going to get. And let's just say it's not 15. Let's say at the low point they say it's, 7.8 million. Okay, well, I'm going to go get this 8 million. And let's say these poker machines are done already. I'm going to go get this other 8. Then I don't need nothing. I got my 15 million. And then we can go after whatever you want. The first time this bill ran through it, whatever it said, it should have been passed easily. Wouldn't have been a thought on my mind not to pass it if I was one of the people. But it depends on what else was on the bill. That's the problem here. Everybody has to have their little points. The Republicans got to have their shit on there, and the Democrats have to have their stuff on there. Everybody has to have a piece of the pie. Well, we can all get this piece of the pie right here, but because you like this piece of the pie, I want this other piece of pie. So I want 2 pies. And so this other side's like, well, I want 2 pies. when we're not going to eat the two pies. We're never even close to eating the two pies. But we could just all share this one pie and just be happy about it. And be like, hey, we did something. And that's what, and the people that always have that kind of opinion never get voted in. Never say, the ones that say, hey, I'm not trying to be this politician. I mean, I want to help. Those guys never get voted in because they're never on the same side with their constituents. So you're never on the same side with the left. You're never on the same side with the right. You're never on the same side. And if you're not, and the problem is there's so many people out here that have lost hope in so many things, definitely with America, definitely with hope, that they want to believe in something, and they've gone political to do it. And it was just the wrong way to go, and so there's no middle people anymore. And I'm saying that at some point you don't need to be that middle person. You need to pick a side. Whether you're left or right or up or down. Sometimes you have to pick a way to go. And even though this person is telling you that it's not the best way to go, but you know in your gut that person just wants a little something more for them. Well, if I can help out, if I'm only helping out this small group of people, when I can help out this large group of people, and I might look bad to certain people, but in the long run, it could look good. And that's the problem, is the voting thing is never really a vote. They're going to see what your opinion is and see how much people have that opinion and be like, oh, well, maybe we should go that way. But if they really know what they can put out there and what's going to go on, they found multiple ways always to manipulate that. And that's not just that's around the world. Your vote is an opinion. Your vote is never fact. Your vote is your state opinion. And that's part of the problem, is people think that your vote can be fact. So you go and tell all these people how you feel, and you think you can control this. You can't change everybody's mind how life works. And that's what, and so there'll never be a 50-50 consensus on things ever, because you still have people that want to choose how their life goes, whether it's left, right, up, or down. But the politicians don't think that way. They think that they can control you because they have all the power. And that's what they're doing with the gambling. And that's what they did when they did all the things with the Rams, which was smart on their part. But because the government has their agendas and all that, it's why we lost. It's why we lost the Rams. It's why we lost the Cardinals before that. It's why the Cardinals, the baseball Cardinals, are threatening to move to Illinois. It's why we're publicly funding an MLS team right now. Because everybody has their agenda. Or it could just be like the MLS team is good for the people. How is that not a consistent with thing? Well, we have to spend this amount of money. It never becomes totally our money. Because, if we would have my way, we would have got more. Which is the dumbest thing. Or if we would have went to... And I can understand that people can think that, well there's so many of them. So there's so many Democrats. And so that you could think that they all are going to agree on everything. But they're not. It just doesn't work that way. Nobody I can ever think about in history of life has ever agreed on the same things 100% of the time. But they have new people who make you believe that. And that's why I'm a Republican or I'm a Democrat. and like, really, the people should have together, the mayor, the governors, and all that, should all got together and say, we're going to pick these certain people that we believe have contrary beliefs, but have worked with the Republicans before, or the Democrats before, or have worked with people against their, you know, have worked with their own party on stuff that they didn't totally agree with, but they worked hard to get it to where it's a consensus, and it's going to help the people. But now when people get so cocky because they get in there and they get voted in, and then they get whatever they want at first, because at first people believe in them. Then when they're in there for, 2, 3, 4 terms, if they just think that, well, I got this through before, it's not going to be that hard again, and if not, I'll just fight it. And I'll get these, people on my side, and then, I'll have some kind of leverage, because, well, they all won't know it's not going to pass. Whether I believe it should or not, I want my say. I want my 2 cents. I want my glory. Instead of just letting people have their own glory. And it's like, I don't see how anybody would think that, like, it would be cool to have someone, bet some parlay somewhere on March Madness and, like, wow, they're going to win a lot of money. I think this is just a role to say, like, well, if we keep it at this, it's harder than just the bet to know what's going to happen every night. Instead of going around the world and doing as much betting as you can trying to win money. A sportsbook's not just taking money from Joe Schmo. They're also taking money from, Jack Dorsey's a bad name. I couldn't think. I was going to say Big Jack and didn't know why. But let's just say, whoever downtown, Lori downtown making, $500,000 a year, they could afford to throw, 5,000 in a game. They could lose, and you're only taking $20 from this guy, But this guy had fun doing it, and he got to do whatever he wanted. And that doesn't matter to them, because it's not what they say. Like the main guy in the bill was a Republican from St. Peter. And I'm going to tell you, I've been on the Republican side a little more lately. But the guy just sounded like an effing idiot. Everything he said. Well, we're going to do this. Well, we need this in here. And then saying stuff that wasn't even in the bill. But if we're doing this, we have to get this. We have to get this dealt with. Why? So let's delay what. Sooner or later, someone's going to make it the inevitable. Someone's going to come in here and be like, man, we messed up. Like, dude, we could have been making this money since 2018. Are you serious? And with gambling being legal everywhere, it can only grow. Like, I'm sure that there's people that can't go to the casino queen in Illinois, but I can go over here to, you're going to get people from around the world. I mean, it's happened with lotteries before, which I don't know how that works, but people that have bought lottery tickets in different states, or scratchers in different states. Just because we live in St. Louis and you try to make this like prison and make it feel like it, almost, in a sense, the best kind of prison, and try to trap us in and trap us under your rules. I mean, it's just inevitable for people to leave and go do whatever they want in a place that doesn't let you do whatever you want. And this is how people roll. They're going to have their people that are going to comply to all the rules and all that, and just want to be safe as possible. But you're going to have a lot more and be like, and if whoever passes it through, I mean, you got to think, if it's a Democrat or Republican that passes it through, half, more than probably half of the Republicans that the Democrat gets it through are going to go against the rules. It's the same way they're on the other side. And people are like, well, no, we're not like that. Our party's not like that. As Republicans, we stand by our, shut up. You say about your people when you need to. When everybody thinks that Trump's going to, be like the dictator of the world. You know, and that's the funny thing is, it still goes on. It's been 2 years, people. It's over. It's like the Rams thing, except it was like 5 years and they won a Super Bowl like last week. But it's over. Get over it. And I think what Trump was, he was just loud and boisterous and just said things that made you think like, hey, these people are kind of stupid. Like these are people, he's not lying. Like it made them people question themselves almost and say, oh yeah, I got out because of the bullying and all that. If you thought you had a chance to win, you ain't getting out. Promise you that. Promise. So they can blame it on all, but he was just putting it out there to like, you know, he could say he wasn't gonna be a politician all he wants, and he knew he was gonna have to fall into that trap. But what he did was go out there and prove to people that, you know, these politicians ain't big, you know, this big, you know, up on this stool, up on the, you know, we're carrying them around the nation on their throne. They're people just like me and you that just think they control you. And I think that was part of the problem with Trump, is that he was like, well, if I can take the section away that don't want to be controlled, I'll run this forever. But then when it got to a point to where it was like, yeah, this dude's like off the wall a little bit. Like, we kind of need to just slow it down a little bit. The Democrats made sure he was out. Votes or whatever. He wants, my favorite thing is him to say the votes. Well, I mean, the votes don't matter if you could win, you know, the votes anywhere. But the electoral college controls all that. You lost, bro. Go look at the records, do whatever you gotta do. But it's already 2 years old, so you're already, if you're gonna run 24 or whatever it is, then you probably should start thinking about that than what happened 2 years ago. You should probably start moving forward a little bit. And that's the same problem with our government. We just don't move forward. Once we think something's there, I mean, I'm pretty sure that, I was seeing something today, but some guy, you know, I can't remember if it was Schmidt or Greitens or whoever it was, some guy, you know, has no problem being in politics, is coming back and running for the U.S. Senate. I'm pretty sure it was Schmidt. But, not that it matters, but they just try to go in there and just go in there and just wrong. Well, yeah, he was a politician in St. Louis and Missouri for 10 years, now he wants to be the governor, and we just let it happen. And I highly, highly don't understand it. Because we do got some good, smart people out here. The Antonio French thing I never understood, because he's not one of them. But you can hear some of these politicians that get out here and say, you know, how they really feel and what they're going to do. And you could take most of that with a grain of salt. As I do on anything that's said by a politician. But that's how you have to take it. You just kind of go in there and say, hey, this guy's going to give me a certain amount of things, but it doesn't sound like he's going to stop everything I'm trying to do. And I'm just disappointed that it comes to this again. And then I almost talk about it every show, but you know, they're just going to keep trying to control us in any way they can, and that's why you get $790 million to try to hopefully build up your city, and it's just going to go to shambles. And that's why I was so worried. That's why I was talking about the XFL thing so much. And it was Greitens, of course. I was going to call him Eric Schmidt. It was Eric Greitens. But whoever it is, just another person that's recycled through the Great Gateway, St. Louis, Missouri. They come and fall in there and say all this and all that. And we're going to do this and we're going to do that. I mean, Tashara Jones, Sam Page, all this. Oh, we're going to fight for you. Yeah. Did a very good job of it. Do a really good job. Crime's down. Not. Rams didn't leave. You know. You fought over a soccer team to where it has to publicly be funded, which means you get more money out of it. That was smart. the Cardinals basically privately fund everything that they do, so you're not making too much money off that stadium or Ballpark Village. That was fun. That helped the people. Help the people that, go to Cardinal games. Help the city of St. Louis. Zero for the people that don't. For your crime-ridden, run-down city. City limits. Certain parts of the city, too. The city's not even that bad. We've done our playing times. Lived down there for a little bit. Wasn't that bad at all. Every now and then you'll hear, I was living down there by a dome. Every now and then you hear some gunshots and stuff like that. But it wasn't as bad as like people act like. I don't know how it is on the north side, but it wasn't that bad down there on the south side. But if you bring more money in, let's just say, well, yeah, we're going to need more money for cops to do this. Well, do this thing. Well, if we're getting $15 million off sports books and stuff like that, which I can't see, but even what we get, we can put that to police funding that we've had to take money away from. That's probably why people are doing the things they do. And definitely with all the things that are happening with now the cops are getting charged with anything they do, because 90% of it they should get charged for. That people are going to pretty much, see what they can get away with. And that's not people's fault. That's the government and the police's fault. You guys did this. And now people are rebelling. And that's not on Trump. That's just people, like, kind of just getting fed up. So, what I understand, because I'm fed up, where I got to read this, all the particulars of this stupid bill. It's disheartening to read that we can't get it done. It's disheartening that the state next to us gets everything done. 10 times. It's like when, you get the Chiefs gear in Africa when they lost the Super Bowl. That's kind of how I feel with St. Louis. We're just now finding out that the Chiefs won the Super Bowl, but whoever. Okay, let's just go this year with the people getting people in Africa getting the Bengals Super Bowl shirts. Or the San Francisco Western Conference shirts. I feel like that's what we're getting in St. Louis, and then we just find out, 5 years later that, the Los Angeles Rams won the Super Bowl. And if they won the NFC Championship. We just found that out. It just happened 3-4 years ago. And we're late on everything. We're late to the party and everything. That's what happens when and people just don't realize it because they're trying to love their city, which I understand, me too. But when you hear about them almost losing the baseball Cardinals, that attract 3 million people a year, that bring money to your hotels, people are coming from all over the place. The Cardinals is a brand. St. Louis ain't the brand. The Cardinals are the brand. And you almost lost that brand. And you're not making crap off of it. You make your little taxes and stuff, but you give them tax reprieves on all the build stuff. I'm not going to call it unusable land or non-usable land. The land that you're not using that could be built in something on it, something that provides money to the city. We can't get that out. But hey, we could sure get all these pensions out. We could sure pay you whatever we pay you for this thing. But we can't. We're not going to gain nothing for that. We don't. We give them the land. What if Busch Stadium wasn't downtown? What if it was across the river? What if it was right across the Stanton Bridge? What would St. Louis have then? And it's just that they don't care. And that's hard to just think about. Probably because I care. And the people that don't care, just want to watch baseball and hockey, are probably saying, why are you talking about this so much on the podcast lately? Well, I think with the Rams thing and then reading the sports betting thing and with the marijuana thing that should have been years ago, it's just got to a point where it's irritating. And it's not an everyday thought of mine. It's an everyday podcast for some reason. It's because the stupid crap that they do. it's got to be one of the most untrustworthy governments in the United States. I think Cook County might have us beat. But they're smart enough to get some of that revenue in Illinois to a state that was a few years ago, and I haven't heard that in a while, that was dying for money. Well, they got weed, they got this sports betting stuff. You ain't heard about that in a while, have you? I mean, they literally had like half their political office in prison for stuff that they've done. Governors. Prison. So you think that maybe their politics would be a little more, watch over, like ours would be a little more lax than theirs. No. We have nothing, and all of a sudden, you don't hear a word about how broke Illinois is. Huh. Wonder how that happened. Oh, they probably, instead of, saying, hey, you can only vote on the Cubs and the Bulls, and there's nothing else, I guess you could vote on the Chicago Fire and the Blackhawks. But, yeah, that's it. No, it said, hey, let's make some money around here. Like, how can a state that's been so broke just overpass us? Not that we were ever above them, but you would think we would want to not be the state that's behind them. So you're having a state that's already above you just flying past you. It's not a very hard matter to climb. Yet we can't. The state of Missouri can't climb it. Can't figure out why or how to climb it. It's not a mountain. It's a step ladder. And you can't step on all them steps at one time. It's one step at a time. And of course, we gotta again, gotta be forced. And this is coming from a person that doesn't bet. It doesn't like politics. Doesn't try to get into this stuff. I just don't understand why you're taking a form of something that makes you money and brings entertainment to people. Give people something to do at home, because people ain't coming out here to get killed in the city. So let's bring them entertainment to themselves. Let's help people want to be here. Why? Why have a dying city? It's the second largest city in the United States of America. Do people understand that? The 21st market is the second largest city. I mean, St. Louis used to be it. Walt Disneyland's were going to be built here. So we got Six Flags in Eureka. You can call Six Flags St. Louis all you want. I'm gonna call it Six Flags Eureka. Probably because you couldn't figure that out. I never looked at the story, but you probably couldn't figure that out. Couldn't figure out the Walt Disney thing. Couldn't figure out two football teams. I almost had your baseball team in Illinois. Wouldn't that have been something? What would they do? I should have thought this out a second ago before I went on my little rant. What would they do with the sports betting if the Cardinals were actually, their little legitimate address was Illinois, an Illinois address? What if Ballpark Village was in Illinois? I mean, these are things to think about. This city is screwed up, and we're just gonna keep letting them do it. But how would they make that bet? Like, we can vote on the St. Louis Cardinals because they say St. Louis, but their address is Illinois, though. And I'm not like the smartest guy at the betting thing. Like I said, I'm not the biggest gambler guy. I just don't understand why you would want to give people, this stops people from having options to do whatever they want. I just don't get it. I don't see why you would want to regulate something so much, because I'm gonna guess the less you regulate it, the more money you make. I'm just gonna guess that one. Because I'm sure that DraftKings ain't coming out here to have their sports book and saying, hey, we ain't gonna pay you nothing on this, or we're not gonna pay our taxes on this. And I don't know if DraftKings actually owns the sports book. I'm sure that someone owns the sports book and DraftKings just has their name on it. But you don't think that, like, when they're changing this horseshoe thing and you get sports betting over here and it's got the horseshoe with the DraftKings sports book, you don't think that's going to be something eye-popping to people when it first starts. People, something like, oh, I've heard of the horseshoe before. I didn't, never really heard of Lumiere. Like, let's go see what's going on down here. Even though it's owned by the same people, blah, blah, all that. But just add another reason for them to go down there. Now they can go play in a sports book too while they're going down there and gambling and having fun and getting out and doing what you're supposed to do in a major city. Instead of sitting at home and watching reruns of CSI Miami and contemplating why I live in St. Louis. Because sometimes you do got to like, why do I live here? And when you live in the middle of nowhere, we'll say the greater St. Louis region like I do, you really got to start thinking like, what I hear about in the city, like, would I really want to live in this city? Like, crime goes on in any major city because it's a major city. There's money flowing around. Just not here. It happens all outside of this city. This is a city that doesn't have enough to have major crime go on everywhere. Yet it happens. Because we allowed it. Because we done messed up the money so much that we can't fund everything. With a team that brings in $300 million fans. With the Blues that are sold out, almost every game of the year. Yeah, we have let all these things get privately funded instead of trying to help us dying city. It's just 0 cents. 0. None at all. And it still is a funny thought to me to think about what would happen if the Cardinals' actual address was Illinois. Like, how would the sportsbook regulate that, I wonder? Now, I actually wanted to talk about this before doing the sports betting thing, and I had 2 pieces of paper going and had things written all over the place, so I kind of missed it. But the Juwan Howard thing. Big fan of Juwan Howard. Big fan of Big Three. I remember being a young kid in the college days, and when they were at Michigan, and they created a culture at that time because nobody was wearing the baggy basketball shorts and all that. They came in a different era. During the hip hop era, which also helps, and when you're 3 of the best players in the nation all on one team, I mean, you're going to get some notoriety. And a funny thing I seen about that Big Three thing was if Juwan Howard should have smacked anybody, he should have smacked Chris Webber for calling a timeout. And if you remember, Chris Webber called a timeout and late in the game of the Final Four, the timeout that they didn't have. So big Juwan Howard fan. Remember the Wizards days, the Dallas days, all that. So he ends up smacking an assistant coach after an altercation started because he went to a coach and said, I won't forget that about calling timeout. And the coach kind of shut him with his elbow a little bit. Now, I've watched the video a few times, and you can kind of see that he puts maybe his arm up, maybe kind of blocks him to say, hey, let's talk. And Juwan ain't had it. And, I can understand being like a former player and stuff and being in that situation and maybe being a little fiery about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's a former player, and like his team's down by 15, and someone's calling a timeout with 30 seconds left instead of getting whatever 10-second violation, whatever they were supposed to get at the time. And so as an altercation started, he smacks the coach, an assistant coach of the team, and then he's suspended the rest of the year. Which I think is a little harsh. I mean, you're trying not to promote people with violence and stuff like that, and so I understand why they went the full rest of the year, because we're going to say, hey, we're not having this. Young kids, you're going to see your coach getting violent, you're going to see the adult in the relationship, and that's what's going to happen. So I can see why you don't want to promote it, but was it really that bad of a thing when the altercation has started? Like, and tempers are flying, like something's going to happen. Was it really a punch? Was it really anything but, a light tap on the head? And, I mean, Juwan Howard's a big dude. So that might have hurt. But is it ever like, just like the heat of the moment thing? Can you say that? Definitely from a guy that's used to being in that moment for his players. And now he's the coach. So he's still going to have something in him. He's a former player. You don't just lose that. like when you play anything, I never lost how to shoot a basketball. I never lost how to swing a bat. You know what I'm saying? And when you play at such a high level and you're coached at this high level, you're gonna have an edge to you. And like Juwan Howard has proven it in press conferences, saying crazy stuff and all that. But one time said he was gonna kill somebody, so you already knew he was a fiery guy. And but should you take the whole thing out of him? If the guy, if he can guarantee that guy put his arm up, then I mean, you're basically saying that, well, because what you did, it oversees what they did. And I mean, that's not what you probably shouldn't be teaching kids either. It's just an expect it to happen. Like, you just don't expect to see that every day. And it's crazy to even think about that he did it. Definitely, you know, definitely later, I can understand doing it maybe, I guess when you're going to be fiery. It's getting towards March Madness, getting in the tournament, all that. I can understand that. But now you could be costing your team wins in the most pivotal time of the year. I can see almost doing it at the beginning of the year. Instead, but not being fiery about it. I mean, calling a timeout, you probably shouldn't call a timeout in this situation. Take the 8 seconds, you're down 15, it's 30 seconds. If you allow 15 and 30, you know, if they allow some crazy, Kobe shit. If Kobe came out of, you know, up from the grave and did, you know, if that's what you're scared of, I understand. I just don't understand going timeout. And that means I can't understand why. I also can't understand the whole thing. If you're down 15, they call the timeout, who cares? Like, 30 seconds later or whatever, and you just dribble the ball out. Game's over. Say, hey man, you shouldn't call that timeout. You know, it's a bad thing. You know, that's bad form. But I guess if you're in that position and you're gonna be a fiery guy like that, then hey, you gotta say how you feel. And I'm thinking at this point, Juwan Howard has said how he feels, and now he's getting reprimanded for it because an altercation started. And I don't think that should always be your go-to thing. Is like, he's gotta go. And definitely, I understand with college basketball, the coaches go around in circles, so you've got former head coaches and assistant coaches everywhere. But you're causing the kids when you're, you know, taking their coach away. I mean, the best you could have probably done, I guess, find them a bunch of money. And this is Michigan doing this. This is the school doing this. And I think that now that you see, if you're a kid going there, you say, well, that was a quick trigger. Like, hey, maybe, you know, if I did something, you know, a little more, a little less, you know, it could be a problem for me. Maybe I should look in that situation, maybe try to find a way to go somewhere else. You know, it's just crazy to see. You don't expect it from a college basketball coach to go out there and slap another college basketball coach. Just something you don't expect to see. All right, that's going to do it for my Grandma Hicks. Love you, Grandma. For Lori, Paul, Grandma Bullsby, R.I.P. Love you guys. For Maddie, Jake, Zach, Joe, and Little Rhiannon, this has been the Greater STL Sports Podcast on the SG4L Media Network.
You're listening to SG4L Radio, part of the SG4L Media Network.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Sports Blog on the Greater STL Sports Network. This is Robert Bullsby here with you. And we're going to start off today's show with a little bit of Cardinals talk. And the week that was, it seemed like that from Tuesday to Saturday, that what happened with the pitching staff all tied in together, mostly with this fifth starter spot. As Tuesday against the Marlins in a 7-1 win, the Cardinals, Marco Gonzalez went 4 2/3, had 4 hits, 1 earned run, 2 walks, and 3 strikeouts. Look who's in the front running. The rookie is 3-0 with a .84 ERA and 10 2/3 and 6 strikeouts in the spring training so far. This guy was not given any promises to say he was going to get any spot on this roster. And all he's done is taken his chance to get major league hitters out and gone out and proved that he could come out here, up here, and get major league hitters out. And I know some of the spring training lineups are watered down. Not all of the guys are in there. But whether they are or not, it just proves what Marco can do, and he's getting the job done. And where this all starts tying in is on Thursday, the Cardinals lose to the Mets 7-2. Jaime Garcia pitched. He went 4 innings, allowed 5 hits, 2 earned runs, 1 walk, and 7 strikeouts. After that game, he so far had spring training has a 3.86 ERA. Now you see the hits are kind of high, but he's getting the strikeouts, so it's starting to show that he's coming around to maybe the old Jaime Garcia, maybe the one that's got the 15 wins in him, maybe the one that you need to that can get to the 25, maybe 30 starts. Striking out 7 hitters for a guy that hasn't pitched in a long time, and allowing the 2 runs, even though it's only in 4 innings, the ERA is kind of high. The hits are kind of high, but you can see that he's getting hitters out with the strikeout, which means that his pitches are moving good and like they used to. The Cardinals ended up losing that game with errors with the backups, including another error by the prospect Diaz, and he has struggled at shortstop and with the defense this season, this spring training. And that's a guy we need to come up through the system because we don't have no backups at shortstop to Peralta. And Peralta's getting a lot older, and I don't think the Cardinals were going to extend him past the contract that I'd already give him. Definitely at the money he's making. And there's no other backup right now other than Pete Kozma. There's no other shortstops that would have jumped Kozma yet, or it would have happened. So he's your last resort. And it's kind of good to see Garcia this way, allowing the 5 hits and the 2 runs in the 4 innings, because maybe he's getting it out of, with some of the pitches, getting to see where some of his pitches are, because he hasn't pitched in so long, and maybe now he's starting to kind of feel it out with the 7 Ks. It also ties into where Michael Walker hasn't pitched, and on Friday the Cardinals lose again, but it wasn't because of Walker, as he went 4 2/3, 6 hits, 3 earned runs with 3 strikeouts, and you're going to have these kind of games when you haven't pitched in a while. I mean, his ERA is only at 2.71, and that's after a game, and after the game where he allowed the 3 earned runs and only 4 2/3. He's pitched 9 2/3 and has 9 Ks. So the strikeout pitch is also working for him, which should maybe show that stress fracture maybe ain't as big as it once was. And then we go to Saturday with Adam Wainwright coming back, making his debut in spring training against the Braves, his former team. And he went 4 innings, 4 hits, 0 earned runs, 1 walk, 3 strikeouts. And maybe that time rest was what the Cardinals really needed and what Wainwright really needed. And he's coming back showing he's still strong, and he's confident, he says, that he'll be there for opening day. And I don't doubt anything Wainwright says. It's in his first start. He comes out and does this, which you don't see a pitcher take time off, and usually this happens, but it's Adam Wainwright. How can you not trust what Adam Wainwright does? But how this game tied into the 5th starter spot is Carlos Martinez out of the bullpen. Comes in, pitches 3 innings with 3 strikeouts, no runs in relief, had 1 walk. And this is what the thing has been said about Martinez since the Cardinals have been trying to make him the starter, is that he's a 40-pitch pitcher. This is the Carlos Martinez you see. He becomes mediocre after he gets through 40 pitches or 3 innings, kind of like what we kind of said with Joe Kelly with the 5-inning starter. And that's kind of what the Cardinals are trying to get away from. They want a guy that they can rely on to go these 6-7 innings, because over the last 2 years, as you've seen with Rosenthal last year, that the Cardinals tend to wear out their bullpen when they get shady starting, and it's mostly due to injuries, with having to put guys like Tyler Lyons in there and also Joe Kelly in there, which I thought he was better already out of the bullpen anyways, but he seemed to be perceived as a starter there in Boston, so maybe they see something different in him. Maybe their pitcher coach can change his mechanics to see something to make him better. Maybe less running and stress from not having to bat, even though he was a pretty good hitter. But maybe this is where Martinez's role is, and maybe this is where he's going to flourish. Maybe he turns in that 8th inning guy. Maybe if Rosenthal struggles, he turns to that 9th inning guy. And maybe this is what happens to him in the long run with the way that Jaime Garcia and mostly Marco Gonzalez is pitching. And like I said last week, it's always nice to have that change up in the lineup when you have the 4 good right-handers going, and then a team has to come back and they get that wobbly curveball from the left-hander. So it looks like that the 2 guys in the front running now are Marco, then Jaime, and now the old front runner is now in third place, and I think he's going to be the one that ends up in the bullpen. And I don't think he'll have the long reliever spot. I think he'll have a big role in the bullpen. I don't. You can't just throw talent like that in a spot that doesn't matter to the team. And when a guy like that can come out of the bullpen and throw with the heat he does and the mini Pedro aspect, well, put him as a mini Pedro out of the bullpen and he comes out throwing like that, and he's another Aroldis Chapman and just mows guys down. And he's still in his early years. So maybe when you lose a Lackey next year, you say, hey, let's get it again. Let's try it again. Let's get it going, because you're not going to just give up on a guy with this kind of talent. Well, the Cardinals also played Sunday as they played against the Baltimore Orioles against their old nemesis of Bud Norris, the Cardinal killer from the Houston Astros. Lackey went 4 1/3, allowed 7 hits, 5 earned runs, 1 K. Hey, let's just hope he's kind of getting like the other guys like Walker and Garcia and just kind of getting it out. Getting it out before the season starts, and let's get it going when the season starts. And you're going to have games like this early on before the season in spring training, definitely, because guys aren't all the way stretched out. They're not all the way ready for the grueling innings and that for the season. So you're going to have some games where guys probably aren't throwing as hard, probably aren't throwing all their pitches as accurate as they're just trying to get a feel for them, and things like this are going to happen. Sometimes the team's going to slap you around. Sometimes they're not. I mean, that's what's going to happen in the spring training, but you're just hoping they get it out early in the season. So you don't have to worry about John Lackey, I don't think. He doesn't have to worry about his spot in the rotation. So I think this was just kind of a get it out start. Let's get over it. Get the bullpen in there. Get the young guys in there. Get them some experience. And let's move on to the next day for the St. Louis Cardinals. Just remember, 2 weeks till the season starts. So when it's time to get going, it's time to start now. And the St. Louis Blues, in that roller coaster season, I mean, it's just up and down again, up and down. And we are on the road. It's harder to play on the road. Long road trip, moving around, playing back-to-back games close as they can be. But like I said, you can't slip up here. But you can't count the Blues out yet, because they are still getting points while they're on the road. As they did start off right in Calgary, getting a 4-0 win. Elliott took over that record that I talked about last week with 21 career shutouts in his career for the Blues. He had 25 saves. Steen had 2 goals. Backus with his 24th, and Laterra with his 11th. And Tarasenko with his 34th assist. Swartz with 30. And that's that second line again, building up with Torrey, Tarasenko, Swartz. That third line, the second line, the STL line, that's again getting the goals for you, getting the assists for you. But you'd like to see that Backus and Steen in the first line are getting in there, so we can start having more scoring lines put together down the stretch. And that's what you need for the St. Louis Blues, because it seemed like in this game at least, Elliott kind of took it over. 25 saves. That wasn't a whole bunch of shots, but he stood on his head. No goals allowed, so it showed that he's again an elite goalie, and he leads the Blues all time in season-wise in goals against, shutouts in a season, and save percentage. Even though that was a season where he was still kind of a backup, it's proven that he's above average goalie, and people for some reason just think we need to get rid of him. And maybe he goes out there and signs that big contract, and we get to see what Jake Allen is doing. And that would be kind of good for the people that maybe slept on Brian Elliott, to see what another goalie can come here and do that's supposed to be elite. And while the Blues then traveled to Winnipeg and played the Jets, lost in a shootout 2-1. The only goal was by David Backus. His 25th was from Paul Stastny. Another game where the Blues put a lot of shots in goal with 33 shots. Puck couldn't get in the net. Goalie only allowed 1 regulation goal, so that means the goalie, Brian Elliott, did what he could again. And the Blues offense still couldn't stand up. And that's the problems that we're talking about. And when you score goals, you got to keep it going. You got to keep the stretches on. You can't fall back. And it seems like the Blues when they score a goal, it seems like they get a little relaxed first, and they try to start pumping back, and then they just throw shots at the net to try to get at goals, and it doesn't always work. Oshie did score in the shootout, but Winnipeg scored twice to get the win. Well, this is the stinker on the road trip as the Blues lost 6-3 on Saturday to the Minnesota Wild. Elliott got chased in that game, and there goes for the Elliott haters. And I'm not going to get into that. 12 saves on 16 shots. Chris Stewart did start it off, former Blue, and another former whipping boy for the Blues that finally got out of here. But he's back with the Wild. Only scored his 14th on the year. Tarasenko did end up scoring his 34th on the year. And Schwartz with his 34th assist. Petro also with his 34th. And I'm going to get to the little points things later of how there's some players in this team that are starting to build up points. James Schwartz also scored in that game along with Paul Stastny. But the Blues scored in that game, and again, the goalies couldn't stand on their head. Elliott gets chased quick in the second period, allowing 4 goals. And, I try to defend him all the time. He had a bad game. It's going to happen. It's what happens to goalies. It doesn't happen to most of the elite goalies. But Elliott just had a bad game, and he got chased. And you got to just move on for that in your head. And Jake Allen was going to get to start the next night anyways. So he got an early time. More experience. He got loose, for the next game. And, it's kind of bad for Elliott because he had a good streak going to where he had the Blues only allowing in the last 2 games that 1 regulation goal. So, sometimes it happens, and he's going to have to step up better than this. You can't have this Brian Elliott going into the postseason. This ain't the Brian Elliott that I would be defending, and this is the guy that we were just talking about all the shutouts and stuff, but he's got to keep it going, and he just can't do that. And the thing about the Minnesota Wild, who, if the season ended today, ended today or yesterday, the Wild would be who the Blues would face in the playoffs. The Wilds have gained 5 of 6 points possible versus the Blues this season. So the Blues with their 96 points are still tied for first. Would face a team that they're struggled against this season, and that's not going good for the Blues. Another thing about the thing with the being in first place with Nashville is the Blues lost their game in hand today as they played their old rival, the Detroit Red Wings, who are now in the East, due to them kind of whining about time, the way their time was different than the times they played against, blah, blah, blah. But anyways, the all-time record for this team was the Detroit Red Wings leading 198-116 with 37 ties. Today they played at the Joe Louis Arena. That was 118-116 Detroit with 37 times. And at the Joe Louis Arena, Detroit's 57-36 with 12 ties. Well, they added another one to it today as they won 2-1 in overtime. Jake Allen in goal, and the Blues started off on a power play in the second period with Steen scoring again his 23rd goal in the year, his 8th power play goal. Again, Petro with another assist, his 35th. Stastny with his 24th. But again, the Blues couldn't score. And this game was crazy as the intensity and how everybody was going at each other. And Detroit's defense was really slack, and there was a lot of breakaways for the Blues that they just didn't take advantage of. And it didn't really make any. It just you get the bad defense. The Blues finally played the defense that you wanted to play all year, and they weren't the ones that slipped up. You actually had another team slip up, and the Red Wings with their defense, and the Blues couldn't capitalize again. And then everybody's going to want to blame Berglund at the end of the third period for the penalty it took. But there was a lot of dumb penalties by both teams in this game. Also, the referees were outrageous. The referees couldn't even control the game, which is something you usually don't see in an NHL hockey game. And it was just kind of weird on everything was happening. And there was penalties called after penalties after penalty. But everybody wants to bring Berglund for his ability, but right before that, McCulloch, when I watched him in this game, he didn't have that great of a game. He had a dumb penalty right before that. Well, the penalty led to an overtime in which the Blues ended up losing in 24 seconds in, 2-1. Allen, 23 saves on 25 shot attempts. But this is that roller coaster again, where you got the good goaltending today and the good defense, but you couldn't capitalize on a scoring. You put 3 goals up against Minnesota, but then you lose 6-3 because of bad goaltending. You got down 4-0 that quick. So the Blues got to start putting it together and show what they got this season, because we can't go to another postseason wondering what's going to happen. There's 10 games left in the season. The Blues are going to have to show what they're worth. But the scoring's there for the Blues, as I'm going to tell you here. I'm going to go with Tarasenko, Schwartz, Backus, Steen, and then Pietrangelo, mostly for his assist. Tarasenko, 35 goals. Schwartz, 24 goals. Backus, 24. Steen, 23. Pretty good set of goals. Assist, 35 for Tarasenko, 31 for Backus, or for Schwartz, 28 for Backus. Petro has 35, only has 6 goals. And Steen has 38 assists. Tarasenko 70 points, Schwartz 55, Backus 53, Petro 41, and Steen 61. So that's, from 5 guys right there, that's a lot of points. There's also other guys like Oshie and Stasny that also got a lot of assists. This is not as many goals, and they're up there in the points with the other guys. So we got the points this year, but we got to put it there in different time, or at the right time. We can't have a 4-0 game and then go back and not be able to score again when we have the shots on goal and we're getting the chances at the net. I mean, this is a good team and we got good goal scorers, but it seems like we're missing out on something. All right, when we come back, we're going to talk a little NCAA. I'm going to talk about the game that most people should be interested in if you're in this area. But if you're not, it's understandable that Missouri and SLU not in it. But the game I like, and we're going to talk a lot about it next on the Sports Blog on the Greater STL Sports Network. Hello, Robert Bowlesby here. And if you would like to advertise on a sports blog, please email me at rbowlesbyjr314@gmail.com. That's rbowlsbyjr314@gmail.com. Or tweet me at rbowlesbyjr, or tweet the Greater STL Sports Network at Greater STLSN. Also use these Twitter handles and emails for news, info, suggestions, or comments on the network. Thank you for listening to the Greater STL Sports Network. And welcome back to the Sports Blog on the Greater STL Sports Network. Robert Bowlesby back in with you. We're going to talk a little bit of the NCAA tournament. And we're just going to start off with a couple news and notes from the last couple of days. Is the number one seed has gone down in the East region as Villanova lost to NC State, the number 8 team, 71-68. As the ACC entered Sunday 9-0 in the tourney. Notre Dame was also a part of that as the number 4 seeded Irish beat Butler in OT 67-54. Also, Kentucky stayed perfect, beating Cincy. The number 2 team, Arizona, beat Ohio State. UNC beat Arkansas, which should make some Mizzou fans happy as their coach left from Arkansas, as in Mike Anderson. Left a good team here in Mizzou and went and took Arkansas, which you can't be too mad at him because that's his dream job. He was there with the Richardson family and was kind of molded into that Arkansas style, as you've seen with his way he played defense. And so, I mean, if the opportunity was going to become available, we all should have known that he was going to take that job. So you can't be too mad at a man that wanted to go work at his dream job, even though it is in the same conference, the SEC, as Mizzou was in. Well, the two Cinderella stories ended, though, for the NCAA tournament, as Georgia State, who beat number 2 Baylor, lost to Xavier, the number 6 seed, 75-62, and UAB, the number 14 seed, who also beat SMU, but they lose to UCLA 92-75. Some of the notable games that were coming up on Sunday, I did end up seeing the Michigan State beat Virginia. So there's another 2 seed going down to Michigan State, where it seems like Tom Izzo runs the NCAA tournament now. Every year this guy gets in, builds these teams that you don't really hear about, kind of back in the Big Ten with some of the new teams that are in there. But they make their way up through the NCAA tournament, get a 7 seed. Now they're beating the number 2 seed and moving on to the Sweet 16. Other notable games that are being played tonight that I haven't got to yet is number 1, Duke is going to play San Diego State University. Oklahoma is going to face the number 11 Dayton Flyers. Number 1, Wisconsin versus Oregon. Number 2, Gonzaga versus number 7, Iowa. But the biggest game for the night to me, and it might be across the state, you might still consider them cross-state rivals in the Kansas Jayhawks. But I think the biggest game of the night was the Jayhawks versus the Shockers. And what a win for Greg Marshall and his staff, as Wichita State beat the number 2 Kansas Jayhawks 78-65. And for all these fans, and for all the Shocker fans, the Missouri Valley Conference, for Greg Marshall and everybody, this should show what teams could do, what happens when the bigger teams duck them. And for the number 7 seeded Wichita State Shockers, I mean, they're kind of like the little brother in Kansas. The big brother just avoided them. Played with the mighty Big 12. Well, Wichita State kind of just took over in the Missouri Valley. I mean, this is the matchup that you wanted to see. You want to see the undercredited team put it to the big, bad, mighty Jayhawks and Bill Self. The Shockers and Jayhawks haven't played since 1993. These are cross-state teams that haven't played since 1993. Greg Marshall has said he's tried to hoax Kansas in the game through the media. But if you know Bill Self, we've learned it here in Missouri. He's going to dodge you when he says that he doesn't think it's beneficial. He always thinks that if Mizzou wanted to play Kansas, they should have stayed in the Big 12. But I think that's just a cop-out. He says he feels his program has nothing to gain from deviating from the long-standing policy of not scheduling the Shockers. Self thinks it only jeopardizes their status as top dog in the state/region, even though this would draw massive in-state and national attention. Self thinks that they can do that with any other well-known name brand teams. In 2013, Self said it was best for our program. If it was best for our program, I would reach out to them. Well, let's just listen to the teams that he played in the non-conference schedule of his schedule for the Kansas Jayhawks in 2014-2015. Kentucky, Florida, Georgetown, UPaul, Temple, UC Santa Barbara, Michigan State, and that's all I got down. Excuse me. It was Kentucky, Florida, Georgetown, Utah, Temple, UC Santa Barbara, and Michigan State. They lost to Kentucky by 32 points. They lost to Temple 77-52. Now, you could tell me that if you would have put Missouri in there, you wouldn't have won that game. So what, is Bill Self going to put Missouri in there next year because Missouri was 9-23 this year? And that might be beneficial for his team to play against another team in the SEC? Why would you risk losing 32 to the best team in the nation when you could have played Missouri, or you could have played Wichita State and maybe kept the game close and maybe even won early on in the season? So it just proves that Bill Self has just got an ego so big that if it's not beneficial to him in some way, it's not going to work. But if you look back at the Kansas stats, they're 12-2 all time versus Wichita State. So why would you not want to play them? Maybe they were scared from when Wichita State beat them in 1981 for their first one in the Sweet 16. Maybe they're scared from 2013 in which Wichita State went to the Final Four. I mean, is that not something that a guy can ignore? A team that wants to play him, obviously, and he thinks he can just use his coaching as best interest for the team. Well, I think that you got to see that it got proved tonight what the Shockers can do to Big Brother, and I'm glad that it happened. I'm really glad that they did put the Big Brother and show them, the in-state rival, who's boss now. And let's get to something I really wasn't going to talk about today, but I got on Twitter, started playing around on Twitter today, and it reports from Sam Farmer article in the LA Times that Stan Kroenke, and this is from his report, Stan Kroenke won't be empty-handed this week when he arrives at the NFL owners meeting in Arizona. The Rams owner will be plucking around finished schematics for the world's most interactive stadium. $1.86 billion proposed venue for the Hollywood Park site in Inglewood. He's not quite ready to put the shovel on the ground, but the major piece of the project is fully drawn, allowing the global sports and real estate billionaire to show his small army of architects and engineers. He wants to show that they have made significant progress in the stadium issue. Even though Kroenke has not said his plans to move, his intentions seem clear, and the league has already said that no team would move this year. Well, there was another report from Vinny Bastano that said that the NFL didn't want to upset the LA Rams fans and thinks that STL will get it done and the Kroenke will not go rogue. I don't know about all that now, but it is the stadium that he was building when he already has a team and he's a multi-billionaire, and he's the second richest owner in the team. So could he just kind of do whatever he wants? Well, let's talk a little more about the stadium that he's coming to propose to the LA media, or to the NFL owners for LA. It's got a light, metallic wave-shaped structure featuring a roof that compresses the stadium and that covers the stadium and the outdoor plaza. The roof has metal borders, but the area over the playing field is made of transparent material called ETTE, designed to allow breezes to flow through the building to enhance the outdoor feel. The roof would be 275 feet above the playing field. The building would be in ground 175 feet to confer with the height restrictions for LAX. Why have a roof in LA to create the world? Why have a roof in LA though? Is what most are saying. This is all from Stan Farmer's report. And it's to create the world's largest billboard visible to 35 million travelers who fly in and out of the LAX airport each year. There could be image projection or animation on the roof instead of a permanent fix to create more, of course, revenue for the stadium. Well, as I reported about Vinny saying something about Kroenke not going rogue earlier, he also put on Twitter that the Chargers and the Raiders were also coming with a plan for their LA stadium, and that they were also coming for stadiums that will for their own prospective markets. Even though he didn't say much about the Raiders' plan, the Chargers are coming with a plan to update how to include San Diego on their plan to make up bonds between $500 to $600 million to help build the stadium. So the Chargers and Oakland's also trying to get in this game with Kroenke too, to where who's coming first. What also Vinny also said about Stan Kroenke is that he's not going to show his cards until he absolutely has to. Which tells you right there, Kroenke is kind of sitting back in the chair, kind of thinking he's the mastermind of this plan to see what's going to happen. Maybe it's to get to LA. Maybe it's to stay in St. Louis and get the stadium he wants. So I hope that the St. Louis Rams are jumping at the bit. That is because the Rams need to stay in St. Louis. And if St. Louis, I don't understand why somehow the St. Louis Kroenke wants to have part of the stadium and the ownership of the team. Why can't the CBC give Kroenke part of the new stadium? Maybe Kroenke can maybe he gets a part of the dome. Why can't St. Louis give up some of that money to Kroenke? Look, Kroenke gets what he wants done. He puts some money that we need him to put in, or maybe even more. Maybe he upgrades the dome with some of the money he's putting into the Rams. Maybe he makes that stadium a different stadium in St. Louis. So that would change the whole dynamic. I think if the St. Louis Task Force maybe went there with something to involve Kroenke, where all the money's at. I don't know how this is going to fall with everything that's going on, but I think with two teams wanting to go there, and I think with the Mark Davis probably wanting to get rid of the Raiders anyways, and the NFL wanting to get on LA, maybe that plan works better for the NFL money-wise, where they can make their money in LA along with the Chargers and kind of force Kroenke to do what they want to do. All right, we're going to have our last segment here right after this. This has been the Sports Blog on the Greater STL Sports Network. Hey, Rob here. If you would like to advertise on the Greater STL Sports Network, please email me at rbowlesbyjr314@gmail.com. That's rbowlsbyjr314@gmail.com. Or tweet me at rbowlesbyjr. You can also tweet the Greater STL Sports Network at Greater STLSN. You can also use these email and Twitter handles for information, news, updates, or anything you need to know about the Greater STL Sports Network. Thank you for listening.
cleaning your mind and spirit.
And welcome back to the Sports Blog on the Greater STL Sports Network. Robert Bolzer here with you. And I was going to try to incorporate some funny stuff into the show. I just went on the Post-Dispatch and looked up weird, funny news. And I got a couple of stories from here around the United States. Tried to look up some in St. Louis. There weren't many good ones, so I stayed around the country. And on March 19th, authorities in Minnesota said that 3 would-be burglars decided to pick the wrong time to pocket dial 911. Blue Earth Sheriff Captain Rich Morey said dispatcher took a call early Thursday morning and heard 2 voices on the other end. The dispatch could hear a conversation suggesting that the men were involved in theft or burglary. Captain Murray said officers used a 4-minute phone call to arrest the 3 suspects. One of the last things heard on the call was, "I think I see the police," followed by sounds of running. How did you pocket dial 911? Usually, aren't these smartphones locked now? You got your phone in emergency mode? I just don't understand how somebody, what is that, the last number you called was your chick beating you up and you're threatening to call 911? I just don't understand what could have happened there to make you pocket dial 911. But that shows you what goes on sometimes, I guess, in Minnesota. On the Tuesday in South Bend, Indiana, an Indiana team, luck has guests run out on St. Patrick's Day after a runaway beer keg caught the attention of police. Police say the newly purchased keg fell from the bed of a pickup truck Tuesday. Police retrieved the keg, and the buyer of the keg was issued a citation for illegal transporting an alcoholic beverage. Well, maybe he didn't need to get any more drunk. Maybe that was a sign from God. Well, we'll go to the 18th. In North Carolina, police say a man dressed as Darth Vader entered the state employees credit union and robbed it at gunpoint at around 11:45. Though exact figure was not released, the man was to made off with thousands of dollars. Supposedly, back in 2009, there was another man dressed that did the same thing in Ohio. And that's a little weird to go as, I guess, Darth Vader. To rob a bank, how do you catch that guy? It's some of the things that go on. Well, in Great Falls, Montana, there was a dispute when 2 vehicles sped into town and 7 occupants got out of the car and began to fight. The brawl began when a sedan pulled up to a coffee shop at 2 p.m. and a pickup stopped behind them. Authorities say the initial dispute started at the Rocky Boys, Indiana reservation. Wow. And the pickup chased the sedan through the city. They began to fight in the street once they pulled into town. At one point, and this is where it gets kind of weird and Hoosier, a man picked up a chainsaw, fired it up, and began swinging it around. Once the chainsaw was put down, one of the men from the pickup truck fled in the car. 3 others got in a pickup truck, and 3 men were stranded. One of them had a superficial stab wound, and 4 of the 7 have been charged with more charges to come. So there's your little stats and weird news for the day. We'll get on back in a little Rams talk to end the show. And the Rams signed an offensive lineman this week as Garrett Reynolds, formerly of the Falcons and the Lions. 5th round pick of the Lions, 6'7", 305, signed with the Rams this week. He played for UNC, and he has played offensive guard and offensive tackle. So that's just another thing to bolster the line, to give us some depth on that offensive line. So why, if the Rams are going to do it this way and build their offensive line through free agency, I don't understand where all the draft talk is coming from with the offensive line. You got to remember, they still got their flyers out on Barksdale. Tim Barnes is most likely going to come back. Definitely knowing that he might have a chance. If you give someone an incentive, they're going to probably come back and do it. And I hope they do give Tim Barnes a chance, a guy from Mizzou. Give him a chance to get some exposure in the town he played at State. And he's been here with the Rams for a while, and the Rams have used him periodically when they needed to use extra offensive linemen. You also got Barrett Jones out there, who has played center and has played guard. But maybe Reynolds could be that filler at the guard. Barksdale comes back to tackle, and you get a center. Centers, you can get a center at any time in the draft. This guy was a 5th-round pick as an offensive tackle out of college, played mostly guard for the Falcons, did play both for the Lions, though. So it tells you where you can get players, maybe just as stopgaps. Because if you're going to get this quarterback and get rid of Sam Bradford, then I think you have to put playmakers around him. And he has his slot receiver. He has his Riley Cooper, but he doesn't have his Deshaun Jackson, and he doesn't have his Jeremy Maclin. Kenny Britt is not going to be your get-down-the-field guy. Yeah, he gave you 700 yards last year. That's still not 1,000 yards. You need a big play receiver. He's not getting the big play every play. He's not this big receiver that's proved it over his career. Now maybe Brian Quick could fill one of the spots on the outside. As he started off last year with the backup quarterback in Kellen Clemens and Austin, or not Kellen Clemens, excuse me, Sean Hill and Austin Davis. He proved that he could do a little something. So maybe he fills one of those spots on your outside. But I don't think this is the draft where you start just thinking about that offensive line again. Maybe you do if you don't get that right tackle. But there's not many up above average grades for right tackles in the first round anyways. There's not a whole lot of that up there. So think where you're at in the draft. You have to look at playmakers on the outside. It's enough with building in and out. We need to build out from in. It's enough with the running backs. We got their set of running backs. Let's see what Stacy can do. Let's see what Trey Mason can do. Now that they know they're the guys. Benny Cunningham's still here also. So I think with the pick in the draft, we had to go playmaker. And coming out in his junior season was Mr. Amari Cooper out of Alabama. Now I went with their final seasons, Amari in his junior, Marshall in his senior, Calvin Johnson in his junior. Amari Cooper stats for his junior and his career: 124 receptions, 1,727 yards, 13.6 average yards, 16 touchdowns this year for Amari Cooper. In his career, 228 receptions, 3,463 yards, a 15.2 average, and 31 touchdowns. Now, you can say them are just spitting out his numbers, but I wouldn't compare it to the two biggest receivers I think in the game right now, in Brandon Marshall and Megatron Calvin Johnson. In his senior season, Brandon Marshall had 74 receptions, 1,195 yards, a 16 average yards, 11 touchdowns, so 16-11. In his career, only had 112, 1,674 yards for a 14.9 average and only had 13 career TDs. So 11 came in his senior season with 13 career TDs. Let's go to a guy that had a little more with Calvin Johnson. In his junior season, Calvin Johnson had 76 receptions, 1,202 yards. That's a 15.8 average with 15 touchdowns. Amari Cooper still beats him there. He only had 178 receptions. Amari Cooper 228, 2,927 yards to the 34 plus for Amari Cooper. Had the better average of 16.4, but only had the 28 touchdowns. Amari Cooper had the 31. I went back and looked at the quarterback stats for both teams, and the quarterbacks for neither one of the offenses were built around the quarterbacks. Neither of the three. So I think this shows you what Amari Cooper can do in an offense that with Nick Saban is built about the running game. He had 124 receptions in a offense that's built not with the a running quarterback in a running game, not fit around Amari Cooper. And I know they keep putting people out there, Alabama does. But I think this is the guy I go up to get. You don't have to go up to get him because he hopefully falls right in your lap. You went up to get Tavon for a playmaker. Brian Quick can be a playmaker. I think Kenny Britt is that fourth guy, the guy you need on third down, the guy you need to spell somebody after a big game. And I think that Amari Cooper is that playmaker you need. I don't think there's anybody else in free agency looking at the wide receiver position that you're going to get the stats that you're going to get, I think, from Amari Cooper. So I don't think that when you have your left tackle and you have a guy that can play anywhere in Roger Saffold except for center, and then you have guys that you're putting your flyers out that you just go and get more offensive linemen. That hasn't worked. Jason Smith. Jake Long was a free agent, but his offensive lineman didn't work. So maybe it's time to look at other options and other ways to go about it. Maybe not just go after the first round picks. Maybe actually study the guys. And it has worked on some players, like going up and getting a Janoris Jenkins or getting a Brian Quick early, an Alec Ogletree. E.J. Gaines worked out until he got injured this year. And that was a late round pick. Trey Mason. So it shows that they can do it on not only the offensive side and the defensive side. It's scouting. So I think when you're trying to build a team, you have to look at your team. And I know Jeff Fisher wants to base it around the run, but what kind of offense was Amari Cooper in Arkansas or in Alabama? He was in a run-based offense. So I think that kind of works to his strengths. And we don't know what the Rams are really doing at this point. You know, the Rams aren't a team to put on any flyers, as you know, with the Sam Bradford the trade that Sam Bradford's our guy and hired the coaches. They're pretty much gonna just blow off your question and think of today as another day. Well, that's gonna do it for the sports blog today. We'll see you guys next week, and then this is the sports blog on the Greater STL Sports Network. Hey, Rob here. If you'd like to advertise with the sports blog, please email me at rbowlsbyjr314@gmail.com. That's rbowlsbyjr314@gmail.com. Also, you can tweet me at rbowlsbyjr or tweet the Greater STL Sports Network at Greater STL Sports or Greater STLSN. You can also use this email and Twitter handles for news, information, updates, comments, or suggestions on the network. Thank you for listening to the Greater STL Sports Network.
I started working on my hit list 4 years ago. 4 times in little shit gets on your head. I hear it's clear as though. Fuck this baby mamas and he wouldn't even get near us. Hoes ain't dropped his other charts. I guess we'll see how the appearance go. Oh no, I'm really on this shit. My mom and fear him on. Ooh yeah, Johnny just got out. I know they fear he home. And I know these pussies watch their mouth in case I hear him wrong. Don't I say I run up county every song you hear me on? He still won't tell Nelly how he feel it dirty with the alley deal. Guess you ain't read the book. So in Cali still.
What's up, y'all? This is Arch, your host at the GOAT, and this is the Arch Madness Podcast. Today, we really just gonna get right into it. We're gonna give the people what they want. You know what I mean? First off, what we're gonna do is, since the first episode, I've been able to do a lot of work. I got the first episode, and this episode also will be on all major podcasts and streaming platforms: Spotify, YouTube, Apple Podcasts, iHeartRadio, and you can search them at the Arch Madness Podcast. And then all the socials: Facebook is the Arch Madness Podcast, Instagram, X, Twitter, whatever you call it, TikTok, they're all at the Arch Madness Pod. Arch Madness Pod. Like I said, today, we just gonna get right into it, baby. Street status necessary, Davey. On 314 Day, Street Status had a crazy card. 314-day invasion. You know what I mean? 5 crazy battles. All homegrown talent. St. Louis, East St. Louis. All homegrown talent. 5 great battles. Almost all of these battles could have been main event. You know what I mean? This first battle, I'm talking about this first battle, perfect fucking battle to set off the night. Perfect fucking battle. You know, perfect fucking person to start off the night. EJ. He went first. You know what I mean? I did feel like he started a little slow his first round. But, you know, what I've learned from him is he is like a rhythm guy. You know what I mean? He's got to get going. He's a volume puncher. You know what I mean? I told y'all about the Philly Shell, E. James Tony. You know what I mean? I told you about that. He's setting you up for, you know, he's analyzing you. He's analyzing the crowd. He's analyzing how to rap the rest of his time. EJ's a vet, man, for real. To be honest, he thinks like a vet. He performs like a vet. In this battle, he wrote like a vet. You know what I mean? First round, I feel like he started slower. Maybe he wasn't, you know, maybe he wasn't projecting a lot. You know, the first round, he was trying to get going. You know what I mean? Like I said, he's a volume puncher. You know what I mean? With body bag. Let me tell you, Mr. Body Bag. You know, I'm not sure what you go by. I looked the last battle. It said that you was just Body Bag, so we'll just go with Body Bag. You know what I mean? Body Bag was impressive. You know what I mean? He did exactly what everybody said he was gonna do. He came out wicked. You know what I mean? 2 years of lockdown bars. He had them. You know, he definitely had 2 years of lockdown bars. Cause first round he was wicked. Wordplay crazy. I'm talking about crazy. You know. Second round, EJ got to going. You know, he really got to showing a lot of pin this round. You know, it surprised the shit out of me. You know, I knew he could write because he writes music. You know, and I felt like it was time that he showed that. You know, during this battle, I felt like it was time he showed his pen, and he did just that. On top of being one of the top performers in the city, you know, he was super witty. You know what I mean? Wordplay. You know what I mean? EJ gets to talk in the struggle talk. You know what I mean? And he's become one. I think he's become one of the best. You know, definitely the best of the new era guys. You know, he's become one of the best with the struggle talk, and a lot of guys don't expect that out of EJ. You know, second round for Body Bag. You know, he did really good. He did really good his second round, but EJ's second round was just stronger. You know, it was just stronger. That was EJ's best round, and it was, you know, definitely put it definitely put it 1-1 going into the third. Really close battle. You know, Body Bag first, EJ second, clear. You know, really good battle though so far. You know, Body Bag again, third round, come out. You know, he gave us the rest of his 2 years of lockdown bars. Absolutely wigging. You know, like I said, impressed the fucking shit out of me. You know what I mean? Wordplay, haymakers. You know, he was getting a lot of crowd reaction. You know, wordplay crazy, impact bars. You know, impact bars. You know, he's just, you know, his third round might have been just as good as his first. Really fucking good first and third round from Body Bag. EJ was really showing off in the third, you know, with his pen, haymakers, crowd participation, some of my favorite run backs. He stops mid last word and lets the crowd say it, and he's already into his next shit. You know what I mean? I like that shit. I don't know. I think he does that one of the best. You know, but you know, really close battle, because Body Bag really wigged this third, man. Really, 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 like I said, wordplay crazy. This battle had tons of replay value. Really hard to call a winner. I don't really even want to give it a winner. I felt like in the room, Body Bag might have edged it, but I think even whenever I watch it, I think I'm gonna call it about even. You know what I mean? It was a really, really, really good battle. Great battle to start off the night. Both of them went crazy. You know what I mean? EJ's a star. You know what I mean? That's just what I think. You know, I think EJ's a star. Definitely next battle, I think we're gonna see an evolution from EJ to where we're gonna be saying like, yeah, the kid's pin is definitely better than we all thought, than we all gave him credit for. Body Bag, I just felt like he might have edged it a little bit. You know, I don't know. You know what I mean? You couldn't ask me to judge this battle. I'll tell you that. I wouldn't want to judge this one. You know what I mean? Perfect set-off battle. You know what I mean? Like I said, I think EJ's a star, and Body Bag showed a lot. You know what I mean? Second battle, we got Boat Shoe Holly versus Op Gunner. You know, first round for Boat. I mean, I hope we don't take this the wrong way or say I don't like him or, anything like that. I just felt like it's not the Boat we were used to. He is, EJ is akin to Boat, with the warming up, the volume, gauging the crowd, how to rap, what he probably needs to do better in his second and third. But I still felt like it wasn't enough, and then I was styling on you. What you mad? 'Cause I'm styling on you? I was wild. I was going crazy. Haymakers, like a handful of them. I'm talking about 5 or 6 haymakers in the first round. Crazy love flips, hilarious. Hilarious flips, top level first from Op. I don't know if Boat could have beat that shit either way. Really, really fucking good round from Op. He looked really good. I told him before the battle, you look like a star. He told me, I am a star. I believe you. Second round, Boat Shoe got to catch in his zone a little bit, though. Performing. Couple haymakers. I don't know. Boat's been way better, though. I still don't. He did really, really, really good this round. This is the damn near even round because Op was still good. He had jokes. He had more like personal jokes, and he was more witty this round. With the wordplay. To the punches. It was an even round to me. Maybe Bo edged it. You know what I mean? So 1-1 going into the second again. You know what I mean? Second battle of the night. It really, really, really fucking. Op won the first clear, but the second round is close. But you could say Boat took it. I could see it. You know what I mean? Boat's third, probably his best round. His personals, haymakers, doing what Boat does best. His special moves. He got the. This was the Boat we were looking for. Maybe not the best Boat we've ever seen, but this is more of the Boat we came for, the Boat we were paying for, the Boat we wanted to see this battle. Maybe he had a little ring rust, no excuses, because I don't know if it would have mattered, because I was like absolutely like top level this night. You know what I mean? He really stamped himself this night. You know what I mean? Like I said, I said, you look like a star. He said, I am a star. He was better. He was just better that night. You know what I mean? It's like his writing, his room shakers, his personals, his love flips were genius. He had this, I don't like to give away bars, but he had a crazy, Titanic bar. They don't even give it away, but I'm telling you, that was like, I've had like 3 or 4 quality bar of the night bars. You know what I mean? Round of the night rounds. You know, I was really fucking good. To me, it was first and third clear. You know what I mean? There were some judges. You know what I mean? They kind of split it. You know what I mean? I don't know about all that. You know what I mean? I mean, some of them are my guys, so I kind of, you know what I mean? I guess, you know what I mean? I understand. You know, they might have a valid opinion. We might have to watch it back, you know, to actually see. But I don't know. I just feel like, I mean, I don't know. I mean, to me, first and third clear, and there's no argument to me. You know what I mean? Great battle though. First 2 battles and like great. You know what I mean? Great. You know, it's a clear W to me from Op looked really good. He stamped himself. He at the end of the night, everybody was saying like, oh, all right, man, the kid's one of us. You know what I mean? He just put himself up there with the guys this era. You know what I mean? And he's got the East on his back, so you know it don't take much after that to, you know, whenever you got a big crowd like that and you're super dope. You know, I looked really good. He looked really good. Third battle, KD and Danny. You know, I'm gonna premise this one with KD's that good, man. KD's that good. He's really fucking good. I don't know how he does it. I mean, he takes like 14 battles in 6 days, and he's prepared for all of them. No stumbles, nothing. You know what I mean? He damn near won all of them. You know what I mean? And you know, and this one was no different. He did really good. You know what I mean? It's a classic battle. KD and Danny is classic. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? It's his prerogative to take that many battles, and you know what I mean? I guess he knows he's that good. You know what I mean? Because I mean, it's just, you know what I mean? First round, he was talking his big bro, don't bite the hand. You know what I mean? The In My Shadow, Marco's still my friend, street report shit. You know what I mean? He was talking. It just got, you can just tell he overdid the bookings. You know what I mean? He wrote fast. You know what I mean? He probably didn't do as much, you know, going back and rewriting. You know what I mean? Restructuring his shit. But you know what I mean? He did prove that he's still fucking good. You know what I mean? It was just Danny came out. The best we ever seen Danny. Danny boy. Hey man. He was talking crazy. Fuck your hand. Fuck your scraps. You really owe me. Get my shit out the Armageddon bunker. You know what I mean? Talking crazy to KD. You know what I mean? Danny, first round. Danny took the first. He was talking crazy. You know what I mean? Second round, KD got on his arrogant shit. That's my favorite KD. You know what I mean? That it's hilarious. He's dope whenever he's rapping, whenever he's talking about nobody can fuck with me and all that shit. You know what I mean? Just the evolution of KD from what he was to now, and just his lyrical progression, and you know what I mean? Just the ways he spins shit. You would think he had media training. You know what I mean? It's crazy, you know what I mean? And it's just, even like his last couple battles, though, you know what I mean? It's just the way he kind of points the narrative into, you know what I mean, where it spins good for him, you know what I mean? Which is, you got to have a talent to do that, you know what I mean? But, you know, he was cooking this round, cooking. You know, Danny's second round was still good, doing everything great, you know. But it was a really fucking good round from KD, you know what I mean. Second round, KD was really talking, you know what I mean. Danny's second round was really fucking good, you know what I mean. That's how, like, we knew this one. Everybody in the room knew this was a classic after 2. We were all listening, like, yeah, all right, we got us a battle, you know what I mean. Like, everybody's looking around, shaking their, like, okay, you know what I mean. This is what the fuck we was looking for, you know what I mean. This is great. Both of these guys are rapping at a top level, you know what I mean. And great battle after 2 rounds. You know, you got No, Danny Stern, really established what we all been saying about. He's doing everything, all the shit we love from Danny. His wordplay. You know what I mean? He wrote ahead this battle. He had all the angles KD was trying to take. He was counterpunching. You know what I mean? I told y'all about Danny all the time. You know what I mean? He just was at an elevated level. Like, we've seen glimpses of this. We've seen Danny do this before, but this one he put it all together. KD's third round was really good, but Danny's third round was top notch. You know what I mean? Like, he really established himself. Like, he got to talking like crazy East Side trap gang GD shit to KD. I was like, KD, get the fuck out of there, run, KD. Right, super momentum shift whenever he did like that. The whole room zoomed in, tunnel vision whenever Danny started doing that shit. That shit was dope. You know what I mean? But, KD's third was strong. He showed he's great, little to no prep. His wordplay is top notch. His heavy talk is top notch. It's just Danny prepared for everything. Danny prepared for everything. And Danny was this is the best we've ever seen Danny. You know what I mean? And that's not to be taken lightly. Danny was really fucking good in this battle. Danny was rapping, his jokes, his personals, his angles, everything was on point for Danny this battle. And that's why I think he took it 2-1 in a classic battle of the night. You know what I mean? Classic battle of the night. I just think Danny edged it. You know what I mean? Like, his third round was insane. You know what I mean? Like, crazy. I was super proud of Danny. You know what I mean? Super proud of Danny. Like, I knew Danny could rap, and I knew he could perform at that level. And to beat KD, 14 battles or not, he was gonna have to be on point, and he did what the fuck he was supposed to do. 2-1 Danny in a battle of the night. Classic. 3 fire battles so far. You know what I mean? 3 fire battles so far. Then you got D-Boy versus B-Mac. You know what I mean? Like, the crowd was lit about this time. And you know how it gets in the middle of battles? Everybody, I think everybody's got to get that energy they got to get out. Because for like the next 40 minutes, we're going to all be watching and listening to something. So everybody's wowing. The girls are lit. They're like Instagram with the hookah lit, like having a party, having a good old time. So we had to bring them back in, you know what I mean? But, D-Boy came in. I feel like he might have wrote his first 1.5 bars. And then he hit a crazy, intense, personal. Another time the room shifted, a crazy, intense personal. And then after that, I just felt like that might have been freestyle, and then he kept freestyling after, and then didn't hit a pocket. You know what I mean? He said he had a mental block, and I don't discount that at all. You know what I mean? Because he had a cipher that he just had maybe 2 weeks before the battle, and he had one of the top verses in the cipher. He's a top rapper in the city. D-Boy is one of them. You know what I mean? I just felt like he might have been free and then didn't hit a pocket. Regular D-Boy would have hit. You know what I mean? He just might have had the mental block, and he just didn't hit it. You know what I mean? It was definitely got to rewatch all of D-Boy's rounds, because I was kind of in the back, and I'm kind of short, so I'm having a hard time seeing and hearing, and I got, I don't know, it's kind of weird. You gotta if you see it, you can hear it better. You know what I mean? I was kind of listening with my ear. So I really gotta watch I gotta watch the rest of D-Boy's rounds, but Mac, let me just say, P motherfucking Mac. You know what I mean? Sheesh. When y'all see this shit, I've never seen shit like this in person. You know what I mean? I've never seen anybody do anything like this in my life. You know what I mean? YouTube, caffeine naps, coastal rain. You know what I mean? I'm talking about, I was amazed. This is just his first round. You know what I mean? B-Mac was amazing. I don't know what other word to use. I'm talking about he was hitting crazy pockets. I'm talking hitting crazy pockets and then staying in the pockets and rapping top notch level. You know what I mean? Like one of the best rounds I've ever seen in my life. You know what I mean? Second round, D-Boy, I felt more the same. Felt like he was freestyling. You know what I mean? Like I said, I really got to watch it. I got to rewatch D-Boy's rounds. I felt like he was freestyling and just wasn't hitting pockets. You know what I mean? Not too much on D-Boy. You know what I mean? Not too much on D-Boy. You know what I mean? Second round, B-Mac was cooking again. You know what I mean? He got to talking his number one shit. I beat the 1 and 2. Y'all not going to put me behind them. You're going to put me with them. Definitely not behind them. You know what I mean? But I did beat him. He was wild. You know what I mean? He was wild. You know, he was in a zone. You know, to do this, what he was doing this battle, you got to be in a straight zone the whole fucking time. And then not only that, whenever you're prepping for the battle, you got to be in a zone to do what he did. And I'm talking about this is some of the craziest shit in battle rap. I'm telling you, definitely in person that I've ever seen. Some of the craziest shit. You know what I mean? You know, third round, like I said, not too much on D-Boy. And don't y'all get to try to downplay D-Boy or badmouthing D-Boy, because he's one of them. Y'all better not, because he still killed one of y'all. You know what I mean? It's just, Mac, again, crazy. Best third round I've ever seen. Best third round I've ever seen. Like I said, on an app, TV, YouTube, in person. Absolute best round I've ever seen in my life was B-Mac's third. You know what I mean? Cooperstown, Hall of Fame, all Madden mode. You know what I mean? He was hitting Reed, you know, school bus pick 'em up pockets. You know, he's got the best hype man in the game. That's for sure. You know what I mean? We ain't seen shit like this since, you know what I mean, since Murder Moot. You know what I mean? We ain't seen shit like this since, like, I'm talking about Smack DVD Murder Moot, before, back in the day Murder Moot. I'm talking about this kid right here, B-Mac, is an all-time great. I've been telling people, if you would ask me about the event, I talked to the guy from Midwest Mixtapes, I talked to, you know, a few people in the city, and I told him, man, you wait till you guys see this kid. You know what I mean? He's an all-time great. That was an all-time great performance. You know what I mean? Never seen anything like that in my life. I promise you. And whenever y'all see, I can't wait to see it. I definitely can't wait to see his last bars on camera. It's gonna be so crazy. I'm telling you, all-time great performance. I've personally never seen shit like that in person. You know what I mean? So that's 4 battles in a row. 4 great battles in a row on a Thursday. Packed. You know what I mean? Homegrown talent. All 4. And then you got your main event. MVP versus W-Dub. You know what I mean? Great battle. Classic battle. Main event caliber battle. Before they get to rapping. You know what I mean? MVP came out. Main event caliber round. You know, the writing is insane. Best wordplay to punches in the game. Nobody close. You know what I mean? Best I've ever seen. You know what I mean? These two are my favorite STL battlers ever, probably. You know what I mean? But just MVP, the writing, this kid has the pen. You know what I mean? W-Dub. You know, come out cooking. Perfect style. You know what I mean? Again. Haymakers. Again. You know, it's set up to the haymakers. You know what I mean? The SS crowd loves W. You know what I mean? With or without the big energy shift in the room, they love W no matter what. That's kind of why the room kind of shifted after MVP's first. You know what I mean? And W was going to get this reaction either way. You know what I mean? W was doing what W usually does, but better. He elevated his writing. It's crazy that W's been in the game for so long, and he's still not scared to, like, mix in new shit. Like, I felt like he mixed in some wordplay in this battle, some more wordplay, some shit that I necessarily might, you know, I necessarily might not do, because I might not be able to say it right, or I might not like how he say it. But W-Dub ain't still, to this day, he's adding new shit. into his, like, you know, his toolkit. You know what I mean? He came out main event caliber round. You know what I mean? First round, you know, super even. Super even. I don't know how to call that round. You know what I mean? MVP, second round. Come out talking his number one shit, top bars and execution. The execution he has, the way he says his shit, the way he's the way he sets everything up. And then he kind of like gives you a little bit of what they call it, a little suspense before the punch. You know what I mean? He's really fucking good at that. You know what I mean? Like I said, the room was a little shifted, so there wasn't like too much reaction. There was like some oohs and ahs and whispers. You know what I mean? But you know, the room was a little shifted. You know, W come out second round, another main event caliber round. Slogans, jokes, performance. You know what I mean? Another fucking classic after two. Another fucking classic after two. You know, I felt like MVP might have edged the first, and then W edged the second. So going into the third, another battle, homegrown talent, you know, main event caliber. It's tied up after 2 rounds, and it's not like a lackluster tie. I'm talking about it's a tie where it's like these battles really, I mean, a lot of them could go either way. You know, a lot of them could go either way. It's just, I think I'm a good judge of character, you know what I mean, of the battles, you know, but definitely this battle, whenever you watch this battle, you could say it could go either way, you know, because W's third, he came out, you know, after MVP started, the crowd got back with him, you know, especially since the way MVP was rapping, you know, the pin needs to be studied, to be honest. When I left, I gave him the pin, you know what I mean, I told him, you're the pin now, you know what I mean, and not only has he outdone me, you know what I mean, but, you know, there's times where I like, you know, I'm gonna write a verse today, because you keep rapping like that. You know what I mean? Definitely like whenever he's rapping like this. Main event caliber. One of his best performances. You know, he proved he's one of the best. W proved he's main event caliber. Proved he's worthy of the talent, not only in the city, because MVP is not only a main event in the city, he's a main event, you know, internationally. Definitely could be, you know. W proved he's far worthy of that kind of competition. Far worthy. You know. That's why, you know, we're gonna get into the aftermath and what I think is next for these guys. You know, like Body Bag impressed the shit out of me, man. We gotta see him back for sure. We gotta see him back for sure. You know what I mean? Hopefully he's got some rounds like that again. Because he keeps rapping like that, he's gonna be trouble. You know what I mean? And not only that, he could get better. So, you know, like I said, he impressed the shit out of me. And we definitely got to see him again. EJ, I think EJ is a star. You know what I mean? Beyond battle rap. His music. But I also think, as a battle rapper, he can be a star. You know what I mean? He's a vet level performance already. And that's just not in the city. He's got vet level performance. You know what I mean? We'll just keep it at that. Vet level performance. You know what I mean? They both got to be on some upcoming card. I mean, EJ said he was gonna maybe take a break. I don't see no problem with that. Maybe battling every 3-4 months. You know what I mean? Or whatever he wanted to do. I don't see no problem with that at all. You know what I mean? I would definitely need that much time. Mental break for sure. You know, and then you got Outgutter, man. Outgutter is stamp, man. Outgutter is stamp. It's one of us. Vet. He deserves a vet. He looked like he was on a cool ass vacation, and you know what I mean, he rapped like it. You know what I mean? He was on. He definitely, I think it might be time for him to get an active established vet. You know, Boat is an established vet. I think it might be time for Op to get an active established vet. You know what I mean? And then Danny Boy, top 5. Time to put Danny Boy in the top 5 talks. After that, we gotta put Danny in the top 5 talks. He beat the face. And not only that, he was rapping. And he was doing everything he was supposed to do at a high level, at a very high level. He deserves a top name. You know what I mean? A good vet. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? If we could pull one of these older vets out, you know what I mean, from my class, maybe, you know, something like that. Get Danny some eyes and some good competition. You know, MVP. You know, same thing. MVP and W both. You know, continue to be great. They both make me proud. I'm sure they make O proud. They make home look like a big stage. Both of them do. Both of them make home look like a big stage. You know what I mean? That battle was main event caliber. Both of them. You know, just continue to be great. MVP, you know what I mean? Same with him. With like maybe pull like an old school street status vet out. You know what I mean? An out of towner, even though we don't really need that kind of shit here. Even if they want to come and they want to battle here, and they do, you know what I mean? More the better, I guess. You know what I mean? For the comp, not for the look, but for the comp. But you know, we like I said, MVP, W Dub, Danny Boy, KD, EJ, they all made home look like a big stage. So we don't need, you know, we're this close, you know what I mean? Like W, Mr. Street Status, you know what I mean? Straight Soldier, Professional, you know what I mean? You know, Straight Soldier for what he went through before the battle, you know, during the battle. The adversity that he rapped through proves that he can not only perform at a high caliber, you know, just in regular battles, but whenever he's going through way too much, you know, there's, you know, wild shit that happens in the battle, and he still soldiers through it and has a main event caliber performance. No slip-ups, no stumbles, perfect performance, you know, perfect getting his words out. He did everything that I'm sure he wanted to do. He might have wanted to do a little bit more, but, you know what I mean, we're all our worst critic, but he's definitely, he deserves whatever he gets. Nobody can complain. B-Mac, sky's the limit. You know what I mean? Like I said, another legend from the street status days, or just in general. You know what I mean? Just like we're gonna start with, like, you know, W. I seen Big Will shoot at W. That's a main event battle. If we could get that, that'd be crazy. But, you know, just think about this. This is big dreams. You know what I mean? This is big dreams. God bless O's pockets. You know what I mean? God bless O's pockets. You know what I mean? Whenever I say this, but just think about this. If we could get Aver versus KD, Hitman Holla versus B-Mac, MVP versus Young Ill, and W-Dub versus Big Will, shit. You know what I mean? That would be crazy. Be crazy. Like I said, God bless O's pockets. You know what I mean? But hey, you know what I mean? You St. Louis guys on the Mount Rushmore, you up there, come on. Do this for the city. Do it for street status. Do it for these guys. You know what I mean? They deserve it. They definitely rap. You know, they definitely rap at the talent level to compete with y'all. So maybe it's time for y'all to, you know, come back and give one for the city. You know what I mean? Take a pay cut. Just work out some kind of deal, do what you gotta do. But just think about this. Averb versus KD, Hitman Holla versus B-Mac, MVP versus Young L, and W-Dub versus Big Will. That would be fucking crazy. That'd be insane. You know what I mean? That'd be bonkers. It'd be crazy. You know what I mean? God bless those pockets. You know what I mean? Dreams. Huh? You know what I mean? Dreams. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? And that's what, you know what I mean? 5 great battles, packed night on a Thursday, all homegrown talent. You know what I mean? Packed, straight packed, couldn't move, crowd going crazy. It was, you know what I mean? It was definitely definitely exhausting. You know what I mean? Just having to stand and being tucked in the crowd. It was so crazy, and definitely at certain parts of the night, the crowd was going crazy. You know what I mean? Like, I can't wait to see B Magic's third on camera. You know what I mean? But, shout out to O, Ducky, Jerk, JB, everybody is safe. Everybody is street status. I had a lot of fucking fun. I do every time I come to a street status event. I had a lot of fucking fun. I get a lot of love. That was probably the best event I've personally been to. Total loony bin. Wild matchups. I've said it before. I've said it once. I've said it a million times. Oh, street status, Ducky and them, they're the best with the matchups. Nobody put cards together like them. Crowd, wild. Crowd was wild. Some of the funniest people. Even the females in the crowd. A worker come up, told a girl she couldn't stand on the booth. She looked at him and said, "Aunt, are you my uncle?" Like, no, young lady, I think he works here. You know what I mean? I think he works here. I don't think that's your uncle. Hilarious. Then we got JD1, pure entertainment. Walking around in a zip-up hoodie, open. Chest out, looking like a fly robot. You gotta talk about a switch. I really think that was just a symbol for this guitar he had that came equipped with Purple Rain. You know what I mean? At one point in the battle, the crowd, he was getting real amped for one of his guys, and the crowd was yelling, "Rick James, bitch," at him. Oh my fucking God. I'm talking about, I lost it. That was, oh my God. Antlo, top 5 funniest people, you know what I mean? Ever. Probably. You know what I mean? We're just standing at the battles. He walked up, he grabs me by the shoulder, and we walk up to some pretty girls. He goes, "I sell weed, he sells meth. What's up?" So I start dying laughing. I'm over here, I'm dying in tears, can't breathe. I can't even respond. She says, "Why would you say that?" He said, "'Cause it's true." Like, bro, do you not see me over here? Do you not see me over here dying already? You know what I mean? She don't even say nothing about nothing. She says the word weed. She says the word weed. And he comes back over, slaps me old school 5. He says, "We're in business, baby." You know what I mean? Hilarious. You know what I mean? I'm talking about dying. You can't breathe, laughing. You know what I mean? Profit during D-Boys rounds. Hilarious. You know what I mean? Top 5 funniest battle hype men I've seen that night. That's for sure. You know what I mean? He was kind of scary. It was hilarious. You know what I mean? 30 deep profit. You know what I mean? That's what I call hilarious. Great night. Packed house. Like I said, on a fucking Thursday. You know what I mean? 314 day, whenever there was like 1,001 events in the city. Outside, inside, even though it was raining a little bit, but you know what I mean? They had events everywhere. You know what I mean? And packed building on a Thursday. 5 great battles, well worth the money. You know what I mean? I think, I can't remember what we paid, but it was well worth it. You know what I mean? Well worth it. Well worth it. Well worth it. You know what I mean? And then just the production. It brings me to the production, you know what I mean? Like, the cameras, the lighting. It's top notch, the quality, the still pictures look crazy. You know what I mean? These guys look like movie stars. They look like, like Denzel or like Arnold Schwarzenegger. You know what I mean? I want to put the fire with the car behind these guys. You know what I mean? That's how crazy this shit looks. I can't wait to see B-Max third on this camera. You know what I mean? So shout out to Media Outlaws, Matt McElrath, Matt Sawicki on audio. You know what I mean? And they had a new guy there on audio this time. He was enjoying himself. He was laughing. You know what I mean? He was having a hell of a time. I was watching him. I found it hilarious. You know what I mean? He was having a good time. You know what I mean? Good time. I mean, he couldn't. You know what I mean? Definitely. Like, I'm telling you, B-Mac has the best hype man in the world. You know what I mean? And whenever he was going crazy, the rest of the crowd was going crazy. It was nuts. I can't wait to see these battles. You know what I mean? Just the pictures, the still pictures are amazing. You know what I mean? These guys do top-notch work everywhere they go. They do this MMA promotion in the city, Nemesis MMA, crazy production. You know what I mean? Their stuff looks crazy. You know what I mean? He did an interview. Matt McElrath did an interview with Daryl Strawberry from Vlad TV. You know what I mean? I think he knows it. You know what I mean? I think he said it. Where he really shines at, though, is at these battles, at street status battles. And I'm telling you, man, whenever you guys see these battles, I'm telling you, if we're this close to a takeover, that's what I'm saying. If we can get KD, if we can get the KD Averb, the B-Mac Hitman, the MVP Young Ill, W-Dub versus Big Will, if we could get that, this production, like a card that's going to be even crazier, more people. I can't wait to see what could happen. Because honestly, we're this close, and everybody knows it. Verb said it the other day. Verb said it the other day, like, we're this close. You know what I mean? Battle rap needs this. If it's dying, it definitely needs this, because it ain't dying over here. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Like, this is not only top-notch matchmaking, top-notch battles, top-notch production. You know what I mean? Like, so shout out to Media Outlaws. Next topic. You know what I mean? I'm gonna talk some shit from my girl, dog. Toots. I mean, I feel like she deserves more. What y'all scared? The top leads, the top women battlers, y'all scared? You know what I mean? She's battled at them heights and them leagues and that caliber before, but what's wrong? Where's the other opponents? Where's the tougher opponents? She's proved that she's worthy of it. Where is it? Are they scared? Is she blacklisted? Like, what's the deal? Because she's obviously one of the best. You know what I mean? Shout out to Miss Hustle. You know what I mean? So what's up with, Miss Hustle, Jazz, Myverse, Vixen, Misfit, E-Heart, somebody. I mean, she's well worthy of the competition. Well worthy. You know what I mean? Is it she has integrity and morals? We love her for that. We love her for her integrity. You know what I mean? Her possible assaults. We love her for that shit. Is it, you know what I mean? What's up, Debo? What's up, Remy? The fuck? Where y'all killers at? She's almost down to battling, the top hitter dudes from here. I would love to see her versus J-Rome. I would love to see that. I ain't gonna lie. I would love to see her versus J-Rome. Would love it. I just don't understand where the competition feeling is for the rest of these girls. You know what I mean? Like, I do get the feeling that a lot of them, you know what I mean? Miss Hustle's not one of them. I don't feel like E-Heart's really one of them either, but like Jazz and Myverse and Vixen, Misfit especially, they're doing everything for the look. You know what I mean? They act like they're for competition, but they're really doing everything for the look. You know what I mean? I think it's kind of obvious with the top women battlers in general, because Toots isn't battling them. Because she's battled like 40 bars. She's had a couple big battles and that she's won. She's battled lyrical girls, you know what I mean? Like, she's battled top talent girls. Some would say some of the top talent. So I don't understand where the fuck y'all get off not booking her. Y'all don't call her for nothing? Y'all aren't giving her the big battles? What's up? Are them girls scared? That's what I'm saying. I'm calling all y'all out right now by name. Hustle, Jazz, Myverse, Vixen, Misfit, E-Heart, etc. What's up? Let's get y'all booked versus Toots. Let's stop the bullshit. Let's do this for the talent. For like the real fucking female rappers. Like, not just female even. Like I said, her integrity and morals are like, you know what I mean? She's one of them. You know what I mean? I'm scared of her personally. So I understand if other people are, because I am. You know what I mean? I'm glad that we're cool. Because personally, I am scared of her. So I would understand maybe if other people might be scared of her too. You know, she is a very, very, very talented rapper. You know, female or not. High caliber, main event talent rapper. Just flat. And I think it's time that she just gets the respect she deserves. I think it's time that, you know, back in the day, we just, you know what I mean, get them people out of here if they're just looking for the look. Let's take it back. Who the fuck is ready for the competitive part of the game? Who's down to not be scared? Who's gonna break the grain if who's gonna go against the grain if that's what we got to do to get to battle from one of y'all? Then let's do that. It's one of y'all. I named like 6 of y'all, and that's with an etc. on there, because you know what I mean, it's a new era. They could have new girls in there. You know what I mean? So etc. with the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 names that I picked. One of them 6 names. It'd be nice if y'all wasn't scared and y'all would take the battle for Toots, for the talent. She deserves it. You know what I mean? Not only for her talent, but for her integrity. And I think it's time that, you know, we start, you know, shifting towards that part of the game. And I think we are kind of shifting towards that part of the game, but, you know, there's still a clear middle ground. I mean, we got our liberals, you know what I mean? We got our smacks, ARPs, and ARPs over here. You know what I mean? Then there's the gray area of the, you know what I mean, the arrogant and the stuck up, the ones that are like fake stuck up and know that they can use their image they know that they can use their image. So you know, just, if not that, you know what I mean, can we please get Toots vs. J-Ro for the city? You know what I mean? Just for that. I just think it'd be dope if we got them for the city. You know, that brings me to my next topic. You know? We got some heavy hitters coming up, man. Some heavy hitters. Miller G, Demo Stutter, Dale Murder, J-Day Ones, Antlo. You know what I mean? We gotta, like, them guys, we gotta see Dale Murder, J-Day Ones, and Antlo back in the ring. Miller and Demo are absolutely on fire. Doing everything they're supposed to do. Really more. Exceeding expectations and goals set and everything else like that. They're doing a lot. And just like maybe like a year, less than a year of battling. Demo been battling for like 5 months the most. You know, Miller maybe I think it's about the same. But you know, Miller's been around and he's obviously studied, because what the fuck? You know what I mean? What the fuck? Where does Penn come from? His wordplay, his punches, his real bars, his performance. He's comfortable. He has a following. You know what I mean? He's controversial. He really be getting y'all. You know what I mean? He's been kind of quiet lately. I mean, he went on vacation. He was out of the country. Then he had a battle in Texas. I think he might have had a battle in Kansas City right before that. You know what I mean? But he's doing everything perfect. I love it. I love his trolling. At first, I didn't get it. I didn't get his trolling at first. I thought he was being like super serious, but he wasn't. So yeah, but he's really kind of controversial. He gets people going. He gets, you know, like, he gets the most viewers whenever he's going live in the groups, or, you know, starting shit on Spaces, or just anything. You know, he's already had some controversial shit going on with J-Rome. That shit was hilarious. You know what I mean? I think he's a great addition just because of his pen, his performance, and his comfortability. You know what I mean? Already he looks like a star too. You know what I mean? It's funny though, because you know what I mean, we all say where the fuck he come from. You know what I mean? But I think he's a great addition. Then you got Demo. Hey man, Demo. Love everything about him. You know what I mean? He's so St. Louis, real life struggle bars, compelling, wordplay, punches, confident, storytelling. You know what I mean? His like struggle bars, he stands on his own too. He told Jay that guy, you to roll up, man. Not him. You know what I mean? I told him. You know what I mean? I hope he don't think, you know what I mean, that I'm looking for like, you know, like a friendship, or I'm saying this to get on his good side. But I told him, I've been telling him, I think he might be the one to break the barrier of the hatred just because the people gonna fuck with him so much. Like, MVP's cool and laid back, you know what I mean? Like, smacking them definitely did and tried to hold them down. You know what I mean? But like, Demo's just got that. He's just like kind of compelling and, you know what I mean, gritty. You know what I mean? He's like, you look at him and you be like, yeah, he's on. Yeah, he be smiling and look like he's on demon time. You know what I mean? I don't like to give away bars, but he posted this one. You know what I mean? He said, silence is golden, but duct tape is silver. Oh, no. Can't be saying shit like that, no. Can't be saying shit like that to battle rappers, so they gonna get scared. They ain't gonna battle you. You look like you might duct tape somebody. That was hard. You know what I mean? That was crazy. Like, and he's been battling for 4 months, and he's dropping haymakers like that out of town, having the Texas crowd go crazy, having the Kansas City crowd go crazy. He's on a run right now. You know what I mean? Like, Merlot had a little run, but this is a different kind of run. You know what I mean? This is a different kind of run. Merlot's still kind of like on a run. He's always battling and shit like that. But this is a different kind of feeling of a run. You know what I mean? But like I said, we definitely got to see Dale Murda, like, short round whenever he battled. Short round. But in that short round, it was, if you ask me, very impactful. Very impactful round. He should have had more. He should have came with more. I don't know if he stopped early or what, but I think he's a great addition for the new class. If he keeps battling more and he really gets into his zone, I think he could be one of the best. Like, his performance and writing is kind of crazy. I mean, I don't know if he battled before, if he has experience, but he was really fucking good, man. Like, it's really short. I don't know how long that round was. Maybe like 2 minutes or so. Like, if he lost because he didn't have enough, but it was still really fucking good. You know what I mean? When I watched it, okay, well, we gotta see him more for sure. JD1s, we gotta see him more because he's like a obvious star, and his aura brings people. Not only does he bring people, but he's just funny and you know what I mean, entertaining. So he's gonna bring people. Other people are gonna watch him no matter what. He has a bunch of views on his songs and shit like that. You know what I mean? So he's already got a big following, and he can rap. You know, we just got to see more of him. Yeah, but he beat Drop to set up really fucking good, really nice. You know, they can make a little run in this shit. You know, definitely with all of them being on street status, and not only that, whenever they get on street status, they elevate to that level, to the caliber of the platform they're on. You know, it's just, we got to see more of them for sure. You know, we got to see him get out here and get in the battles. Craig, it's not his fault. You know, Craig should have had a battle, but so that's not really his fault. So we definitely got to get Craig in there and see what Craig is talking about. All three of these waves come together, after the big four, big five, because B Magic is kind of in that, W Dub, Meta, SK, Trey Pounds, TWO class. So, but, we kind of put, B Magic is, like I said, he elevated to the best of his era, so you could put him up there with the big four, big five, and it's just, we're really, 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 really good hands. I'm super proud, super, super excited. I want to battle for real. Not the. They make me want to write. I went home after B-Max rounds like, nah, this dude can't be better than me. I went home and wrote bars. I was like, all right, cool. I still got it. I still got the pen. I still got it. Like, but these guys make me want to rap. These guys make me want to battle. They make me want to do this podcast and talk about them. Because they're that fucking good. Then we got the new wave coming after them, the Miller G's, the Demos, the Dale Murders, the J-Day Ones, the Antelopes. We're in pretty good fucking shape. And it forgot about D-Boy. D-Boy's from that W-Dub, maybe a little after their class. I think he was after us, really. He just was the best of his class. But once he gets back on track, he's going to elevate himself back to the status that he should be. He just ran into a really, 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 crazy performance in a crazy night, and it looked like everything went the right way from that. Everything. Even his people was on point. Crazy night, crazy environment, crazy production. Our new class, I'm not the only one that says it. We're in good hands. Everybody's excited to see these guys rap, to see where they're going to take themselves and see if they can elevate themselves to where they can get the battles with these guys. Because they, that's what they tell them. We need y'all to show us. We need y'all to elevate to this point that, it makes sense that we take the battles and the crowd knows it makes sense. And now there's people like Danny Boy, Opgutta, Miller, Demo, that where we can say they are worthy of, some good competition, some good pins, Definitely Danny and Op, they're ready. Demo, ready. J-Day One's been ready. Before battle rap, I think. I really think that, it's hard to pick the best guy. That out of the new guys, it's hard to pick a best guy. They all do something different. They all do something really fucking good. I'm super. I can't wait to see Miller battle somebody from St. Louis. Demo battle one of these guys. I want to see Dale. I don't care who Dale battles. I want to see him again. J-Day Ones. We got to see him because he's fucking top-notch, fucking entertaining. That dude's a star without even trying. He's just entertaining. He's just you watch him, you be like, this dude is pure entertainment, TV show. If somebody followed him around with a camera, he'd probably get 1 million views on that. And, who run battle rap right? Now we're gonna get into, Smack's, his response to everybody, and it was a pretty dumb response. So I feel like we gotta welcome Smack to business 101, a business course. He can't pay me because he definitely can't pay the battlers anymore. Because he said he can't pay the battlers anymore because it's uncivilized. What the fuck? On New York Baby Jesus. New York Baby Battle Rap Jesus. What the fuck does that mean? It's I actually think it might be the opposite, Smack. I think you might want to pay them so they don't live uncivilized. But I don't know. That might be the dumbest thing I've ever heard somebody say. You know what I mean? T-Top, are you still saying talk heavy smack? Because Smack just told y'all to break out the microwave Salisbury steaks. He said, we got caffeine at home. Smack said, y'all got to eat cereal for dinner. Talk heavy, Smacky Wacky. You know what I mean? And listen, you fucking cornballs. 15 minutes of POV again. Listen, it's not going independent if you lose the deal. Congrats on losing your sponsor, Smack. Congrats on having bad business, Smack. I don't get it, man. Like, that was probably uncivilized. That's probably the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. You know what I mean? And then you got, he said, what are they doing different on the smaller leagues? What are they doing different over there that they charge him different, that they charge him? Well, they are doing something different. Smack. That league is paying for the exposure that they get from being on bigger platforms and having major battles and million view battles. That's what the other league is paying for, is the exposure and that they don't have, so they can maybe generate the profits that you're generating. Even though, the whole thing about, like, Verb is actually, Hitman and Verb hit it right on the point, because where'd all the fucking money go? Where'd all the money go from before? And if these events were being sponsored, and you weren't coming out the pocket, where the fuck did the money go? Listen, Beasley, if Averb is right, listen, Beasley, you ain't cornhead ass dude. Stop letting Smack fucking talk. You know what I mean? Stop letting Smack talk, Beasley. Averb said that you and Chico are to blame. I don't even think Chico is a real fucking person. I think he's Smack and Beasley. The invisible scapegoat. I think that's just who they put everything on. Chico, it's Chico. It's Chico. Chico's not even real. I don't think Chico's real. So every once in a while, they take a picture with somebody and be like, yeah, there's Chico, man. It's a different guy every time. Go look it up. And Chico ain't real. That ain't fucking Chico. That's Smack and Beasley. You know what I mean? That's uncivilized. Making up somebody. Hey, listen, real talk. Whenever I told y'all to hit up Netflix, y'all should have listened, because this shit is definitely better than fucking TV. This shit writes its fucking self. I tell you that. This shit writes its fucking self. You know what I mean? You got people, ARP retire. I told you these people aren't built for this shit. He's gonna unretire with a statement like, I'm healed. Michael Jordan had, I'm back. ARP gonna come back with, I'm healed. You know what I mean? Organic loves battle rap now. That's a change from 2 weeks ago. You know what I mean? I thought he was going to become a Mountie. You know what I mean? I guess he got some Canadian therapy. You know what I mean? And, the Grind Time Dorks, they're mad. I didn't say they started battle rap. Okay, I lied one time. You know what I mean? I will say one thing. URL and D-Rec always selling their ass to celebrities for 5 minutes of parody shit. You know what I mean? You guys really need role models. You need mentors. Hey, pull your skirt down. Put that thing away. Be a lady, goddammit. You're better than this. Stop doing that. It's not, man. It's not ladylike. You know what I mean? Like, you need to get some manners and some. You need to treat your body like a temple. Smack, direct, ARP, and organic. You know what I mean? Smack, he's on Spaces with people in a battle rap culture called OG Spaces. You know what I mean? I guess like for Twitter Spaces, we got Caps. He came from the battle rap. What are them things they used to have, the chats or whatever? You know what I mean? The little Reddit, like I said, Reddit. You know what I mean? You got Caps, you got capital letters, then you got OG Spaces. and Smack recaps. You know? Oh my god. Oh man, like I said, you guys, I will. You know what I mean? I could be a stepfather to you guys. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You guys can't have, you know what I mean, the Sesame Street count on there and think your battles are gonna be good. You know what I mean? It took y'all 44 minutes to say that the crowd didn't think the battle was very good. It took y'all 44 minutes for Smack to say that they could have done better. You know what I mean? Like, it took Smack said it could have been better. It wasn't trash. You know what I mean? Like, that's why I say, where's this fucking close? Come on, Verb. Come on, Hitman. Come on, Ill. Come on, Big Will. We're this fucking close. You know what I mean? This is the kind of business these motherfuckers are doing. Smack's still promoting Al Capone cigarillos. I've never seen one in my whole life. Do they got 2 apps? A subscription? If I think organic, do I get a care package? You know what I mean? I just don't get it. You know what I mean? Everybody said your card was trashed. You know, that's what y'all get for picking people like Sloppy Turtleneck Joe. Great job, Lex Luthor and Danny Myers. Send them some Easy Mac. Send them some Easy Mac. You know what I mean? Send them one of them TV dinners. You know what I mean? Them hungry mans. We gotta pay them some way. You know what I mean? I told you they wanted our raviolis. I wasn't fucking lying. You know what I mean? Another thing y'all are doing is still watching, you know, you guys are still watching Chris on Bundy. You know what I mean? Unbiased Dahmer. UBK. UTK. Unbiased Torture Kill. Unbiased Torture Recaps. Y'all are sickos. Y'all are really sickos. Y'all gotta get these guys away from these bloggers like this. You know what I mean? These bloggers need to be locked up. You know what I mean? They need to be put on a list. You know what I mean? Y'all just seen Chris Unbiased just got choked out by a teacher for trying to do classroom recaps. These are the people that not only you guys push to the culture, but the people like smacking them wanting the culture, the bullshit, so they can push their bullshit narratives that apparently me, A-Verb, and Hitman Holla are the only one that see through the bad business, and that you pay more because you have more money. You know, Coca-Cola pays more than RC Cola. You know, Amazon pays more than D&B Hot Shots. You know, Schnucks pays more than Save and Shop. You know, there's a reason. It's because they generate more profits, because they're making more off of their workers, because even, you know, afterwards they're making money off of their workers, you know. That's why they ask you for more money, Smack. That's why it's not uncivilized. That's why you should pay them, so they can, you know, have a real home-cooked meal, you know. we don't, you know, that way you don't have to have battles like Tay-Rock versus Sirius Jones, and then they almost fight for you to get some views, like every time Tay-Rock battles, and then you guys make them like fake fight, and then they end up hugging, a sweet embrace. You know, I really thought it was an RBE battle. That's what I really thought. I thought it was an RBE battle. You know, I thought it was pretty cute. You know, I was like, oh, look at them. You know what I mean? And that's what I say, man. Listen, 314 Day was crazy. 5 crazy battles, all homegrown talent, main event caliber. Definitely 4 of the battles could have been main events on any other night, because Boat is a main event, could be a main event by himself. You know what I mean? Whatever, Boat brings that kind of energy. You know what I mean? We also don't run bad business. You know, there's incentives to actually rapping here, to actually doing good. You know, there's like 3 or 4 incentives, not only just the betterment of your career, the competition, doing what you should for somebody that, you know, puts you on the right way, not the wrong way, not try to take all your money and then or not pay you and then tell you that it's your fault that, he's not going to open up his bank account anymore because he lost one sponsor whenever he really should go for more or a bigger sponsor or some kind of bigger opportunity or revenue stream. That's why we're going to call this Smack Business 101, because business is civilized. Arch.
Hello and welcome to the Greater STL Sports Podcast on the SG4L Media Network. Robert Bowlesby here with you. You could tweet the podcast at SGLSP. You can tweet the network at SG4LMN1. And you can find us just about anywhere. We're got all the new videos up on YouTube. They're not video podcasts yet, but all the new audio up on YouTube. Big place to get it, seems like. It's on Apple. It's on Spotify. It's just about everywhere. I was doing some stuff today. The technology just kind of really just was pissing me off. And I'm just trying to do stuff. I don't know how much of work is going to be going on with the blizzard going on around here. Well, a supposed blizzard. So I was just trying to do some extra, get into some stuff so I can, do a little extra while I have nothing else to do. And I just don't understand it. I feel like I'm 90 years old trying to do this stuff. And then, going between, the desktop and then, or the laptop or whatever, and going to the phone sites, and somehow they're different sites, totally different sites. It's how can you make this any harder? And maybe it's just me. A lot of it has been user error. I go to something and then I don't see it, I guess, or I look it up, or I get off for half hour, an hour, then I go back to it, and then I'm like, oh, okay, I could have done this an hour ago. But we are putting it out there. Go to follow the group page on, the page, I don't know how it is. I think it's the story, or it's just a regular page. You just follow the page, Greater STL Sports Podcast, right there on Facebook, Greater STL Sportscast on YouTube. You can follow the Instagram now. That's under Greater STLSP. Most everything, though, is going to be GSTLSP, just to make it easier. And a lot of the stuff's just because it was already under GSTLSN. Now, I'm going to do something I said I was probably not going to do on this show. We're going to talk a lot of football. A lot of things going down this week in football. But I said, Pete, football's lost my interest with the Rams leaving. And, how we got downed by Kroenke and Demoff and all that. And, how we've been getting down by the newspaper. It kind of lost interest from me. Well, that paper article kind of helped me look into it a little more. And then the games that have been going the last few weeks have been crazy. Definitely with Brady going out then retiring. You got Matthew Stafford making a run. You almost had San Francisco with a mediocre quarterback in there. Aaron Rodgers losing him, probably going to another team. I mean, it's just storyline after storyline. And I think because I want the Rams to lose so much, definitely playing at their home stadium for the big game, I guess I should call it. They don't like you saying Super Bowl for some odd reason. When do you want just on that for a second, when do you want them to bring your brand up more? When do you want somebody to say the Super Bowl? So people know exactly what you're talking about? Wouldn't that just sell your brand more without you having to do anything? Free advertisement, right? What everybody in the world wants. What any business in the world wants. Whether it's good or bad, whether somebody's talking bad, all this sucks because how they did the Rams, and they got the Rams in there, and it's fraudulent, and blah, blah, blah. Well, that's going to make some people, let's go see what's going on in this Rams situation. Oh, let's go see what's going on in this Bengals. You know what I'm saying? And they just don't they don't want it. They think it's something bad. I haven't understood it. I don't know if they are going to search my podcast out and say, hey, we're going to get this guy for saying them other two words. We'll call it the big game. the NFL, can I say the NFL? Like, I can't even say, like, the NFL championship game, can I? Like, would that be infringement on their property, too? It'd be funny if I could go download this podcast on YouTube and everything, all of this gets cut out. YouTube is the only one that really kind of is big on it with certain things. And more on my side, it was the music I used to play in the beginning because it wasn't my music. I didn't claim it or nothing. And they just went through my YouTube and started just knocking down, well, not really knocking down stuff, but they actually knock out a whole section of the podcast. No matter how long that music plays, they knock out whatever they see fit. And actually, one time, because I was going in and out of breaks, they knocked out almost a whole podcast. I think you can only actually hear the beginning of it. Something happened with copyright, and I had a crappy laptop at the time, and that's what I was using, so who knows. But free advertisement, right? But back to probably why I'm so interested in the big game. Because I really just want to see the Rams lose at home. I want to see them lose anywhere there. But wouldn't it be even better if this big $6 billion stadium they built, where the NFL's just in love with, and they got the NFL networks there, and they got everything that they want and desire in LA, and then LA goes out and loses in their home stadium? I mean, that would just warm my heart. I wouldn't even be worried about the snow. Well, the snow won't matter when the Super Bowl comes in 2 weeks, but you know what I'm saying? It could get cold. Wonderful winter. Can't beat it. Definitely in St. Louis. It's been 50 half the time. At least 45 half the time. I'll say high 40s. I mean, it's been a legitimate, like, the greatest season of all time. We really didn't have a hot summer. The greatest year of seasons of all time. Falls and springs are always great, but it's been a pretty good weather year. Not too hot, not too cold. You know, this is if the weather almost stayed like this all the time. Even though like walking out 30 now is kind of like, man, it's kind of freezing out here. Even it said 48 earlier and it was cold. But if you get used to it, you know, not hitting zero every other day in February and January would be nice. But they go out there and they go and they lay an egg in the Super Bowl in LA, and you have Cincinnati celebrate on LA's field, in front of LA, in front of, however many locals are going to be there. Wouldn't that just absolutely, just be great if you're really a fan of St. Louis football? And with some people in St. Louis, it wouldn't be great, because some people are still Rams fans, which is still understandable. I said it last week. Some people are still Rams fans. Some people are still Cardinals fans. This is because they were here. And that's the team you rooted for. I mean, it's just harder for me to do it because they were here. It's not like switching allegiances in the NBA or anything or something like that. Before the MLS gets here, MLS or the cross seas soccer teams or whatever you're into, golf, tennis, whatever. Some people didn't switch their allegiance. I felt like I had to, just because of what they did and how they put down the city. A city I'm a big fan of. No matter what, I know the bad's here too. Believe me. But I was a fan of it. You know what I'm saying? I'm a fan. I must be a fan of the city forever. If I in 10 years from now, if I move somewhere else, unless it's the job makes me want to be fans of another sports, but I'm never going to lose my fandom for the Cardinals. I might get fandom for another team, but I'm not going to lose my fandom for any of the teams that are here. So I felt like I had to change my allegiance, and some people didn't feel that way. So some people aren't going to feel the same way to me if the Rams are going to lose in the Super Bowl. It'd be kind of heartbreaking too, because it'd be the second time in the last 3 years that it happened. So if you're a Rams fan, I mean, it'd be kind of heartbreaking to make it there twice. Definitely if you're an LA Rams fan and lose both times when you never got a Super Bowl in LA. Helps in St. Louis to cushion the blow that you went to two and you won one. Cushions that blow a lot more than saying I've never seen the Rams win a championship in my city. But I'm also a fan of the Bengals. I know some of their players. I like the Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase thing, both LSU guys. I like that a lot. But I was digging deep in the stats. Like, this is probably the most I've ever written down for a podcast since I started doing it. Oh, not from in the beginning, since I started doing the podcast that I do now, which is just more of, instead of stats-based, more opinion-based, more of me messing up people's names and stuff like that. Being myself. Not being able to speak English. I'm going to need a person. I'm going to get a person on this podcast so I can point to them when I need to say somebody's name. Definitely hockey players, because I'm all over the place on that one. But I was just looking it up because of the weapons that the Bengals have and the weapons that the Rams have. I was like, well, I want to see how they do against certain wide receivers and certain tight ends, certain running backs. Because if you think about it, the Rams, even though their stats don't look as crazy, and you didn't get Odell Beckham until the end of the season, with all the firepower they got on defense, they really didn't need that much offense, and it was actually a lot better than people think, and they have a lot more weapons. But the Bengals versus wide receivers this year, 355 targets, 257 receptions against 3185 yards. Which, if you think about it, probably sounds bad, sounds a little high, but you got to think in a pass-driven league now, and guys are out here throwing for 5,000 yards every, you got 4 or 5 guys doing it a season now, it seems like. And it's not 5,000, close to 5,000. A lot more than you've ever seen ever in the history of the NFL. Now, you wouldn't think this by just like off the bat, some of the teams the Rams have played, seems like they could have had the chance to play better quarterbacks, even though the Bengals had to play against Green Bay early in the season. But the Kyler Murrays, Russell Wilsons, I mean, that's just in their division. But then you look at that and see at their stats, they 434 targets, 276, some more, and 355. So actually they have a lot more yards against wide receivers. But if you looked at the stats, which, it sounds like it's a 200-yard difference, not a big deal, blah, blah, blah. But the Rams don't really, wow, big games. Like, the list I got from the Bengals to the Rams in games a lot with big game wide receivers is crazy. Just Thielen with 9 for 72. They allowed Devontae Adams for 11 for 206. This is the Bengals. The Jets killed them, had crazy numbers. They spread it out a little bit more. But yeah, Mike Wallace of the Chargers with 5 for 110. A.J. Brown is on that list, 5 for 142. And if you look at the Rams, it's 2 guys. It was A.J. Green for the 49ers, or for the Cardinals. And the 49ers had some big games, but it was more spread out. And then you had Justin Jeffries, who had a big game for Arizona in one of the games with 8 for 114. But that's really the only 3 times that if you looked at it, even with the yards and everything like that, that they got burned. And the problem is I didn't think the Rams had that really good a tight end, but they have a guy, Tyler Bigbie, who had 61 catches for 560 yards, so a productive wide receiver. And the problem is, there's a few games in there where the Bengals have allowed big games of wide receivers, or to tight ends, Raiders, 8 catches for 135. Kettle had 13 for 151 against them. Kelsey had 10 for 95. So, and if you look on the Bengals defense, there's not anybody on there that you would say is a household name, other than Eli Apple. And I think he's a little more overrated than people think he is. But you can see it just in that. They're prone to the big game. Early in the season, a running back, Najee Harris, against the Pittsburgh running back, had 14 receptions for 122 yards against them. So it's kind of scary with the way that Cooper Kupp's playing. Odell Beckham has been in games like this before. And you have more veteran guys on that roster on both sides. But on offense, they still got Robert Woods, Van Jefferson. And that's with Odell and Cooper Kupp still. And Tyler Higbee. So, looking at it that way, it's kind of scary to think that with the way that Cooper Kupp's playing, that the Bengals could easily allow one of those big games to happen again. I mean, it's not like that they were a 15-3 team or 15-2 team or anything. I mean, they were a 9-7 team. They're 10-7 team. So it's not like they just came in there firing all cylinders, kind of like the Rams did. Even though the Rams played an easier schedule down the stretch, definitely having to play Seattle with Russell Wilson not being the Russell Wilson that he has been, and also being injured and all that. You've learned how to play against Garoppolo, obviously. And it's not like that seeing that, AJ Green had a big game, but you look at the games and you're just like, well, the Rams they just don't allow them big games. But they have the weapons to have them against a team that, for some reason, tends to every now and then just allow big games. And that's not just with the running backs either, or with the wide receiver and tight end. That's with running backs too. You had Aaron Jones from Green Bay in that same game as Devontae Adams, 14 for 103. Chubb's in there for a 14 for 137. The Browns had 35 for 147 for 187 against them. So you can see that there's games in there where the Bengals just aren't that good defensively. And they've really relied on their offense. And you're relying on a second-year quarterback, and even though he's played the national championship game and stuff like that, to go out there and win you a Super Bowl offensively. I mean, you're putting Matt Stafford in a different situation than he's ever been in, but you've got the best player defensively in the league, and maybe the best player in the league in Aaron Donald. You got Von Miller, you got Jalen Ramsey. I mean, the Rams are a whole different animal, and it hurts me. It saddens me to say this. But I just think the Rams are the better team. And if you look at the Rams running game, which the Bengals are going to have Joe Mixon be a big part of their offense. I mean, they weren't a team that allowed a bunch of rushing either. David Montgomery of Chicago, 14 for 108. The Lions had 25 carries for 105 against them. Chase Edmonds had 12 for 120, and that's it. They were average. The Rams were allowing 3.8 per carry and 73 yards per game. That's from the Bengals stats, who don't even look that bad, but they were allowing 86 yards and 4.5 carries a game. I mean, if you're going to let the Rams also establish a run game, because they don't have the worst. They have two backs, Sonny Michael and Dale Henderson. They can go out there and get you some yards, and if you give them a little resemblance of a run game, man. That's kind of scary to look at. And you've given a guy that just needed some options in Detroit. Didn't really have a running game in Detroit. I can't think of one running back. The best wide receiver I could come up with, other than Calvin Johnson for the Lions, was Golden Tate. And even though Burrow has the weapons to do this with Jamar Chase and T. Harris and Tyler Boyd and Joe Mixon, has he established himself as that good of a quarterback that where you could say with all the weapons that he's going to play better than Matthew Stafford, with all of a sudden Matthew Stafford, who was a great quarterback before this, probably a Hall of Fame quarterback before this, now has more than enough weapons to just destroy you. And if you allow them to get some resemblance to a running game, I mean, 4.5 yards in carry, that's going to leave you with a first and 5.5. You get that again, you're in a 3rd and 8. And then you can either fake the run or go for a big play. And you've seen going for the big plays worked pretty good with Cooper Kupp. And this is a game where OBJ steps up and proves what everybody thought he had lost, that he's a big game wide receiver. I mean, I'm not counting out the Bengals in no way. Because we know that what a guy like Jamar Chase can do, and the chemistry that him and Burr already had coming into this. And Burrow's not this like some back leg, quiet guy. He's a cocky guy. You've seen him in the national championship. Post-game conferences, smoking a cigar, just kind of sitting in a chair and lean back. I mean, he's not going to shy away from a big game like this. And he has, experience in it just 2 years ago. Like, who said that the college football game's not bigger than the big game? The big game from the National Football League? But who does it say that, like, in the eyes of the world, that's not a bigger game? Because at that time, you're playing for a whole state. You're not just playing for a city. And you could say that, maybe he is playing for a whole state because he's playing for Ohio. But, I mean, they got another team in Cleveland, too. And you already know how diehard Cleveland fans are. And at that time, you're not just playing for a whole state because you're young. You still got your friends following you. You're playing for your hometown, too. I mean, you're, at that time, at the oldest, 22 years old. You're most likely still talking to a lot of your friends from back home and, that you met throughout wherever you've been, through high school and all that. I mean, I feel like it's more of a community when you're doing it in college football than you are doing it in professional football. Because, as you get older, people move away. You kind of become more inclined to be part of a city than part of a region. But no matter what the circumstance was, Joe Burrow's not really that kind of quarterback that's going to shy away from it. There was a lot of turmoil going on with Cincinnati when he came in the draft, with Marvin Williams leaving, them not being as good a team as they were anymore. And he didn't shy away from coming there and taking that over. I mean, and just think of last year getting rid of a guy like A.J. Green. I mean, just think how big it would be if you had another weapon in this game for him. If you had a veteran presence like A.J. Green out there. Because this whole team's young. Offensive, they did a whole revamp on the Cincinnati team. I feel like that's why you see younger quarterbacks that are good their first 2 seasons, but they have a guy like Kyler Murray having a Larry Fitzgerald. Matt Stafford coming in the league with a Calvin Johnson. And it's just another thing, like with the Rams, they have people that can take away from Cooper Kupp. You can't just go out there and just double team everybody because they have the weapons to stop you. And just think if you had one more for Cincinnati. Definitely the guy that's as good as A.J. Green is. A guy that can go out there and, hey, at this point we need that big play. Whether it's a deep ball or just a corner route or whatever, we need you. And A.J. Green would go out there and get that done. And if the Rams stop your run game, just another weapon like A.J. Green would help. And that's just because that's how the Bengals roll. They need to get the run game going. They need Joe Mixon out there. They need him involved. I mean, he had 292 carries this year and also had 41 receptions. So he's involved in the offense almost as much as anybody. $1,500 yards from scrimmage. I mean, that's the guy that you need to get your offensive going. And with guys like Aaron Donald and Von Miller, I mean, that's going to be hard to stop for any team. Aaron Donald's unstoppable. So usually you're going to have to double team him, and you're going to free up somebody else to come in there and stop the running game or interrupt the offense with a young quarterback that may be starting to feel the pressure. And it just hurts to just think that just in 2 weeks I could be on TV because I'm going to watch this game because I'm interested now and see that the Los Angeles Rams won the Super Bowl. And I'm not totally like almost all against that whole idea because they have Matthew Stafford. It's just their owner. Like, I guess I shouldn't hate on the team as general as much as I should just say, I just don't want to see Stan Kroenke win. I don't want to see Stan Kroenke, Kevin Dimoff, and I think they still got Les Snead. I don't want to see none of that. I don't want to see them celebrating anything. It's just they got the firepower to do it. And think of a team that's so young like the Bengals are, to go into the situation for the first time, and they're doing it against all the veterans that the Rams have. And it's got to be almost scary in their mind. Wow, some of these players were just doing this a couple of years ago. You know, this is new to most of us. Because not everybody that plays in the NFL even sniffs a college championship. And you could try to say that rivalry games maybe in college football have that kind of presence. But you can't say that they all do. Maybe in Auburn and Alabama. Maybe it's like that with Missouri and maybe Kansas. It's hard to think of one in football for Missouri. Basketball, you could come up with 5. But Missouri playing Illinois even. And I'm going to get, speaking of that, it's probably the same way with college basketball too. There's just more of a feel to it. And I think because most of the fans are your peers, you're playing for the student section and all that. Now you're playing for, people that are rooting against you. You're going to have, 40, 50-year-old dudes yelling and screaming and all kinds of craziness at you. It's something that everybody's used to. Definitely with all the mental health issues and all that going on. Definitely in NFL with them, getting their world rocked every other play. But you got to think for some of these young players, it's a lot of toll in their mind. The only thing I could compare it to in my life is maybe like going to a job interview and just being like, maybe I've done this before, but I haven't done it in this situation, or I haven't done it to where, this is a different thing than I'm used to. I'm going for a different job, a different type of job. That's the only thing that me sitting here doing this podcast can even relate to in my life. And social media kind of hurts it too, because then everybody gets social media and threaten to kill you and do all that and get away with it, and it's got to really mess with your psyche. Like, I only have to worry about mine for that few hours to where you do the interview, or a few days, or whatever it is, and then nobody's coming to me and saying, "Oh, you suck because you didn't get that job," or I'm not really thinking in my head, well, maybe that's the most I can think about. Well, I said what I could say. You got people, telling you how you played and all that, and, you're probably thinking all the time, well, I guess I could have done that better, or, if you got that little bit of discount in your mind. I don't think a guy like Joe Burrow's going to go out there and, have a game where they're like, well, you should have made that pass, and you probably think, whatever. But I'm saying there's some people with that mental kind of state that were like, one person saying something, one thing goes wrong, like it could mess up your mind. Definitely thinking of it happened in the biggest game you ever played in your life. And I know most of this has been all offense, but when you go back and even look at the Rams defense, and you're like, oh, they got the players. They got Joe Mixon and Jamar Chase, and the Bengals can go out here and do this. And I know the Bucs were without their best players. It was basically Tom Brady, Gronkowski, and Fournette, and the 49ers have an inferior quarterback. But to the wide receivers in the last 2 weeks, 172 yards against the Bucs and 149 against the 49ers. Those are some low numbers. And this would be, I could be saying that and be talking about something else and be like, oh, well, they both got to 300 yards because, Kittle or Gronkowski had a great game. Well, that didn't happen either. And I wrote down the wide receivers numbers because the best players on the Bengals are wide receivers. So if you play like you did on the wide receivers against the top quarterback in the league and, a decent playing team and, with Debo Samuel and 49ers, I think if you could shut down Joe Burrow like that and stop the running game, this could be a blowout pretty quick. The Rams get any coverage. If Matt Stafford comes out and goes down his first drive and just blows down the field, it's kind of scary to think how good he's been, and definitely in the playoffs, how much his confidence go up and be like, hey, this is starting to turn into just another game. Let's go out here and play. And I think with him being in the league so long, he has the easier mindset to know that he can do that over a guy like a Joe Burrow. And that's the only thing that could go wrong for the Rams. They just can't. It's that the Bengals find a way to stop Cooper Kupp and Odell. Getting pressure on Matthew Stafford to make him make that one mistake. Because he is prone to make mistakes here and there. So that's your one shot. Is to stop Cooper Kupp and get pressure on Matthew Stafford. And it sounds as simple as could be. But you have to make a veteran quarterback make mistakes. You just have to. Definitely with one that's as good as Matthew Stafford. Now, if you think it'd be different if we were talking about all this situation with Jared Goff was in there, I'd have a whole different talk about this. I wouldn't be as scared. Because all Jared Goff was an inferior quarterback on a good team, just like Jimmy Garoppolo. Not saying that they aren't NFL quarterbacks. Not saying that they are NFL starters. Carson Wentz this year had Indianapolis with a chance to make the playoffs. And I'm pretty sure he's worse than Jimmy Garoppolo and Jared Goff. It might be close on Goff. But I think that the Rams have so much veteran presence that sometimes that can supersede in experience. But how experienced are we going to say that the Bengals are? That Joe Burrow is? That Jamar Chase is? That Joe Mixon is? Because they've all played in these kind of big games. Just in college. Also a different set of player abilities. But it's not like they were going up. They were going up against Alabama. There's people out here that think that Alabama can beat some NFL teams. And you see what happened to LSU right after Joe Burrow left. It all went downhill. You had Mizzou beating the LSU football team. You had them firing their coach that just got them that championship. So is he that much of a generational talent where he can supersede all this, jitters and all that, and just go out there and play quarterback. A lot of people say he's the next Tom Brady. Is he that next Tom Brady, that Peyton Manning, Eli Manning type? That go out there and just play the game. Whatever happens, whatever's going around them on the field, it's just blocked out. And that's what all the greats say you have to do. But does that come with experience, or does that just come with moxie? And I'm sure it's a little bit of both, but I'm going to say in some cases, the moxie probably supersedes what makes up for what it experienced, makes up for some of the inexperience. In other cases, experience starts making up for the lack of moxie. So it's just been mostly on. Really, I think who goes out there and scores first, I think that's who has the better chance. And I also think that whoever makes the first mistake has a good chance of being the team that goes down early. Because I'm acting like the Bengals can't be that big team play to make them big plays downfield. I mean, when you have a guy almost at 900 yards and two guys with 1,000 yards receiving, I would say you can make them plays down the field. Definitely with the running game, they can set it up. And God, I hope it works out that way. I might cry about a sporting event. I might actually be so disappointed in seeing the Rams seeing Stan Kroenke hold up a Super Bowl trophy that I might get so bad I might cry about it. That's a joke, but this is a disappointment to see that what could have been 6 years ago. If we would have seen the years of Aaron Donald becoming what he is, if we would have still had, you've seen Robert Quinn go out there and break the Chicago Bears sack record this year. I think if he was here in St. Louis and got to be on that line with Aaron Donald and Chris Long, it just seems like we had so many pieces at one point that it somehow would have just mixed together and would have became something. And it shows you that the quarterback's a big thing. Because we can go through the Austin Davises and the Sam Bradfords, and Trent Green was in there at 40 years old a year. Craig Nall, I think, maybe that was the linebacker. There was a Nall in there, though. They played quarterback. Was Jamie Martin in there? These are all quarterbacks that nobody knows. It's crazy. You're just trying to think. And it's not like Bolger was here too long before they left. But you got to think that they would have just looked in-house and said, all right, maybe we should stop trying to get every playmaker in the world that we think can make plays and turn Sam Bradford into something. Maybe it's Sam Bradford. And maybe at the time it was a great pick and it was the only logical pick. But you're starting to see where guys are just after 2 or 3 years where it's just hey, we had to draft another one. Look at Josh Rosen in Arizona. He was gone the next year. And he was the 9th pick. You got the guy that was on the Jets. I think his last name was Wilson. But there's a few guys where it was just hey, it's been long enough. But Carson Wentz, Jared Goff's in that category. But it's crazy to think about that the Rams did go to the Super Bowl with Jared Goff. And can you tell me who the better quarterback out of Jared Goff and Sam Bradford is? I don't feel like that Sam Bradford had the outside weapons that Jared Goff has received, but I don't think that the team was all that worse, except in the major playmaker spots and on the defense. tight ends helped it. The Rams, obviously they didn't care here. I'm going to get mad about it, talking about it, and it just ticks me off. Just lose. I need the Bengals here. I almost want to bet everything I have on it, just to be like, this is how much I want the Rams to lose. Now, if I had a little bit of money, I would, just for my enjoyment, just so I had a rooting interest in it, to root against the Rams as hard as I could, I would go put some money on it. I almost need that. I just want that hatred. I just want for everybody to feel how much even though I might be enjoying watching football, how much I hate watching this game right now. How much I hate watching the biggest game of professional football. It almost irritates me how much I'm going to hate it. And it hasn't even happened yet. I still have another week to process of trying to figure out how I'm going to deal with it. Luckily, most likely, I'll be at work. So big ups on that one. But it's just the way that it all even happened is just disappointing. And then now where they're at makes it even worse because you feel like, well, what if they would have done this in St. Louis? And maybe a lot of this is Sean McVay, who you're not going to find when the Rams are here in St. Louis. Who's in his 20s doing something when they were in St. Louis. Maybe it was the coaching. And you could say most of that was with the Scott Linehan and Steve Spagnuolo years. And maybe even with a little bit in Jeff Fisher years. But I'm kind of a fan of where sometimes you do need some kind of passion to get invested in that sport. Like I keep saying, sometimes I enjoy watching soccer. It's going to be hard for me to get in a soccer team. I have a passion for baseball. One of my favorite sports, my favorite sport growing up. Until I was in my 30s. It might still be my favorite sport. Hockey, went to see a game, became passionate about it. Started getting really into hockey. Seen that it's a different sport at the Scott Trade Center, or whatever it's called now, the Enterprise Center, than it is at, than watching it on TV. And I think the problem with not being able to have that passion for a team here or anything like that is that football is pretty much just as easy to watch TV as it is at the stadium. Like, you almost feel like it's something every play. And you can't feel always like that with baseball or hockey or something like that. Because sometimes hockey's just them dumping, running, and making sure they're getting their lines in and out, save people. Sometimes power plays can be a little lame definitely if the offense is not getting anything good off and they're just clearing it out. In football, and definitely in the years that football was here, when the Rams were a running team, it just felt like something was happening every play, whether it was a hit or anything like that. Or, Steven Jackson, you can hear Steven Jackson, helmet to helmet, and then, running over somebody, whether he was getting only 2 or 3 yards. You felt like something was happening every play. You're like, oh, he's going to break this off. It's kind of like, hey, he's going to do this here. You're always suspecting something every play. And it's a little more passionate because you want your team to be doing something every play. I mean, there's a lot of passionate football fans out there, and it seems like that, football fans are definitely more passionate, definitely in the college ranks than they are about any of the other any other of the major sports. I mean, and it's different everywhere, and I'm talking about St. Louis, where, the Cardinals have been the big thing. And now with this Blues winning the Stanley Cup and being good for, however long they've been good, the city's more invested in that now. Because don't act like, we sit here to say like we're the greatest fans of everything, but, there were some years where the Blues were going to leave. I mean, they were having financial trouble as late as the 2000s.
I think the fans are more passionate about here. We get more invested, and I think it was easier, definitely with football, because it's in the winter months where it's hard to do things in St. Louis, where the time changes, and it gets dark at 5 o'clock, and at times you're just kind of like, hey, I'm in for the night. Let me turn on something, and on Sundays that's going to be football, and you get invested in it. It's something that's almost sit down, because when you sit down to watch it, you're like, oh, it's almost like a TV show that you want to watch every week, because it's only 16 games a year. And I think when you took that off TV from some of the St. Louis fans, you kind of took their passion for the sport away. And I think the Battlehawks brought some of that back, but I think a lot of the diehard football fans are like, this is just football. If I wanted to go watch this, I'd go down to the family arena. But some of that passion has come back, that the Rams are now doing good, and really just for this game. I actually don't mind them going to the Super Bowl. I don't even know quite if I mind them, even if I would mind it even if they won. But if they were going to lose one game, let's lose this one game that's the Super Bowl and the house that Kroenke built, and he's been doing this for years, as in St. Louis we know. Just one game. I just need this one game. Just to help with my psyche a little bit. Make me feel better about myself for hating the Rams. I don't know how it's going to make me feel better, but it's worth the shot. All right, we're going to take a break. This is the Greater STL Sports Podcast and the SG4L Media Network.
Hey, have you ever wanted to start a podcast? I've been trying to get this podcast off the ground for years, and I've used many different apps to record the episode, to get my show to the people, and trying to make money off the podcast. Well, now there's only one real way to do that, and that's Anchor. Anchor is your one-stop shop for recording, hosting, distributing your podcast. Best of all, it's 100% free and easy to use. And now Anchor can match you with great sponsors who want to advertise in your podcast. That means you get paid to podcast right away. In fact, that's what I'm doing right now, reading this ad. I use Anchor for instantly recording my episodes in the app, and I also like the features on it, like bringing people into your show for other opinions and guests. So if you always wanted to start a podcast and make money doing it, go to anchor.fm/start. That's anchor.fm/start to join me and all the other podcasters already using Anchor. That's anchor.fm/start.
Hello and welcome back to the Greater STL Sports Podcast and the SG4L Media Network. Robert Bowlesby here with you. And how that segment made me so sad. Oh, it disheartened me that I had to talk so much good about the Rams. I'm trying to, I might have to try to bury them in the next segment. You can tweet us at GSTLSP. You can tweet the network at SG4LMN1. Find us on Apple, Google Podcasts, anywhere your podcasts. Up on YouTube now. Anywhere you can think you can listen to a podcast or anything like that. Look up Greater STL Sports Podcast and we'll be there. Now, you know this has been going on for a few days and just finally got confirmed today, Tom Brady retired. Now, I'm not one of these people. I'm not a Tom Brady hater, and I'm not a Tom Brady lover. I'm in the middle with him. And, it probably doesn't help that the first year he's in the league, he beat this great, wonderful team that I love in the Rams in the Super Bowl. Back then I did love them, though. But even with that being said, that I'm on the fence about him. What I'm not on the fence about is that he was definitely one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. Now, I have my feelings on this, and I guess Super Bowl should account for it. He has 7 of them. But I'm a big Joe Montana guy, and I almost would... God, what's that movie with Adam Sandler? Oh, I can't believe I can't remember that now. But anyways, the football man, when I say Joe Montana, I almost did that on you guys. I can't believe I can't remember. The Water Boy. Anyway, when they say Joe Montana, I almost did that, just but thinking about it. But Joe Montana, seeing Kurt Warner play. Peyton Manning's up there on my list. I mean, if I really wanted to play around, I really liked Jim Harbaugh for some odd reason. But you can't say that he's always going to be in the debate of the greatest of all time. And I don't, what anybody does from 20 years from now and what anybody did 20 years before. He's still going to be in that conversation. No matter what you think. No matter where you can say how the league evolved and these were the stats then, these are the stats now, and blah, blah, blah. These were the stats for Tom Brady when he played. If you say he's not in the conversation, then you didn't watch the game. And I'm saying that as much as I hate saying how good the Rams are this year. And there wasn't a game that I can remember, a big game. Definitely the professional football leagues have a big game. There was never one of those where I thought that Tom Brady was going to go into the Super Bowl and lose. Except for his first one against the Rams. Even the ones he lost, you were thinking, they still had a shot to win those games. You never once thought that, man, Tom Brady's out of this. Tom Brady's out of this. I mean, who thought that Tom Brady, the backup quarterback to Michigan, started the year as the backup quarterback on the Patriots, and his biggest threat was Troy Brown, was going to come in here and beat the Rams, and he did. I mean, when he had the best wide receiver in the league, and at the time, Randy Moss wasn't known as the best receiver in the league because of his years in Oakland. But you've seen how much he destroyed the league then. And the Giants sniped him there. But you've seen when he had the weapons, when he got the Gronkowskis of the world, the Edelmans, how much of a better team that they were. But this is a guy that was winning Super Bowls with people you can't name. There's a few guys in there that you could say were certified Hall of Famers, and most of those were on defense. The Teddy Briskys and Richard Seymours. So I would say for the last 15 years or so, and maybe you could go off because the last couple of years he did have some weapons with Edelman, Gronkowski, Mike Evans. The Tom Brady was winning games for the Patriots by himself. And there's not a lot of quarterbacks that you could think that they could go out there and do that. And definitely to the time that Tom Brady did it. And he wasn't a big guy to go out there and say, oh, I'm this and I'm that and all that. I mean, he kept quiet. He wasn't like the nicest guy in the world. He was a dick at times. And there are some controversies out there that I think that might be talked about, but I don't know if it really could tarnish his legacy. The recording Rams thing, I never got as like the biggest deal. Because everything you have is on tape anyway somewhere. And in that game, I know that Mike Marks was the best at this, but you figure if you thought that they knew what you were doing, that you would probably go in there and like change some things up. And the Rams didn't do that. And that could have attested to how great of a coach that Bill Belichick is. But that just showed you, with the young age, with a guy that wasn't starting all season, the guy that wasn't starting his college career, that he knew at that time what he had to do. That he had to go out there and manage that game and give his team a chance to win with the skill sets that he had at the time. And then he became Tom Brady. Just don't act like that. Like 5 years ago, or 2-3 years ago, before Brady was here, like the Jameis Winston Buccaneers, with most of these same guys, minus Gronkowski, but they did have a pretty good tight end and a semblance of a running game at times. But them Jameis Winston teams weren't doing the things that the Tom Brady's Bucks teams are doing. And you can look at the Drew Bledsoe years of the Patriots and say, well, they had one good year. The Patriots were doing the things they were doing before he got here. And you could say that almost that Tom Brady, even though he doesn't have the stats of some of these other quarterbacks, I think even of the Stanford realm, kind of was part of the evolvement into what the league has become in more of a passing game. Because it seems like since Bill Belichick's there, it's been a running back by committee. I think the best one you could think is Kevin Falk. And they might have had some others in there that had decent years. I think LeBlair Blunt was in there with a couple good years for the Patriots. But he was in part of the involvement that turned this league into what it is, which is more of an offensive passive league. And with nobody. As I mentioned, Troy Brown. But it's hard to me to think of anybody else until the recent years. And you weren't hearing of these guys with the great receiver from the Patriots. It was just regular guys. And Tom Brady, essentially, I'll say for a good 10 years, made these guys better than they were. And you've seen them when they tried to take them to other teams. They weren't that good. They weren't what they were with Tom Brady. And you can see with Belichick over the last few years, even though it started turning around a little bit with Mac Jones, that he's not who he is without Tom Brady. And you could have thought with all the scandals and stuff that came out about Brady that maybe Belichick has something over him. Nah. You think Belichick's going to go out there and do it with Cam Newton? No. Or Jacoby Brisket the year before. Whoever they had at quarterback the year before. Who even knows? Because you took the best player off their team. And they were nothing. I mean, Edelman was done playing. Gronkowski stopped playing. These were probably the guys that Tom Brady made big. And nobody else wants to mention the Aaron Hernandez days. But even though Danny Amendola has kept himself relevant playing for the Dolphins and, even back in the day with the Rams, but the Lions this year, he looked like the top wide receiver in the league. And maybe that's because you basically had two essential slot receivers in Edelman and Amendola. You didn't know who they were throwing to and what kind of routes they were running. But he didn't look like he was just like, he looked like he had a dump truck on his back when he was playing for Bradford. And, and we get 5 yards when we needed 6 or, 3.5 when we needed 4. Great years. But you could tell that Tom Brady just makes the players around him better. And that's the mark of a great quarterback. And not that he just not only made these players better, he made them into champions multiple times, 7 different times. I mean, if you go back and look at the Patriots rosters, there's not one person you could say, like, hey, I think you could win a championship with them, until you got to Moss. Definitely when the players were drafted. And at the time that Randy Moss came in to the Patriots, you were thinking, oh, this is a reclamation project. We'll see what happens. And then he showed that he was the best receiver in the league. But it's not even like a thought to even keep him, even if I tried to name, if you went Mount Rushmore and went 4 quarterbacks, it's hard to name 4 better quarterbacks than has ever played in the league than Tom Brady. Unless you see them play for your city, and then maybe you could. Maybe a Drew Brees, who could be up there in a Tom Brady well. Maybe you put Eli up there because of the championships. Maybe some people have a guy like Roethlisberger up there. I mean, there's guys that could possibly be named. But I mean, even going back farther, maybe you could put a guy like a Steve Young up there. Brett Favre is a guy I didn't mention earlier. So my list does get a little bit harder. Aaron Rodgers, who's pretty high on my list, would be an argument with Brady. But there's not much above that. 21 years, 0 losing seasons. 0. I mean, 7 and 9 championships, something hard to complain about. Look at a guy like LeBron. Look at a guy like Jerry West that only won one as a player the multiple times that he won. Those are both NBA. A Dan Marino, John Kelly in football. So not only was he only a guy that was better than everybody in the field when he was out there and got your team and put your team in situations to go play in these big games, he went out there and won your team these big games. So even with all the cheating and all that's talked about him, and how much of that cheating could you really say is on Tom Brady? Hey man, these footballs feel a little heavy. You think you should let some air out of them? No, did Tom Brady know how much air he was going to let? You know, it's all a conversation. It's not like the conversations were like, well, this guy did this guy has domestic violence and all that. Tom Brady never had any of that. This guy's done this, you know, this guy's had reckless driving or, you know, whatever. He blatantly, you know, cheated by taking steroids and anything like that, which is a big deal in baseball, and it's a big deal in football. You can never really look at this guy and say that, like, he was a bad player or that bad of a guy. And I think that makes a mark on a lot of people, too. I mean, they're going to love him in the Northeast no matter what happens. I mean, you should. Anyways. You know, the Patriots fans that are mad that he didn't mention the Patriots people in the little thing he put on Instagram or blah, blah. I mean, what he did for you for so long, I think you gotta get over it. And I think a lot of it's just about just having respect for what he's done. I fully respect everything he's done. I might not like him. I might not like the things that have surrounded him in the Bill Belichick and Robert Kraft. You know, with the deflated footballs and watching practices and, you know, all that. But that doesn't win you. What does that win you? That's 2 games we're talking about. So just take them 2 wins away. And say, what? Oh, he got 5 Super Bowls now? You know, he's 5-9, playing on fair terms, I guess we would call it. But he was 13-3 in the season. We didn't hear nothing about that then. You know, the video things talked about so many years later, which, hey, it used to be disappointed by when you think about it, like, oh, you know, you got to be able to make adjustments no matter what happens. As a coach, and definitely as the offensive mind that Mike Marks was, you would somehow figure out, you would think they would make adjustments. I'm harping on one game. Just another guy just like a Joe Burrow that never shied away from a competition. Never really downed his conversation. Never heard him talking bad about a Peyton Manning. But hey, I'm going to beat Peyton Manning. I want to beat Peyton Manning. And he did. He could be his brother. But it's undisputable, just in what he contributed to the game, that he's one of the top 5 quarterbacks. Definitely in an era where everything was changing. And he was at least one of the top 5 quarterbacks in the era that changed just based off stats. and it's great we can all look at stats, and somehow it's the biggest thing in football, and it's the opposite in baseball. We got all these made-up stats. But every year during this time that the game was changing and the game was evolving and it was coming pass heavy and they were coming with these great quarterbacks in, Tom Brady's an MVP top player every year. He's in the MVP race every year. He's in the MVP race at 44 years old. I'm 34 years old. I'd say I give you a good 5 snaps. That's not getting hit either. I'm saying drop back, throw a little bit, do the next play, and then I'm probably winded. This guy's 10 years older than me and doing it. And I could probably say that about a lot more people. He's one of the top guys on that list. I might not like him. I respect him. And usually that's what coaches. It's hard to do that with players sometimes. Because usually when they get out of that realm of having to be professional all the time and this is their job and all that, they kind of settle down a little bit. Usually it's coaches that stay like that for some odd reason for years and years and years and years. And like it's kind of cool in St. Louis, we don't have that kind of thing to deal with. Like it seems like all the players want to be here, not want to be here, but the players that come here generally know that like it's a little bit different here. So like, yeah, I'll make this little extra 5 minutes for the media. You know what I'm saying? And Tom Brady did all that. He went on radio shows, and maybe he was a dick about it. Maybe he didn't want to do it, but you know, you could take that. You could hey, he's a dick. Let's take that away from him, and then we'll go up to 9 billion things he did for our game. So sad to see him go. Not so sad to see him go. Now, boy, now if St. Louis would have ran with this little lawsuit that we had, the NFL would be in some trouble right now. Not only would they have to be getting deposed at a trial and having all the information coming out about their financials and all that and how the scheme really went down with the Rams. Former Miami Dolphins coach Brian Flores has sued the NFL for essentially getting fired by Miami. And this suit all started essentially over him and Bill Belichick. Kind of funny, you move on to Brady and Bill Belichick thing, but Bill Belichick to send him some messages to congratulate him about being a finalist for a job or getting the job with New York. Ends up turning out he was actually meeting the Texas Brian Bardole, who the Giants actually looks like were given the job before they even interviewed Flores, which in the NFL, Flores being a minority coach, would have had to be interviewed before they decided to hire their coach because of the Rooney Rule, which is essentially at least one person of a minority descent has to be interviewed. But that's just all the story. Now, even after them text messages that were recent with Bill Belichick, and who knows how long that Flores had this lawsuit on his mind. But it's also said there was when he interviewed for the Broncos job, who is named in the lawsuit as one of the 3 individually teams named out, which are the Giants, Dolphins, and Broncos. The Broncos brass, which is John Elway's part of that, and their CEO, showed up hungover to do their interview for him to be the head coach, and they ended up hiring a different coach. Like, you would have to know what all went on in that interview. Like, were they just messing around with him, and he was being kind of, not cool about it, being like, hey, this ain't cool, I don't like this whole situation. Or was it kind of like, hey, what's up, we're kind of hungover, you're like, let's get this over, let's go home. But not also that, he said his own owner in the Miami Dolphins, who was trying to start gambling a few years ago, so this is even more crazy, was trying to pay him $100,000 per games he lost to get a better spot in the pick, better spot in the draft, which they ended up getting Tua Tagovailoa, who they really didn't want their quarterback. They wanted the number 1 pick, so I'm guessing they wanted Burrow. you just have to think, as a coach of a football team, first let's go with the other thing for real quick. Now, if you're trying to start a gambling league and you're paying your coach to lose, doesn't that sound like some Pete Rose stuff? Doesn't it sound kind of like you're colluding with your coach? And if you're trying to start, are you using what you know about your team to bet? And are they allowed to bet? Now, this is all stuff that I should have thought about before. And I actually just came with this little brainstorming session right now. Like, wouldn't that be crazy to think about that? Like, hey, I'm going to start this betting app, but I'm going to have my coach lose, so I know what games he's going to lose. Am I making bets on this game? Now, not only did Ross do that, he actually invited Flores to a yacht party, basically to infringe on another team's quarterback. And Flores ended up turning the meeting down. So not only you only got your coach trying to lose, and obviously you didn't lose enough, now he's trying to get you in and like, hey, let's get this quarterback here, even though he's not allowed to be here yet. Let's make sure he comes here. I mean, it's all a crazy situation. How long has he been playing this lawsuit? Because all this Stephen Ross shit was in 2019. Same thing with some other things he mentioned. And even with, he mentioned Colin Kaepernick in there, which I don't know if he was playing that lawsuit back then. But he also mentioned Mizzou defensive coordinator Steve Wilkes, who was the coach of the Arizona Cardinals for a year. Instead, the year after, they fired him after going 3-13 and having Josh Rosen the quarterback. Their GM actually suspended for getting a DUI. Then they fired him and they got Kyler Murray. And they seem to deem that bad practice because they fired a black coach to hire a white coach when the black coach didn't have the necessities to win, which I could kind of agree on that, seeing how Arizona played with Josh Rosen. But then you could also say, hey, man, this happens a lot in every sport. They're just, hey, this ain't the guy. And that's what happens. I don't know if I can make that into a race. You can make it into a race thing because of the percentages of minority coaches and all that. But sometimes, people just get fired from their jobs, whether you're well liked or not. But this is a scary thing for the NFL to think that, man, you made all these rules and you did this, and these are actual rules. These ain't the guidelines that we had on the stadium. These are actual rules. And now that we find a way around these rules, that we just got to interview this guy, but we already got this guy abide. So we're just going to say, hey, we got this guy that we like. But we're going to have to interview this guy because it's your rule you made up. Like, that kind of seems unfair. And but the other thing about that is maybe you said, Brian Bardot came to you and said, hey, I think we can do this with this on offense and blah, blah, blah. We just need these pieces here and these spots. And maybe they were like, hey, this is someone we actually agree with. And right off the bat, this might be the guy. Let's roll with him. So as a white person, it's hard for me to see how it could be about race. And I'm not gonna say I know a white guy's club. That's the NFL. So I just don't know how Flores is thinking about how he can go. I can see how he could kind of go after the Giants, which I'll talk about in a second a little more with Bill Belichick. But the Broncos showing up, hungover to the meeting. How many meetings are you sure that you did show up that Stephen Ross wasn't hungover to? Or is it, the Giants press? I think Dave Gentleman's their GM. Or any other interview you have. Do you really know that, or you just know that for sure in that interview that because they came in there and they were hungover and disheveled and all that you knew you weren't getting that job? Did you know? Like, this isn't like the Rams lawsuit where it's all written down, and it's all in text, and it's all in that. And this isn't as far as the Rams lawsuit either for us to even know. But the hard thing here with the whole Giants thing is Bill Belichick texted him before he got interviewed. Now, that's the part that makes you look bad. The owner losing, starting a gamble app kind of makes it look bad, kind of makes it look like some kind of collusion there. But I don't think your boss offering you more money to say, hey, I'm trying to make this team better down the road. Like, hey, we might go 2-14 this year, and it might look bad on you, but next year we're going to get this guy and we're going to go, 10-7 or whatever, 10-6 at the time, or whatever it was like that. Now, bringing the quarterback on the yacht, that's a team that's a fine. Any team that does that, in any sport, that's a fine. Now, that it wasn't put out there, and who knows who's on that yacht, and who knows who the quarterback is. I guess this can all be deposed, unless they come up with a settlement for Flores, just like they did with the Rams, or with the city of St. Louis. Like, this is more a lot of hearsay stuff. Like, who could say that, hey, Steven Ross, like, hey, I'm gonna have this prominent quarterback here. Who said he was gonna show up? And what's wrong with your boss giving you bonuses for telling you something he's gonna do? Who says that's against the realm of your contract? Is a contract instantly stated that I can't get any extra bonuses for, this, that, and the other? Hey, you know what I forgot to write in your contract? I want to give you this money for us getting the number 1 pick. And who knows when it started in the season? Did it start when the Dolphins start off poorly? Did they go at it then, or did they just go into it in the season like, hey, we have a chance to get this number 1 pick, Brian? Maybe we should try to get this shot because, hey, this little $100,000 that I was spending on you in this last, whatever, let's just say it's 5 games. This $500,000 I'm spending on you can instantly turn and make me a few million for a good team. Is that really all that bad of a thing? I think the most actually prominent, the crazy thing in the lawsuit is the Bill Belichick texted before the information is passed out. The Bill Belichick knew who was going to get hired. That's just all crazy to me. You're basically telling a team that's, fighting for the same money you do. Probably, I know it's a different area, New York and New England, understandable. But you're still fighting for some of the spots up there. Like, this people in Rhode Island, they were Jets or Giants fans. But now we're starting to move down to New England because they've been the better team, and we like Brady. We like Brady over Manning or whoever's been the ragtag quarterback that the Jets have thrown in there. So we're going to move our affiliation. Kind of like if I picked an NFL team, I almost guarantee every year I would have moved my affiliation. Like my affiliation didn't just move to Kansas City. Great team to watch. Love the team. Voting for them more than I would vote for them than any other team just because they're in the state right now. And the reason that is because I'm from Missouri and I don't have any football fandom. So I'm like, yeah, go KC. Go Chiefs. But you're basically giving somebody that is fighting against you for a championship. You give them all this information before it was put out by anybody, and you didn't know what he was going to do with this information, which is actually the opposite of collusion. And I guess you wouldn't get in no trouble for it, but you kind of put your boys out there to hang to dry. Because Belichick could have texted Brian Bardola at any time. And he didn't know it on, and then he put out that, heard you guys were, it was birth, they were down to both of you guys. Trying to fix it the best he can. Looks bad on paper. Looks bad in the eyes of the people, but is it really such the craziest thing that he did that? I think you gotta look more at who's putting out the information. Who's giving your rivals these informations. that'd be like Illinois going to tell Mizzou when they play in the Bremen like, hey, Kofi's gonna sit out this game, just so you guys know ahead of time, he's been having a bad ankle injury. We were trying to work through it, and hopefully, we weren't gonna say nothing until the last minute, but hey, good game. That's essentially what the Brian said. Hey, we're gonna hire this Brian Bardol dude. We'll give you the early jump on him, and let Belichick do his thing. And then by the time the Giants played the Patriots again, Belichick's already got access to that information. Then it might not have been really a big deal when he got by the time they played each other because they're not in the same division. But who's Belichick passing that information on to? Because he's already passed it on to the wrong person. So is he giving the rest of the team's ammo? Is he going there? Well, I'm cool with whoever's in the East. I can't remember who's in the East anymore. But whoever's up there playing football. But is he giving? He's giving that team. Who's he giving that team information? Is he giving the team information like, oh, Brian Bardol is going to be their coach? I've been talking to this draft pick, and I'm gonna give him the information, and he might know, or free agent too. You can be talking to anybody and say, hey, well, this is what Brian Bardol's stats are on, for these teams, and he's not really good at doing this, but he's better, and you gotta, let's say he's better at offense than he is defense. And now you got a guy that's like, maybe I would actually think about going somewhere else. Maybe I want to come to the Patriots now because you gave Belichick the information. Or now I want to go to the Buccaneers. Or even the Cowboys, Washington Eagles, there we go. But all that, you just gave out information that could hurt you in the long run. And I don't know if free agent, people might, I don't know when free agents work. They're not working yet because the Super Bowl's still on. So maybe because you named this early, it doesn't do it. But I think with the NILs and stuff like that, and people getting, pick their way to go to college, I think that's going to move on to the NFL. You've seen it a little bit in basketball, not because of the NILs, but you've seen teams in basketball, I'm not playing here anymore. And I can see a guy saying, this is the market in Cincinnati. Well, I could go play for the Jets or the Cowboys or something and make more money off of my deals, whether I'm drafted, and I might be drafted first by, Cincinnati or Cleveland, and I'll be drafted 24th by the Cowboys, and that being, maybe I might get a crappy contract at the time, but look, I can just go out there and play, and I'm going to get these NILs and stuff like that in the beginning, and then it's pretty much over. So I think you could have a transfer problem, portal problem I think that the NCAA has, where they just let players do whatever they want to go try to make money and blah, blah, blah. I think them guys are going to get to where they're like, if I can do this in college, why can't I do this in the pros? And I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I think you should confine it to say you can't get the NIL deals. They can't be talked about until you pick where you're going to go. Because I'm sure there's somebody in their ear saying, well, I heard you were talking about going to Iowa. But hey, Alabama wants you. You might not be, the big name in Alabama, but you'll be a known enough name to where, hey, these people are going to pay you. I promise you. And you might not be the big face, but you see players go to the NFL from Alabama, no matter what they play, no matter if you heard their name or not. So, weigh out your consequences. You're going to be seen in the national championship game. You're going to get exposure here. And I think with how crazy the contracts are in the NFL, and really it seems like the contracts have gone crazy since they actually took away, the signing bonuses for the first, they capped the money for the players in the draft. I think when you get to a point where you're doing that with the draft, it's going to move on to free agents. For free agents, like, hey, they're going to do this for this 22-year-old kid. I mean, I love it here and all, but hey, I'm going to talk to a couple of my boys, and we're going to go get this money in Cowboy land. The Cowboys win the Super Bowl, it's going to be everywhere. But if Cincinnati wins the Super Bowl, they might be up for a few weeks because, definitely in the Midwest because they beat the Rams. But after that, am I really going to have that face? Because I'm not going to be able to do this forever. So I think public appearance is starting to be a new thing because people don't want to play. People don't want to kill themselves until they're, that they're half dead, they're 40s of playing this sport and had to play it for so long. Like, hey, these people are like, well, I can stop this at 35. And quarterbacks are always going to play longer because they're the most protected position in the league. They're not doing, they're almost like a kicker. If you're not getting hit any play, you're not really, after putting too much effort, because you're not the one blocking, you're kind of handing the ball off and letting people run. You're not really running the ball too much if you're the Tom Brady's of the world. So I can take this little time and, I'm a player, I'm going to make my money. But the guys are going to play, 5 or 6 years. The linebackers and the running backs. Well, listen, give me my face out right now. I'm in a bigger city. It's, when I retire stuff, I can sit here and my name's out there and people are going to be like, well, I recognize his face. Let's put some money into that. I think it's changed the whole game, which in college football doesn't bother me all that much. But I kind of think that everybody in the world is trying to fix everything that they messed up, that they put all their eggs in one basket, and they hope none of them hatch. They're hoping that this NIL thing works out just like it did before with college football, where you're still going to get the same recruits. They're just making money now. And I think when these eggs start hatching, it might start at the lower level. It might start with the high schoolers. There were people who are paying for high schools and moving their kids around and all that. But then it goes to the college. And then it's going to go to the pros. And that's where you're not going to be able to stop it. Because these people can do whatever they want now. Because they're not really confined to. I control the college environment. The college environment always controls you. You're a grown man now. You're getting every decision you make is your decision. Now you're still going to have opinions of everybody else, and you're going to still have people on your staff to be like, hey, that's probably not the best idea. But now you're at the point to where like, well, hey, maybe, Tampa Bay might suck, but they just had Brady. So people are going to watch that team because Brady, and they're going to see my face. And hey, if I go out there and give me a 1,000-yard season, or go out there and have me a 100-tackle season, or a 20-sack season, or whatever it is. No, my face is going to be out there. I'm going to be on TV because people are going to want to know what the Buccaneers do. I mean, it could turn into that. To where every year it turns into super teams. It turns into the NBA. And I think that's where you could see the dynasties again growing. The Cowboys dynasty, the Lakers dynasty. I think that's where you would really see it going. How I got on the subject, I don't even quite remember. Oh, it was the Bill Belichick thing. But yeah, it's the same thing there. You never want to give an edge to your competitor. I don't care if they're... Like, I wouldn't want to give an edge to... If I was the NFL, I wouldn't want to give no edges to how we roll with things that, the XFL would want to do, give the XFL information for the NFL or any other sports league. The MLB. Like, hey, this is working for us. Let's keep this in-house. And I kind of feel, and then, like, with this whole thing coming out, you wonder how much it goes on. You kind of wonder with the yacht thing, how much of the thing goes on with the free agents. And the really only thing I want to know about it is who is the free agent. Was it Tom Brady? And whoever it was. So now you're, that could hurt that situation too. Because who's to say that guy don't say, hey, bro, how I'm cool, we're cool, can you talk, Tom Brady, goes to the same gym as you. You think, could talk to him for me, blah, blah. I don't know how much that goes on. So even though it's going to open a can of worms, is it really the can of worms that really matters? Is it really going to show that the Rooney Rule works or never works? Is it really going to show that Stephen Ross was colluding with, this quarterback or that quarterback, and how much it happens? I don't know. I don't know how much of this information gets out here. I don't know if a dude that wants to get back in the league and is suing the league, or wants to get back in the league, they're not going to sue the league. They're not going to put this stuff out here. That's why Jeff Fisher hasn't put none of this stuff about Stan Kroenke. Who knows if Stan Kroenke or Kevin Dolph went to Jeff Fisher and said, "Hey, we'll pay you $100,000 to lose so we can get the fuck out of here and go to LA." I mean, who actually knows that answer? It'd be different if Jeff Fisher was like, going out here not trying to get a job anywhere, but you see he just got a job at the USFL. So it's a difference, because you don't know, because Brian Flores is at the point of like, hey, I'm not going to get another head coaching job. This might be my meal ticket. And Jeff Fisher's at the point in his life where he's like, I've already had my meal ticket for 20 years. But, I kind of want to still have fun. I kind of, want to go to where it could be scary, like, maybe get a college job at USC or something like that. Or where it could be, where the spring league's having trouble and they're like, they might tell you some things like, hey, but they know that Jeff Fisher's not going to say nothing because Jeff Fisher's had the chance to say stuff. And Jeff Fisher's basically said, hey, maybe it was talked about or whatever like that, or, this guy might have got fired and, it's because he's a St. Louis Rams guy, but, people get fired, things happen. Since he's talked to St. Louis Radio, he's talked to everywhere. That's the only thing I don't get is what does Brian Flores get out of that? And it all has to be money. It's the same thing I thought when the Rams did their lawsuit. What do they exactly get out of that? Other than seeing that the owners are rich. Well, we know that. But if it's something like where it could come out that it's all collusion, they're going to play Brian Flores out just like they did us. They're not going to want this information out there. They're going to want all this sealed. They're going to want information. I guarantee you these settlements that the NFL does, they're like, hey, but we get all this information back. This is all us now. You get none of this information. You get all this court stuff and blah, blah, blah. But when you show it or whatever, you have to black this out. I would not even doubt in my mind that happens. And you see it with some stuff. With some of the top stuff they put out there. Half of it's blacked out. And I'm not saying for sports. I'm saying for anything. So you know if there's something that goes on, it's like that. Where either the cops don't want to get it out, or the judges don't want to get it out, or, the main people involved, the defendants don't want to get out, or even time the prosecutors and that don't want it to get out. So I don't know. I just don't think a young coach would just want to kill his chances like that. Because in maybe 5 years it blows over, but where does it blow over for him too? Does he go coach at does he go coach at SEMO for a few years and gets his chances as a coordinator, and 15 years down the road you might have a chance to be your head coach? And then someone's going to look this up and be like, oh man, he sued the Dolphins after they gave him a chance and, said all this and put it like, we're going to have to, tiptoe around this guy, and I really don't want to do that. How am I going to do that and build a winning football team? How am I going to focus on what I got to do around Brian Flores when I'm out here trying to figure out what I'm trying to do with the quarterback, running back, wide receiver, quarterback, linebacker position? Or is Brian Flores is tired of coaching and being like, hey, let's, they just handed out, that $800 million to St. Louis, let's go see if I can get, a couple bags. Let me go see if I can probably get me $100 million to set me for the rest of my life to where I don't have to worry about this ever again. And maybe he just goes out here and becomes a commentator. And they were like, oh, what could he say about the NFL? He's going to say real stuff. You know what I'm saying? So maybe that's the way he thought about it. But that could also be like, hey, we do some shady stuff over here at Fox. There's some stuff that we don't want to get out. And we know that Strahan and this guy's not going to let it out. But, man, you've let out some stuff. I mean, Jeff Fisher has to be like one of the most respected coaches in the NFL right now, but that he did do this to the Rams. That he hasn't put out there what some people think that he knows. And people could look at Brian Flores and be like, man, he's a backstabber. I mean, it's going to make some people feel good that dislike the NFL. Like, oh, here's another one. Here's another one. You know, and some people are going to think that way. Without even knowing what's going on, they're going to think, oh, here's another one. We got him this time. Finally somebody else is putting on the NFL. Well, it really didn't happen with Kaepernick. It really didn't happen with Eric Reed. It really didn't happen with St. Louis. I can't see much going to change with this. Because there's not as much there as there were in them other circumstances. There's just nothing here. A little bit of colluding by with maybe potential free agents. But that's a fine usually. So, I mean, there's nothing here that really puts me, unless they somehow figure out that people are breaking the Rooney Rule. And that's just a rule change. So what if they go through all this and they're like, oh, you gotta do this, and Brian Flores gets nothing out of it. All he did was bring awareness to it. And I think bringing awareness to stuff does put your face out there in this time, but that's starting to lose its luster. The Colin Kaepernick whole thing is starting to lose its luster. The Rams thing didn't have much momentum, but it lost its luster. When's the last time you heard about Eric Reed? So I think the NFL is smart to know, like, hey, let this fire burn and let's put this fire out. And I think Brian Flores, just like any other thing where they're going to have to figure out something where they said they did something wrong, they're going to put that fire out. All right, we're going to take a break. We're going to be right back. Greater STL Sports Podcast on the SG4L Media Network. Hello and welcome back to the Greater STL Sports Podcast on the SG4L Media Network. Robert Bowlesby here with you. You can tweet the podcast at SG, I said that wrong. GSDLS, or SP, GSDLSP. You can tweet the network at SG4LMN1. And, of course, find us anywhere. Just look up Greater STL Sports Podcast. I'm going to try to do this every week. Now, I scour the internet. Just trying to get a little edge on stats, trying to see what everybody has to say, see rumors and stuff like, just stuff like that. Every week I'm going to try to get you just some random story. I'm going to try to keep it Missouri, just because there is enough of them. But kind of like what we did with Weird News. Just not as much. Not as, listening to the whole story. You can look it up yourself. But in Cape Girardeau, a man was arrested for trying to steal a ATM with a stolen pickup truck. Now, at first I thought this was kind of stupid. Go steal the ATM with something that's already stolen. Hard to get found that way, though. But anyways, yeah, he went to jail. Tried to steal an ATM out of a bank parking lot with a stolen truck. Hit a curb, lost his tire. He is now in jail. Now, something else I do want to do for the show, and this is almost like a state of the podcast, is I do want to bring the Hotel Rundown back. The reason I haven't done this show is it's some work to find this stuff. There's not many people talking about, like, the little, minor pro leagues in St. Louis anywhere. But I have found some teams lately, and the Ambush are still here. I should have been talking about them. I did used to talk a lot of soccer, STLSC, or STLFC. The new team's STL City SC, which it's going to take me a little bit to get into soccer. I'm not the biggest soccer guy per se, but I mean, let's try to start getting into it. I think having a team here will help that. But I don't think many people knew that we had 3 ABA basketball teams here. And you can look them up: the St. Louis Spirits, not the Spirits of St. Louis, the St. Louis Spirits, the River City Gamblers, and then one that's kind of out in the Sykeston area, I think it was, and that was the Missouri Capitals. They got the O'Fallon Who's and playing in the old River City Rascals Park, and they're just a college team, so I don't know how much I'll look into that. But you do have some indoor football teams. You got one, the St. Charles Bandits. I think they're supposed to be called the St. Charles Bandits. They played as the St. Louis Bandits. Weird. And then you have another one that was supposed to be in an upstart league called the St. Louis Stampede, which I think they were actually talking about moving outdoors. So I don't even know if they'd play at the Family Arena. But as things come on, I'll check on it. Now, scouring the webs for this, and I should have actually talked about this first. While scouring the World Wide Web for this great stuff I look up, the most random thing I seen was they have a pillow fighting championship. And not like, like, haha, like, let's pillow fight and it's not set up. We're just throwing pillows at each other. No, this is a real league, people. People are paying other people to fight with pillows. And it's on pay-per-view.